Hairi travels to an island called Torishirojima to spend his summer break. While admiring the island's beautiful and peaceful scenery, he notices a butterfly flying gently through the sky. Its movement feels strange yet incredibly mesmerizing, which makes him pause and follow it with his eyes. As he continues to observe his surroundings, his attention is drawn to a girl nearby. He finds her extremely cute and can't help but continue watching her. Shortly after, he finally arrives at his destination on the island and quietly notes to himself that this is his first time ever coming to Torishirojima. Soon, an elderly woman approaches him, and the two engage in a short but pleasant conversation. During their chat, Hairi begins to describe a strange feeling. He explains to the old woman that sometimes he thinks a lot about a place even though he's never actually been there. The elderly woman responds by saying that such a feeling is known as déjà vu, but she ends up butchering the pronunciation completely. Hearing this surprises Hairi, and he laughs a little, suggesting that perhaps she means déjà vu instead. With a chuckle, the elderly woman continues on her way, leaving Hairi to resume his own journey. As he walks, he soaks in more of the island's tranquil views. Eventually, after a long trek and feeling quite tired, he arrives at the place he was meant to go. A woman greets him warmly and brings him a refreshing glass of juice. She introduces herself as Kyoko, and Hairi, recognizing her name, tells her that his grandfather had told him about her. He formally introduces himself and Kyoko smiles before offering to show him to his room. As they walk through the house, she points to a room and remarks that it isn't very large, but it's the best available. Hairi is pleased with it and thanks her sincerely. Kyoko then informs him that another person also lives with them, someone who is part of her family. This surprises Hairi a little, and Kyoko clarifies that this family member is often out and about, but she promises to introduce them to him later. Hairi begins to narrate how Kyoko is, in a way, his aunt, and since she lives on her own, she often gets bored. She needed a family member who had some free time to come and keep her company. Hairi reflects that there is probably no one freer than him at the moment, and since he had the opportunity to visit, he decided to come. He also admits that up until last year, he didn't even have a single moment to spare. Suddenly, Hairi appears to be drowning in the ocean, but moments later he wakes up in a slight panic, and it turns out that he was simply dreaming. In the background, Kyoko is watching television, and Hairi walks over to her. She looks at him and teases that he's slept long enough already. He apologizes for dozing off so much. At that moment, his stomach makes a loud rumbling sound. He's clearly very hungry. Unfortunately, Kyoko hasn't prepared anything to eat yet. Hairi reassures her that she doesn't need to worry so much, but Kyoko gives him the name and location of a restaurant she recommends, saying the food there is excellent. Taking her advice, Hairi heads to the restaurant and places an order. However, when the dish is served, it turns out to be something entirely different from what he had asked for. He tells the owner that he didn't order that particular item, but the shopkeeper explains that it's the only thing available at the moment. With no other choice, Hairi eats what is served to him. After his meal, Hairi starts to head back home. On his way, he notices a lighthouse and is drawn toward it. Meanwhile, a mysterious girl is standing at the top of the lighthouse, although her face is not shown. Hairi realizes that he has lost his way and soon hears a loud sound nearby, the sound of flowing water. As he follows the noise, he finds a swimming pool and decides to take a look. Inside the pool, a girl is holding her breath underwater. As she rises and looks at him, he realizes that she is the same girl he had noticed from the ship when he first arrived. The two lock eyes for a moment, and Hairi finds himself unable to look away. Then the girl speaks, asking him who he is. Hairi introduces himself and asks the girl for her name. The girl thinks for a while and then finally tells him that her name is Shiroha. Hairi then asks her what she is doing there, and Shiroha replies that she is practicing. She then asks Hairi what he is doing out at this time of night and says that she thinks he is lost. Hairi agrees and says that, in a way, what she said is correct. Interestingly, even though Hairi tells her his name, Shiroha can't pronounce it properly. She keeps saying Hairi with a slightly different tone, and although Hairi tries to correct her multiple times, she still can't say it right. After that, Hairi says that he should leave now. As he starts to go, Shiroha tells him the direction back to the house, and Hairi thanks her for the help. Then he gives her some advice, saying that she shouldn't be practicing at night because it can be dangerous since there's no one around for safety. This annoys Shiroha, and she shouts at him in frustration. Hairi, frightened by her reaction, immediately runs away from there. After he leaves, Shiroha starts blushing a lot. Before he left, Shiroha had said the phrase doshikoi to Hairi. Not knowing what it meant, he later asks Kyoko about it when he returns home. Kyoko explains that doshikoi is something people say when someone is unnecessarily bothering or troubling another person, just like Hairi had been doing to Shiroha at that moment, which is why she said it. The next day, Hairi is sleeping. A girl comes to wake him up, saying that it is already morning and he's still in bed. She then introduces herself as Umi, and Hairi realizes this is the other girl Kyoko had mentioned to him earlier. He also introduces himself to Umi. Later, Umi makes fried rice for Hairi. When he sees it, he comments that it looks like fried rice, suggesting she didn't make anything too fancy. Umi, slightly offended, says she made it with a lot of love and asks him not to speak about it like that. Hairi quickly responds that he was only joking and that it actually looks quite nice. Initially, he hesitates to eat it, but once he does, he finds it delicious and genuinely likes its taste. Hearing this makes Umi very happy. Afterward, they begin playing a game of rock, paper, scissors. Umi loses the first round and Hairi wins. Umi insists on playing another round, but Hairi teases her by saying that he is the winner now and doesn't play with losers. This makes Umi quite angry, and they play another round, which Hairi also wins. Umi is surprised at how she keeps losing and wonders how it's even possible. They continue to play, and she loses yet another round, which leaves her feeling very frustrated and deflated. But then finally in the next round, Umi wins and her mood lifts immediately. She becomes very happy and cheerful. Seeing her so happy makes Hairi happy as well, even though he doesn't show it outwardly. After that, Umi says goodbye to Hairi and goes off to pass the time on her own. Meanwhile, Hairi helps Kyoko with some work, but Kyoko tells him that he doesn't need to help her since he has come here to relax and should instead explore the island and enjoy himself a bit. She adds that a special person is going to help him a lot with that. When Hairi sees this person, he is quite surprised and starts wondering if this is really the special person Kyoko was referring to. The girl is seen sleeping under a tree that is planted right beside the road, and Hairi is left wondering what he should even do in this situation. At that moment, a very cute pet, though it's not exactly clear whether it is a dog or something else, but whatever it is, it definitely looks adorable. After this, the girl, still asleep, almost falls over, but Hairi quickly catches her, though his hand ends up in an awkward spot. Just then, the girl wakes up and seeing Hairi so close, gets startled and scared. In her panic, she starts beating him up harshly, then gives him a strong shove that sends him flying a good distance away. Eventually, a conversation begins between them where Hairi introduces himself, and the girl comments that the name Hairi sounds really strange. Hairi responds by saying that there's nothing he can do about it since it was given to him by his parents. The girl then accuses him of being creepy, saying that he was trying to touch her while she was sleeping. Hairi tries to defend himself, saying it wasn't like that and that he had explained everything, but she still refuses to believe him and keeps calling him a creep. Feeling overwhelmed, Hairi says he suddenly remembered he had work to do and needed to leave quickly. The girl, meanwhile, speaks to her pet, either a dog or a cat, and runs off with it, leaving Hairi standing alone. Later, Hairi is seen relaxing by the seashore, enjoying the view. However, his peace is short-lived as strong waves crash over him, soaking him completely and ruining the moment. Then, instead of heading home, changing clothes, or driving anywhere, Hairi is suddenly confronted by a shirtless man. This man tells him that since he's also shirtless, he's in serious danger. Hairi is confused by the warning, but before he can react, he's attacked with a water gun. Shocked, he asks what's going on, and the man explains that in a certain area, people not wearing shirts are being targeted and that he needs to run away quickly. Somehow, Hairi manages to escape and makes it back home, while the shirtless man is left behind and gets hit with a water gun. At home, Umi sees Hairi shirtless and becomes very embarrassed. She scolds him, saying that he shouldn't behave like that. Hairi, brushing it off, says it's not a big deal and that being shirtless is normal. But Umi insists it's not considered normal behavior on the island and tells him to get dressed immediately. Then she remembers something and tells him that a delivery arrived for him. There was a box containing many comic books and a photo. In the photo, Hairi is seen alongside some people wearing swimming costumes. Umi remarks that it seems like Hairi knows how to swim, to which he replies that it's not really the case. After that, Umi leaves and Hairi sits down, lost in thought. When Umi returns to check on him, she finds that he is no longer there. He had gone out again. Hairi is next seen returning to the same swimming pool late at night. Shiroha is there, still practicing. She comes out of the water and thinks to herself that maybe she didn't do too badly this time. She then notices Hairi again and says that he must have gotten lost once more. Hairi replies that's not the case. Just as Shiroha is about to say something, Hairi interrupts and begins giving her advice on how to practice, telling her to stretch her hands out as far as she can and even demonstrating it. Then he takes a single step, quickly says goodbye and leaves. After leaving the pool, Hairi gazes up at the moon and Shiroha also looks up at the moon at the same time. Meanwhile, Umi is also shown looking at the moon during that moment. Umi is shown eating alone and she greets her dad who just arrived from work, but he ignores her. Now that Hairi has started living with them, Umi likes him a lot and Hairi also often praises Umi's cooking. After this, Hairi is riding a scooter somewhere because Kyoko had suggested that he should go out and enjoy himself a little. On the way, he passes by a girl and later reaches the seashore, where he runs into Shiroha again. This time, Hairi tries to leave, but Shiroha stops him to thank him for helping her improve her swimming with his technique. After thanking him, she walks away. Hairi then walks to the sea to pray, thinking about the moment Shiroha had thanked him and all the things she had said. While he is praying, some children show up and start talking among themselves, wondering if he is the person their grandmother mentioned, the one who had lost his wings, and speculate that he might be Lucifer. Confused and a bit annoyed, Hyrie asks them what kind of nonsense they are talking about, but the kids just laugh and run off. After that, Hyrie notices a lighthouse in the distance and begins walking toward it. He arrives at the lighthouse and sees a girl sitting on top, humming a tune. Hyrie curiously asks her what she is doing up there, and the girl replies that she is simply thinking about what to do next. Hyrie expresses concern that sitting in such a high place could be risky, but the girl calmly tells him not to worry because she is used to sitting there. After that, Hyrie walks off to another place, and there he encounters the same green-haired girl from before, the one who had attacked him with the water gun. Hyrie refers to her playfully as a shirtless hunter, but the girl gets very angry and warns him not to say such things again or she will beat him up. Her name is revealed to be Mickey. A moment later, another guy arrives and once again begins taking off his shirt. Mickey immediately sprays him with her water gun and scolds him, asking how many times she has to remind him not to remove his shirt in public. She then apologizes repeatedly to Hyrie for spraying him earlier. At that moment, Ryuichi introduces himself. He explains to everyone that they are going to hold a welcome party in honor of Hyrie's arrival and that many people will be joining the event. Hyrie tries to explain that he just came here for a small vacation and that it was supposed to be a quiet, ordinary day for him. But Ryuichi reassures him not to be shy and tells him that they always make their guests feel welcome with warm hearts. After a while, Mickey asks Ryuichi about another member of their group, and Ryuichi suggests that the person might have gone up to the top of the mountain. They decide to send Hyrie to find him. Hyrie sets out on the search even though he has no idea what the person looks like. When he reaches the top of the hill, he comes across a house. As he walks inside, he finds a guy practicing or exercising. The guy notices Hyrie and bluntly asks him who he is and what he is doing there. The two then begin playing table tennis, and Hyrie turns out to be very good at it. He plays so well that he easily wins the match. After losing, the guy becomes even more eager to play another round, clearly fired up by the competition. However, Mickey arrives before they can start the next match and reminds them that everyone is waiting for them outside. The guy then turns to her and asks if now is really the right time to leave and also wants to know who Hyrie actually is. And Hyrie makes a very awkward face and tells the guy that he should have asked him that much earlier. After this, everyone begins celebrating Hyrie's arrival with joy. Then a blue-haired girl appears, the one who had been sleeping in the park, or rather, on the road, and she introduces herself as Ao. When Hyrie and Ao recognize each other, they both get very surprised. The others around them begin to ask if they already knew one another, and the two explain that they had just met by chance once. Following this, someone begins explaining that all of them are members of the youth executive group on the island because there are very few children of their age around, so the youth here usually stick together in harmony. Hyrie then asks about Shiroha, and the others respond by asking if he has met her and whether he knows her. Hyrie replies that he doesn't know her that well. Ao then questions why he is calling her by her first name if he barely knows her. Hyrie replies that he didn't know it was her first name. One of the boys explains that Shiroha doesn't like to go out much and adds that Hyrie should be careful not to bother her. This reminds Hyrie of the earlier swimming pool incident, and he starts making an awkward expression again. From this reaction, Ao figures out that Hyrie must have done something to Shiroha. Hyrie quickly tries to clarify that she shouldn't get the wrong idea and insists that he hadn't done anything inappropriate. He just happened to meet Shiroha on the road. Ao then mentions that she had invited Shiroha as well, but she refused to come. The next day, Ui is leaving the house very early after preparing food for Hyrie. Hyrie skips eating properly, takes his car, and heads out for a drive. Along the way, he comes across an ice cream shop and steps inside to buy something sweet. A kind grandmother prepares a tasty treat for him, something like a shaved ice, and he sits outside to enjoy it. Shortly after, the granny comes outside and advises him to eat indoors since the weather is too hot. He listens and enters the house to eat more comfortably. However, as he opens the door, he accidentally walks in on Ao, who is in the middle of changing clothes. The moment turns extremely awkward. Both of them are caught off guard and visibly embarrassed. Hyrie gets so flustered that he ends up throwing his ice cream at Ao in sheer panic. Ao begins yelling at him, completely shocked, prompting Hyrie to apologize profusely. Ao angrily tells him that not only did he barge into the house without permission, but he also saw her changing and now he expects forgiveness. Hyrie tries to explain that he had studied at an all-boys school and had no experience in situations like this. He says that in the heat of the moment, the only thing he could think of was to cover her somehow, and so he instinctively threw the ice cream. It was a ridiculous move. He could have simply stepped back out, but instead he made things worse. Despite his continuous apologies, Ao remains furious. He then asks her what she was doing inside the shop, and she replies that she works there. Despite her explanation, he still feels extremely awkward because his own underwear had become soaked with melted ice cream. Hairi again begs for forgiveness and even suggests that she throw ice cream on him as revenge. O accepts the offer and brings out a large amount of ice cream, ready to hurl it at him. She does exactly that, and after doing so, bursts into laughter, breaking the tension with a lighthearted moment between them. But then Hairi throws ice on O's face as well, and Ao, now furious again, retaliates by throwing 2 bowls of ice directly at Hairi's face, hitting him in the eyes. After that, Hairi gets irritated and throws some ice back, but accidentally hits the wrong spot, which causes his clothes to get completely soaked. Since he's all wet, he decides to take off his shirt and dry it. Just then, Mickey suddenly shows up and sprays him with her water gun, catching him totally by surprise. Hairi doesn't even see it coming, and she tells him that she didn't mean to attack him this time, but warns him not to walk around shirtless again, or she won't hold back next time. She quickly tells him to put his shirt back on. Hairi then heads home and tries to dry his shirt. When Umi sees him without his shirt, she becomes really shy and turns away quickly, blushing. Hairi hurries to explain what happened so she doesn't get the wrong idea. Later, he's shown relaxing in the bath, thinking about everything that has happened since he arrived. He realizes it's already been 3 days and he still doesn't fully understand why he came to the island in the first place. He thought it would be a break, but he's not sure what he's looking for. After getting out of the bath and changing, he goes to see Kyoko and politely asks if it's okay for him to go out again for a while longer. Kyoko responds by mentioning that she has heard he's been making friends with the youth group members on the island, and she expresses her happiness that he's able to connect with the locals. Hairi then apologizes, saying he feels bad that he hasn't been able to help her in any way, but Kyoko reassures him that it's no problem and she will surely ask for his help when needed. Hairi, in his thoughts, admits to himself that coming here to help Kyoko was really just an excuse. What he truly wanted was to distance himself from others and escape from his busy life for a while. He later heads to the seashore, and once again, he finds Shiroha there. Shiroha sees him and curiously asks what he's doing there. Hairi replies that he's just wandering around. As they speak, he refers to her by name, which surprises Shiroha. She asks how he knows her name, and Hairi reminds her that she was the one who told him when they first met. Then, as usual, Shiroha mispronounces his name again, and Hairi once more corrects her and wonders why she keeps getting it wrong. He then brings up a moment from the past, telling her that when he was arriving on the boat near the island, he saw her staring intently at something. He asks what she was looking at, and Shiroha explains that she was watching birds flying in the sky. She then turns the question on him and asks why he came to the island. Hairi responds honestly, saying he doesn't really know. He then starts thinking about his past life, how hectic and packed it used to be, and how he barely realized how quickly time had passed. He says he just wanted to step away from that busy routine and take a break, and that's why he came here. Wanting to keep the conversation going, he asks Shiroha what her favorite summer break memory is. She tells him about her childhood summer, and Hairi agrees, saying that childhood summers spent with family and friends were the best. He reflects that during that time, they not only made memories, but also got chances to do various enjoyable activities. He shares how, since arriving on the island, he's been flooded with memories from his own childhood, though he doesn't quite understand why it's happening. Still, he admits that he enjoys the feeling. Shiroha offers a thought of her own, suggesting that maybe he has become so fond of the island that it is bringing these memories back. She then asks what he meant earlier when he talked about his wing breaking, saying that her grandmother had mentioned something about it. Hairi realizes that he had not shared that with any grandmother on the boat, and he quickly explains that it's just a phrase people use and not to read too much into it. The girl is walking along a path carrying a bag with her. Meanwhile, Hairi is happily eating a plate of fried rice made by Umi. He thinks the food tastes really good that day, and Umi feels happy when he compliments her cooking. Later, Hairi is sleeping peacefully until Umi enters his room and teases him for being lazy. He slowly gets up and asks if she's heading out again. Umi tells him that the weather is really nice today, so she's planning to go bug hunting with her friends. She reminds him that it's still summer break and suggests he go out and have an adventure instead of staying indoors all day. When she says the word adventure, Hairi blushes slightly, clearly daydreaming about something, probably girls. Umi notices and playfully accuses him of thinking something inappropriate, but Hairi quickly denies it, saying that's not true at all. Umi laughs, says goodbye, and leaves for her outing. Now alone, Hairi decides to head out too and walks toward a nearby lake. When he gets there, he sees Shiroha standing quietly by the water, looking serious and thoughtful. Then, out of nowhere, Shiroha raises her hand, makes a pretend gun with her fingers, and starts pretending to shoot like she's playing a make-believe game. When she notices Hairi watching her, he immediately plays along and acts like he's been shot. This makes Shiroha blush deeply, turning red with embarrassment. Feeling shy, she watches as Hairi walks up to her and apologizes for surprising her. Trying to explain herself, Shiroha nervously points at him and says her family has a special tradition involving the river, though it's not something they explain normally. She's too shy to say much more, but insists it's totally normal for her family. Then she points toward the river again and says they are standing behind it, repeating it like it's something meaningful. Hairi repeats the same words, and for a little while, they both keep saying it together, caught in the strange but sweet moment until they both get tired. Suddenly, Hairi asks if she likes reading manga. Shiroha says she enjoys it when someone gives it to her, but then blushing again, she quickly adds that she doesn't like Hairi very much and runs off before he can respond. A bit later, Hairi sees a girl with black hair having trouble with her bag. He asks if she needs help, and she says it's stuck on an iron rod. After he helps her, she jokingly calls him Hairi. Confused, asks if she knows him. She says no, but jokes that he's probably more popular than he thinks. She then introduces herself as Kamome. Hairi finds it difficult to pronounce her name, but she tells him it's okay, and that just calling her normally is fine with her. Out of nowhere, she starts pretending to be a sea eagle. Hairi is clearly puzzled by her behavior and wonders to himself what she's even doing. Noticing his confused expression, Kamome tells him not to stare at her like she's being strange, and Hairi quickly apologizes. She smiles and tells him again that he doesn't need to be sorry because he helped her. Hairi is dragging her bag while she sits comfortably on top of it, refusing to walk. He tells her that she should really get down and walk on her own. She insists on riding the bag. Curious about where they're going, Hairi asks her about their destination, but she only laughs and says she can't say yet. It's a big secret. This answer leaves Hairi even more confused, and it clearly shows on his face. As they continue walking together, Kamome begins humming a tune to herself, and Hairi, still wondering what's going on, asks her what song she's humming. After talking briefly about the song, they continue walking until they run into Umi along the way. She notices them and asks where Hairi is going, but he stays quiet. Kamome, with a mischievous smile, answers on his behalf, saying that she is punishing him by making him drag her bag. She then turns the attention toward Umi and teasingly calls her a little girl, asking where she herself is heading. Umi immediately reacts and tells Kamome not to refer to her that way. Before the conversation can continue, Umi's friends call out, reminding her that they need to hurry as they are already running late. Umi warns them to be careful, mentioning that there's a steep, slide-like path ahead, and then heads off with her group. Not long after, the sloped road comes into view, and Hairi cautiously says that the path seems dangerous and that they should move slowly. But Kamome, being a thrill seeker, has other ideas. Without hesitation, she pushes the bag ahead, hops on top of it, and starts sliding downhill at full speed. She seems to be enjoying every second of it, laughing and feeling the rush, while Hairi chases after her in panic, unsure how to stop her or protect her. The excitement takes a turn when a river appears at the bottom of the slope. Kamome tries desperately to stop herself, but fails and ends up falling straight into the water. She begins to drown, struggling beneath the surface. Hairi, watching helplessly for a moment, closes his eyes and is suddenly thrown back into a memory of his past, a swimming competition he once takes part in. He remembers the intense pressure, the moment he loses control in the water, and how that failure has haunted him since. But this time, he knows he has to act. He takes a deep breath, assumes his swimming position, and jumps into the river to save her. However, as soon as he enters the water, panic grips him and he starts to struggle, telling himself that he can't do it. Just then, Kamome manages to reach out and pull him upward, rescuing him instead. She thanks him afterward, acknowledging that she has assumed he doesn't know how to swim, and he still jumps in to save her, which means a lot to her. As they recover from the incident, Hairi notices a cat symbol on Kamome's bag. She explains that it's the emblem of Hijinikos, and Hairi thinks it sounds pretty cool. They begin to joke around, and Kamome starts splashing water on his face playfully. The two of them are back on the shore, wringing the water out of their clothes. At one point, when Hairi glances toward Kamome, his gaze accidentally lands on an awkward spot. Embarrassed, he quickly turns his head away. Looking up at the sky to distract himself, he thinks to himself that the sky above looks just like heaven. The conversation then shifts to the beauty of the blue sky, and both of them talk about how lovely it truly is. Kamome starts reminiscing, saying that she has lived on the island for a long time and that the suitcase she always carries has been with her since it is very small. She recalls a time when a summer camp is organized there, attended by many students, and that she also participates in it. Curious, she asks Hairi why he comes to the island. Hairi doesn't immediately respond, but she guesses aloud that he must have come seeking adventure. This triggers a memory for Hairi as he remembers Umi previously telling him the same thing, that now that he's here, he should embrace the experience. He begins to think that maybe she is right and that he truly is enjoying the adventure after all. Kamome then tells him that he should come with her to a certain place. Hairi, puzzled, asks where they are going, but Kamome simply says they're going on an adventure. She grabs his hand and begins to lead the way. Hairi asks repeatedly where they are headed, but she refuses to tell him. Along the path, Hairi suddenly spots Shiroha in the distance. Without hesitation, he runs toward her and calls out her name. Shiroha, startled by his sudden appearance, turns around with a frightened expression. After that, Hairi begins apologizing to Shiroha one last time, trying to make amends for everything that happens between them. He asks what she is doing there and whether she needs help with something. Offering his support, he says that if there's something she wants, he'll help her with it. Shiroha, still quiet and a little unsure, asks if he really means it and hands him some money, requesting a watermelon-flavored ice cream. Hairi accepts and leaves to get it for her. But when he returns, he has lemon-flavored ice cream in his hands instead. He explains to her that the watermelon one is already sold out. Hearing this, Shiroha's face falls with disappointment. She doesn't take the ice cream and quietly walks away without saying anything. Watching her leave like that, Kamome, who has been observing, remarks that Shiroha looks really cute in that moment. Hairi ends up giving the ice cream to Kamome, who gratefully accepts it and thanks him. Eventually, the two of them reach their destination, an old elementary school. There's a barrier wall in front of the building and Kamome begins climbing it without hesitation. Hairi, embarrassed, turns his face away to avoid accidentally seeing anything inappropriate while she climbs. Once she's up, Kamome calls out to Hairi and encourages him to climb too. With a bit of struggle, Hairi manages to make it to the top. Looking around nervously, he suggests that they shouldn't go any further, but Kamome insists that they have to keep going just a little more. She points out the direction they need to reach, and without waiting much longer, she climbs down toward a window and opens it. Hairi watches this nervously and asks if this isn't too risky, wondering whether this could get them into trouble. Kamome calmly assures him that there's nothing to worry about. The two of them enter what looks like an old classroom. Inside the room, Kamome starts rummaging through some items, pulling out objects from their childhood. She tells Hairi that back when she and her friends are younger, they used to come here to play and go on adventures. Among the items, she shows him a poster featuring a cat, the same symbol that's on her bag. She explains that it used to be their group's flag or emblem when they attend summer camp, a time filled with fun and exploration. As they continue looking through old memories, Kamome hands him a notebook in which she writes down many things during her childhood. Hairi flips through its pages and finds an entry about a particular box sitting right in front of them. He becomes curious and asks what's inside the box, but Kamome doesn't let him open it. There's a chain wrapped around it, keeping it closed. Hairi, still curious, teases her by asking if it contains her childhood secrets, but she remains silent and doesn't respond. A moment later, Kamome climbs out through the window and calls Hairi to come and look at the view. When he looks outside, he's struck by how beautiful the scenery is. He then looks over at Kamome and finds himself smiling as he watches her. The sun has begun to set, and the sky is painted in warm colors. As the day draws to an end, Kamome tells Hairi that she has a really good time spending the day with him, and she hopes that their next adventure will be even bigger. With that, she waves goodbye and begins walking away. Hairi stands still for a moment, thinking deeply about everything they experienced that day. He realizes how much fun he has with her and reflects that this adventure feels truly unique. He remembers all the little moments they share and thinks to himself that it is a day he won't forget. Just as he is lost in these thoughts, he notices that Kamome hasn't gone far, she's still standing nearby. He walks over and asks if something is wrong. She tells him that her legs are hurting and she might not be able to walk home. Without hesitation, she sits down once again on her suitcase, clearly expecting Hairi to do what he does before. She looks at him and tells him to get moving. Hairi begins pushing her suitcase once more. As they walk along, they talk casually, and at one point, Kamome tells him honestly that he's a really nice person. Curious, Hairi asks her what she means by that. She replies that he can take it however he wants. Hearing this, Hairi simply smiles and thanks her. In the past, Kamome is speaking to one of her friends named Takada about a hidden treasure. She seems excited about the prospect, but Taka, with hesitation, tells her that he doesn't think he can help her. He assures her that she'll eventually find someone better suited to assist her in the search. Just then, a girl named Tsubame appears, enthusiastically pretending to be a ninja. She's quickly followed by Hayato, who acts like a scientist, bringing a different kind of energy to the group. Another girl, Suzume, is introduced briefly, though not much is said about her. Still, it's clear she shares the same interest in finding the treasure and wants to be part of their team. All of this takes place in a flashback, setting the foundation of the story with childhood curiosity and ambition. Back to the present, Kamome and Hairi are together. Kamome, now grown up but still driven by that same childhood dream, is trying to locate a key that unlocks a treasure box believed to contain a secret about the island. She tells Hairi that the mystery hidden inside is significant, but insists on keeping the details to herself until the key is found. The treasure box has 4 knockers on it, each representing one of the 4 friends seen in the earlier memory, and Kamome is the group's leader. Because of this, she still holds the book that contains clues about where the keys are hidden. Hairi expresses doubt, wondering if the keys could still be there after all these years. It has been 10 years after all. Kamome opens the book and shows him the notes, where the locations of the keys are written in the form of cryptic puzzles. One of the clues states that the key lies hidden in the depths of the ocean, making the search even more complicated. They head over to the swimming pool, not the sea as one might expect, but once there, they both doubt the key could possibly be hidden in such a place. The note also contains a reference to Cajuns, a term meant to signify the god of the sea, but then offers his own interpretation. Perhaps the clue refers to a lighthouse, since it too serves to protect those at sea. Acting on this hunch, they head to the lighthouse, where they find a familiar face, Tsumugi, a yellow-haired girl who has appeared before. It turns out that Hairi already knows her, a fact that surprises Kamome. Together with Tsumugi, they begin picking up garbage scattered along the shoreline, cleaning the area as they talk. Kamome tells Tsumugi about the treasure box and the possibility of finding a key that could unlock it, though Tsumugi herself knows nothing about it. Meanwhile, Hairi keeps thinking about the clue and becomes increasingly certain that the key cannot be in the ocean itself. Later, the group sits down at a restaurant and continues brainstorming about where the key could be. The topic of a kaiju comes up, something that prompts Kamome to start acting out a playful impersonation of one. Hairi watches her and feels something odd about the entire discussion, sensing that they might be getting off track. They decide to visit a shrine, hoping they might find a useful lead. After a brief search, where, to their surprise, they actually manage to find one of the keys. Kamome, overjoyed by their success, asks Hairi how he figures it out. Hairi begins explaining that perhaps the clue about the god of the sea is actually referring to a shrine who protects the sea, leading him to believe that the key might be hidden under the stairs, and he is right. Finding the key there brings a big smile to Kamome's face as she's thrilled to have located one of the 4 keys first. As the evening falls, she walks away feeling content, and Hairi also heads off toward his destination. Before parting ways, they promise to meet again the next day. They are both seen frantically running away from a dog. It turns out that the next clue in the puzzle directs them to a doghouse, suggesting that one of the keys might be hidden there. The puzzle also hints that the dog in question could be over 10 years old, adding yet another quirky layer to their adventurous quest. After that, both of them head toward a house that looks like it might be worth checking, and Hairi suggests they take a closer look. As they approach the doghouse outside the property, he puts his hand inside cautiously, and to their surprise, she pulls out one of the missing keys. With one more piece of the puzzle in their hands, they begin planning to search next in a desert-like area mentioned in the clues. This desert is rumored to house a creature named basilisks, described as some kind of monster, though Hairi half jokes that it might just be a bunch of chickens instead. To follow his hunch, Hairi pays a visit to Kyoko and asks if anyone on the island keeps a large number of chickens. Kyoko answers that Shiro's parents in fact raise many chickens, which immediately catches Hairi's attention. He shares this information with Kamome, explaining that Shiroha is the same girl they have met at the ice cream shop, and that she is actually the first person he speaks when he arrives on the island. He admits he's known her since then. They head to Shirova's house, but before they can get too far, a tall and intimidating man emerges from the home. His sudden appearance startles Hairi, who clearly isn't expecting anyone like that. The man, suspicious of the unfamiliar faces, demands to know how they know Shiroha's first name. Hairi hesitates, but Kamome quickly responds that they are friends of Shiroha. Despite the explanation, the man doesn't seem convinced. Realizing that something is off, he closes the door on them without another word. Just then, a schoolgirl passes by dressed in her uniform, and Kamome gets an idea. She comments that if she goes there dressed in a school uniform, maybe they would trust her a bit more. She turns to Hairi and asks if there's any way they can get one. Hairi, unsure but willing to try, decides to approach Ao for help. He asks her directly if she can lend her school uniform, a request that immediately surprises her. Ao refuses at first, but Hairi pleads and insists that it's not for him, it's for a friend. Moved by his persistence, Ao finally agrees. Meanwhile, Kamome arrives at Shirova's house, now wearing the uniform. It's clear that Ao eventually agrees to lend it. Hairi, seeing her, jokingly comments that the uniform looks a bit tight on her. They approach the house again and start calling out. This time, Shiroha's grandfather answers the door. Instead of turning them away, he calls Shiroha to come out and meet them. When she arrives, she looks confused and asks who they are. Kamome introduces herself and explains their purpose. Eventually, Shiroha agrees to bring them to the chicken coop, which is located just behind the house. Once there, the group starts searching around, trying to follow the next clue. In the middle of the search, Hairi stumbles upon a strange book. He opens it for a moment, but quickly blushes and sets it down, clearly embarrassed by whatever he sees inside. Shiroha notices and makes a face, wondering if that's what they come there to find. Hairi, now red in the face, denies it and resumes his search. After looking through the area more carefully, Hairi finally finds another key. Curious, Shiroha asks what it is, and Kamome explains that it's one of the keys to the treasure they've been searching for. Shiroha lights up with excitement, clearly drawn to the mystery, and Kamome asks if she'd like to join them on their quest, but Shiroha declines, unable to commit to the journey. Hairi gently explains to Kamome that Shiroha is a shy person and prefers to stay within her comfort zone. Still, the energy is cheerful. Hairi compliments Kamome, saying he now understands why she's the leader of the group. She always sees things through, no matter how difficult they seem. The compliment makes Kamome visibly happy. She begins to open up a bit more about herself, sharing that she used to be shy too, especially during the time she spends alone at the summer camp. It isn't until she stumbles upon her father's old map, which is filled with notes about exploring the island, that her desire to uncover the island's secrets truly begins. Finding that map is the first step toward this entire adventure. On the map, Kamome discovers as a child, there is a cross marked at one particular spot with the word treasure written beside it, but the path leading to that location is extremely dangerous. She knows her parents would never allow her to go alone, so she decides that she needs a boy to accompany her. Eventually, more people join her group, and as she lists all their names, Hairi finds himself surprised because their names sound familiar to him. After their ongoing search, Hairi finally manages to find the fourth and final key. Just as he does, a bird begins to bother him, causing him to fall from a tree. When he opens his eyes, he finds himself inside a house, and to his surprise, Kamome is wearing a maid outfit. She explains that he gets hurt because of her, so she decided to take care of him while he recovers. Hairi, still groggy and confused, asks why she's dressed like that, and Kamome tells him that she offers to help Kyoko around the house, and this is the outfit she is given. Just then, Kyoko enters and comments on how cute Kamome looks in the uniform. Hairi, slightly flustered, agrees with a faint yes, which makes Kyoko happy. With all the chores now being handled by Kamome, including the shopping, Hairi is left to rest. While he's taking a bath, Kamome unexpectedly comes in to clean out his back. Hairi, panicking, blurts out that he's not wearing a towel, which causes Kamome to become just as embarrassed, quickly feels too awkward, and apologetically leaves the room. Later, with all 4 keys in their possession, Kamome finally opens the long-awaited treasure box. Inside, they find a piece of paper, and Hairi asks if this is really all there is. Kamome, overwhelmed with emotion, thanks him, saying that without his help, she never would be able to open it. Hairi, curious, asks what the paper says, and Kamome reveals it contains the location of a ship. Hairi, unimpressed, wonders what's so important about that, but Kamome insists it matters. She begins to tell him about her past, about how she and the others travel great distances and face many obstacles to get to that ship. When they finally reach it, they find a pirate ship with a logo that matches the one she still wears in her hair today. Though Hairi seems skeptical, Kamome assures him she's telling the truth. What reason would she have to lie? She explains that they find the ship just as their summer camp ends, and they all have to return to their homes on the same day. Hairi suggests that if it really exists, the ship should still be there, and they should go check. Kamome lights up the idea, reminding him that all of them once promised to come back together after 10 years to rediscover the ship. With the map and the key in hand, she says with excitement that maybe, just maybe, the ship is still waiting for them. The duo is heading out again to search for the hidden treasure, and Kamome is happily singing a song even though she doesn't really understand its meaning. Still, she keeps humming it with excitement. While they are walking, Kamome comes up with a team name, Higineko Kamome. However, some of the other group members comment that the name Kamome doesn't sound quite right. Even so, Higineko is the one who makes the final decision and the name sticks. Suddenly, Kamome slips while walking and Hairi quickly tries to catch her. But just then, Hairi wakes up from his sleep. It has all been a dream. When he looks up, he sees Kamome standing in front of him, and he becomes very flustered and embarrassed. She takes a step back and tells him not to stare at her like that, as it might give people the wrong idea. After that, they get ready for their next camping trip to continue the search for the pirate ship. Kamome asks if his hand is feeling better, and Hairi tells her it is. They begin walking together and cover a lot of ground. During the journey, Kamome starts singing the same old song again, and Hairi mentions that it sounds familiar, like something he has heard a long time ago. As they walk, Hairi notices that Kamome is falling behind. He kindly offers to carry her suitcase to help her move more easily, but she refuses. She explains that she has never let anyone carry it before and doesn't want to now. She says that the reason she always walks slowly is because of the suitcase, but she still prefers to carry it herself. Hairi tells her not to worry, saying they can just take their time and enjoy thinking about old memories. This makes Kamome smile, and she tells him he is really kind. Later, they reach a point where the road splits in 2. Using a compass and a map, they pick one path and continue. The sun is getting hotter, and the walk becomes more tiring. Hairi suggests taking a break, but when he turns around, he sees that Kamome isn't behind him anymore. He starts remembering their past, when they walked the same path as kids. It is just as hot then, and everyone finds it tough. Even back then, Kamome walks slowly because of her suitcase, and Hairi offers to help, but she doesn't let him and tells the others to keep going while she comes later. Snapping back to the present, Hairi is still thinking about those memories when Kamome catches up. She asks what he is thinking about, and he asks where she has gone. She says she is just walking slowly because of the heat. Then they keep walking and finally reach the cave they are searching for. Then a memory resurfaces, showing a night from the past when they camped there and Hyrie has trouble sleeping, so he steps outside for some air. While outside, he notices Kamome is also awake. She walks a great deal that day and is now in pain because of it. Hyrie approaches her gently and asks if her legs are all right. It is at that moment he learns that she has trouble walking and uses her suitcase for support. The realization stays with him, and now as he dreams about it again, those moments from the past help him understand Kamome even more deeply. Just then, Kamome walks up very close to Hyrie and greets him with a cheerful good morning. Hyrie is immediately startled by her sudden closeness and instinctively backs away in embarrassment, telling her that she shouldn't come so close to him and making an awkward remark that she shouldn't do anything strange. Kamome, rolling her eyes at his reaction, firmly tells him that he doesn't need to speak nonsense. She then shifts the conversation and tells him that there is a very good place nearby to take a bath, so she is heading there and asks him to stay put by the fire. Hyrie remains seated by the fire, letting the warmth settle him, when suddenly he hears Kamome scream from the distance. Alarmed, he runs quickly in the direction of her voice and finds her not fully dressed, clearly caught off guard. Despite her state, Kamome points ahead and nervously indicates that there is something over there. Hyrie, though trying to stay focused, finds his eyes accidentally fixed on her before realizing that the source of the scare is actually a wild pig nearby. Trying to lighten the tension, he blurts out that he is feeling unusually excited, and Kamome, catching the meaning, asks in a flustered tone whether he is excited from seeing her. Hyrie panics and denies it frantically, telling her that whatever she is thinking isn't true. Embarrassed herself, Kamome blushes and looks away, and Hyrie quickly apologizes, saying that he honestly hasn't seen anything inappropriate. She doesn't believe him and tells him firmly not to lie. Internally, however, Hyrie admits to himself that he has seen something, but is trying hard not to think about it. He keeps his thoughts to himself, knowing it won't help to say anything out loud. Then, trying to change the topic again, he asks if going further into the cave wouldn't be dangerous, to which Kamome confidently replies that it wouldn't be too risky, and that since they have come all this way, they should see it through. Hyrie smiles, admitting that he already knows that is going to be her answer, and teases her by saying that she hasn't changed a bit. She asks him what he means by that, clearly confused, but he brushes it off and tells her not to worry about it. As they move deeper into the cave, Kamome explains that about 300 meters in, there's a narrow path they need to find, and true to her words, they do find it. Walking through the passage, Hyrie is suddenly flooded with memories from the past, remembering a time when Kamome guides their group through a similar cave in the same confident way. These thoughts fill him with both nostalgia and admiration. As they make their way further, Hyrie turns to Kamome and asks if her leg is doing okay. He reminds her that she has issues with her leg in the past and that she often relies on her suitcase for support. Kamome is surprised by his words and pauses, wondering how he knows that. She replies by denying anything is wrong, reasoning that if she does have a leg problem, she wouldn't have come on such a journey in the first place. Hyrie counters her explanation by asking why she always carries her suitcase with her wherever she goes. After a moment's hesitation, Kamome says she can't explain everything and asks him to understand. But Hyrie pushes gently, saying that since they are on this adventure together, they should trust each other and share their truths. Finally, Kamome opens up and explains that her legs sometimes hurt, particularly during colder seasons or in the middle of the day, and she apologizes for not mentioning it earlier. Her honesty triggers more memories for Hyrie, and he recalls how, in the past, Kamome tells him about being hospitalized for her leg condition, and how it interferes with her ability to walk normally. He remembers his emotional reaction back then, how he yells at her in frustration, asking why she doesn't tell him sooner. In that moment, she says that she is feeling better and holds on to hope that she might recover entirely. Now back in the present, Hyrie, feeling concerned, tells her they should turn around and return, but Kamome protests, making an emotional plea. She insists she doesn't want to go back, not now, when they have already come so far. With genuine conviction in her voice, she asks him again and again not to give up and not to think about heading home just yet. Hyrie responds with a calm certainty, saying that he knows she will say something like that, and since they have come this far, there is no point in turning back. Hearing this brings a bright smile to Kamome's face, and the two decide to take a short break. As they sit down to rest, Kamome curiously asks him again why he really comes to the island. Initially, Hyrie avoids answering, clearly hesitant and uncomfortable, but Kamome gently urges him to open up. Eventually, he begins to explain that he creates a problem back in his team, specifically his swimming team. He recalls that during an important swimming competition, he starts drowning midway through the event, and because of that incident, he is forced to quit. After listening carefully, Kamome reflects on what he shares and tells him that it is admirable how people trust him, and she finds it to be a genuinely good thing. She then shares that it is painful to feel disappointed because for her, the goal is to witness something as amazing as piracy. She adds that after working so hard to reach that point, if there turns out to be no pirate ship or adventure at the end of the journey, it will hurt her deeply. Kamome also reveals a more personal side, telling him that because of her illness, she hasn't spent much time outside the hospital and as a result doesn't have many cherished memories of summer vacations like others might. That is why it is so important for her to find someone who can be her partner in this adventure, someone who truly understands the value of the journey, not necessarily the treasure itself. She admits that perhaps the treasure isn't as important to her friends as it is to her. They join simply to support her. With a soft voice, she says they should now move forward again. As they continue walking, an unexpected mishap occurs when Kamome's flashlight gets damaged. She reaches for her spare battery, but in the process, she and her suitcase accidentally slip and fall into the water. Without a second thought, Hairi leaps in after her. As the current carries them forward, they hold onto each other tightly, refusing to let go. Eventually, Kamome manages to get them both out of the water, but Hairi is left in a weakened state, hardly responding. In a panic, Kamome tries to call out to him repeatedly. As she struggles to wake him, the story briefly shifts back to the past, where a younger Kamome excitedly tells her group that they are about to reach their destination. To lift everyone's spirits, she begins singing a song, and soon the others join her, filling the cave with cheerful voices. They eventually find a way out, and this memory fades into the present. Kamome, now giving CPR to Hairi, watches anxiously until finally his eyes open. With a faint smile, he tells her she doesn't need to worry so much since he is a trained swimmer. She teases him, saying she already knows he is the swimmer who leaves his team and ends up here. Hairi, feeling a little playful, says that for a moment he thinks someone tries to kiss him, which makes Kamome blush deeply. He then realizes what happens and asks if she is the one giving him CPR. She nods and he thanks her sincerely. After that, they discover the path that will lead them out of the cave. Despite her determination, Kamome is clearly in pain and struggling to walk due to her injured leg. Hairi searches for the suitcase that she often uses for support, but it is nowhere to be found. Without hesitating, he reaches out and gently takes her hand, helping her walk as he reminds her that moments like these, finding a pirate ship during summer break with a close friend, are the kind of memories worth holding on to forever. Kamome looks at him and asks if he will always remember this adventure, to which Hairi answers that he will never forget it. Finally, as they emerge from the cave into the sunlight, they are met with a breathtaking sight, the pirate ship still standing, still waiting, just as the map promises. Overwhelmed with joy and disbelief, Hairi and Kamome smile brightly, knowing they have completed a journey that neither of them will ever forget. Hairi and Kamome find a shipwreck along the shore. Hairi walks toward it, inspecting its condition, but when he turns to Kamome, he finds her in tears. In that moment, her memories come flooding back. She remembers her suitcase, the place where her true self is kept. Realizing this, she silently thanks Hairi for helping her dreams come true. A sudden gust of wind rushes past them, forcing Hairi to close his eyes. When he opens them again, the scene before him blurs and the only thing he can make out is Kamome waving goodbye through the haze. As his vision clears, she's gone. In her place, a single butterfly flutters in the air before drifting away. In the cave, Hairi wears the night vision goggles Sumuvi gave him, which prove incredibly useful in the dark. They are searching for the suitcase Kamome once mentioned, and as they reach the designated spot, Hairi quickly spots the suitcase resting not far from where they stand. While Hairi approaches the suitcase, his friends explore the surroundings, commenting on how impressive the cave is. They even suggest it could become a tourist attraction someday. Suddenly, they notice several switches installed along the cave walls. Curious, they remove their goggles and flip the nearest one. Lights flicker on, illuminating the cave. As they glance at the stream ahead, they recall Hairi's story of drowning there. But now, standing before it, the water appears far too shallow, nothing like the stream he remembered. Doubt begins to settle in his mind. Later, back at his place, Hairi opens the recovered suitcase. As he examines the contents, he pulls out a lacy piece of underwear. Just then, Wumi walks in and casually asks if he's holding a woman's undergarment. Startled, Hairi fumbles for a response and awkwardly denies knowing how it got there. Sensing his embarrassment, Wumi lets it slide. Hairi continues searching through the suitcase and discovers a worn-out book titled The Tales of Hijinikos. Curious, he flips through the pages, and as he reads, something about the story feels familiar. He begins to suspect he might have owned the copy once long ago. The story follows a young girl named Kamome who attends a summer camp but struggles to fit in with the other kids. One day, she sneaks into her father's office, who is an archaeologist, and discovers an old, mysterious map. Inspired, she gathers the other children and invites them on an adventure. Together, they form a group called the Hijinikos and set off on a thrilling pirate-like journey. In the book, Kamome lives in a rented house on a small island just a few meters from the main island. Driven by curiosity, Hairi makes a phone call to inquire about the island's location. The next morning, he sets off by boat, sailing toward the small island mentioned in the story and finds out it is privately owned. Upon his arrival, Hairi steps onto the shore and begins his search. He walks through dense greenery until finally a house appears before him, just like in the book. Outside the house, a woman sits on the porch reading a small book. Hyrie approaches and greets her, though unsure of what to say at first. When she notices the suitcase he's carrying, she assumes he's there to deliver it. She says it belongs to her, which makes Hyrie think she must be connected to Kamome. Upon hearing Kamome's name, the woman lights up and introduces herself as Sagi. Hyrie introduces himself in return. Sagi then reveals that Kamome is her daughter. Now both seated, the two begin talking about Kamome. Hyrie learns that she has been living in Finland for the past 2 years. Though Sagi is unsure of how he and Kamome are connected, the fact that he traveled all this way just to bring back the suitcase convinces her that he's someone important. Feeling reassured, she begins to share more about Kamome. 10 years ago, Kamome's father worked at a university, studying plants and animals. As part of his research for a company, the family moved to a small island. Kamome, however, had always been a sickly child and didn't have any friends her age. Because of this, reading became her constant companion. She dreamed of traveling and exploring distant places. Books became her escape, and she was rarely seen without one in hand. Often, she would sit atop her father's old suitcase, an item that had already seen much of the world. Knowing Kamome couldn't travel due to her illness, her mother, who was a writer, decided to create a world just for her. She wrote a novel with Kamome as the protagonist, and that became The Adventure of the Hijinekos. Kamome once talked excitedly about a pirate island filled with treasure. Though it was only a product of her childhood imagination, it inspired her mother to turn it into a story. To make the setting more realistic, she chose Torishirojima as the location. The summer after it was published, Kamome wished for a ship of her own. The ship Hyrie later found the Kamome was that very ship, one her mother had specially requested to be brought in. It was built to resemble a pirate ship, just as Kamome had imagined. Kamome has plans that go beyond even her mother's imagination. She wants to bring the book to life with a real map and an actual pirate ship. Hyrie is stunned, speechless. Seeing this, Sagi tells him to open the captain's cabin on the ship, where Kamome keeps her most treasured belongings. Hyrie returns to the ship and unlocks the cabin with a key. He recalls Sagi's words that if Kamome is well enough this year, they will invite everyone aboard. Inside, letters and envelopes cover the tables. He carefully reads each one, and it is filled with reviews and feedback from readers praising the book. Then, as he picks up one particular letter, he is surprised to see his own name on it. He had sent letters to Kamome as well, expressing admiration for her bravery and courage. That night, Hyrie makes a call to his parents. Ubi sees him on the phone and asks if he's going home, but he says no, he just needs them to send something over. When the package arrives, Hyrie opens it and takes out the book, The Adventures of Hijinekos. Inside, a letter is tucked between the pages. It's a response from Kamome, thanking him for the letter he sent. She writes that his words gave her strength, and she promises to take him on a whole new adventure again, 10 years later. Reading the letter, Hyrie realizes how big Kamome's plans truly were. But then he remembers what her mother told him. One day, Kamome just collapsed, and her father, who died young, suffered from the same illness she has. The suitcase had been found in the cave, yet her mother, Sagi, couldn't explain how it got there. Sagi brought the suitcase when she first moved to the island, but somehow it vanished after she landed on the shore. She remembers it clearly, how the suitcase was there one moment and gone the next. In its place were dozens of butterflies fluttering all around. She never understood what happened, but always felt it was connected to Kamome somehow. Hyrie imagines what could have happened if Kamome's plan had worked. If only she had one more summer, her dreams might have come true. The next day, Hyrie brings his friends to see the ship. It now looks more like a ghost ship, more than a pirate ship. Still, they see its potential, so they decide it will need restoring, starting with repainting it with fresh colors. That night, Hyrie sleeps soundly beneath the veil of darkness when something stirs him awake. Blinking into the shadows, he catches a glimpse of Kamome standing quietly in front of him. She greets him gently, and he asks where she's been. Smiling faintly, she says she's been watching from above the ship all this time. Hyrie wonders if she's the one who prepared the entire ship, but Kamome admits she has no memories of it. She explains that most of her days were spent bedridden in the hospital, and the lines between dream and reality have long blurred. At some point, she can't even tell what's real anymore. It was also strange how they were once just characters in a book, and now they were living those adventures for real. Even while lying in her hospital bed, Kamome would often ask her mother about the Hijinekos. She wondered if they still remembered her and hoped they could continue their voyage aboard the pirate ship they found 10 years ago. That summer felt like magic. She remembered stepping onto the island with her suitcase, feeling like she had finally become part of the dream, becoming the Kamome from the book. Arriving at the island aboard the ship had always been Kamome's dream, and Hyrie made it come true. That's why she came to see him one last time. She gently tells him that she's going somewhere far, so this is more likely her last farewell. Hyrie doesn't understand. She's abroad now, what place could be farther than that? But Kamome looks up the stars and softly says it's somewhere beyond that. She leans in, touches his face, and thanks him again and again. Overwhelmed, Hyrie's tears start falling as he presses a gentle kiss to her lips. Under the moonlight, they share a quiet, fleeting moment. Then Hyrie jolts awake, screaming Kamome's name. It was all a dream. Gasping for breath, he rises from the couch and climbs to the upper deck of the ship, wondering if everything that happened on this island was just a dream or hallucination. But even if it was, Hairi decides in that moment to live with it. He chooses to chase what he believes in, wherever it may lead. The next morning, Hairi is invited to lunch by Umi, but he seems preoccupied, focused on writing something at his desk. A neat stack of envelopes rests beside him, letters addressed to the Heijinikos, the friends Kamome once dreamed of reuniting on the pirate ship. It's his way of keeping her dream alive. Umi watches him silently with concern in her eyes. Later, while speaking with Sagi, Hairi asks why Kamome waited 10 years before trying to reenact the story. Sagi explains that Kamome wanted to be a role model, like the brave girl in her book. She was afraid that if the children saw her so sick and fragile, they might be disappointed. She hoped to be stronger first to live up to the image they admired. Back then, Kamome promised to see them again once she had gotten better. And true enough, though her recovery was slow, she eventually began to move around like a normal little girl. Sagi shares this with tears welling in her eyes. She breaks down, crying uncontrollably. Then, she reveals something she hadn't told Hairi until now. This summer, Kamome quietly fell into an eternal sleep. Even so, she's thankful to Hairi for giving her no reason to regret her return to the island. Hairi, in turn, shares something he never mentioned before. He tells Sagi about the adventure he experienced. Sagi smiles through her tears. Hairi adds that he still wants to continue the ship's journey to let Kamome see it because he's certain he truly loved her. The next morning, Hairi visits Kyoko to ask for a large cloth, but after rummaging through the shelves, they realize there isn't one available. He also notices Umi's absence, and Kyoko explains that she went home yesterday without saying anything to him. Kyoko adds with a hint of curiosity that Umi seemed rather interested in Hairi. Now focused on his plans, Hairi worries that no one might show up to see the pirate ship, but they have to. It's Kamome's dream after all. While walking around, he runs into Shiroha and asks if she knows where to find a big cloth, and if she can draw. Sure enough, a crowd gathers to see the pirate ship. Everyone had received the letters Hairi sent, but if anyone asked who invited them, Hairi would say it was Kamome. Just in time, Shiroha arrives with the cloth she drew too. Hairi unrolls it, and though Shiroha isn't confident in her work, he beams and praises it loudly, sincerely thanking her for her efforts. The drawing becomes the ship's flag, fluttering high above, capturing everyone's awe. Standing on the upper deck, Hairi observes the lively crowd surrounding the ship. Hairi knows this moment is Kamome's dream finally brought to life. At that moment, Kamome appears, sitting just above Hairi on the ship's highest beam, gazing out at the horizon. She has been there all along, quietly watching as the ship came to life. Tears well in her eyes as she clutches the dream that once seemed too far to reach. Hairi silently promises to make it real. They had agreed 10 years ago to meet again and set sail, and now that time has come. The wind lifts as Hairi looks up, waiting for direction. Kamome lifts her hand and points to the distant horizon. That becomes the start of a new adventure, just like the one from the pages of the book her mother once wrote. Umi dreams of her distant past, lying peacefully in a field of green with majestic butterflies fluttering above. She remembers a time when she was still a child, with nothing else to do but bask in the warmth of what felt like an endless summer. The sky was always clear, the breeze gentle, and time seemed to slow down. For a moment, she wishes she could return to those days. In the present, Umi arrives on Torishirojima Island with a suitcase in hand. Opening the door, Kyoko greets her and welcomes her warmly into her home. At the same time, another boat glides toward the island carrying Hairi. He stands silently, gazing at the vast ocean stretching before him, lost in thought. Then suddenly, the voice of an old woman calling out snaps him back to reality. The island is a tranquil place, embraced by blue waters and lush green trees. Along its shore stands a lighthouse, and in its gallery sits a blonde girl named Sumogi, gently humming a song as she gazes out at the sea. That night, Hairi drifts through a dream where he struggles underwater, drowning in the deep ocean, desperate for air. Amid the silence, a loud voice pierces through, pulling him back. He jolts awake to find Umi standing over him, the source of the voice he's been hearing. It's already 8 in the morning and Hairi has overslept. Without further delay, the two head to the kitchen and sit down to eat breakfast. At the table, Hairi and Umi enjoy the breakfast she prepared. With just one bite of the fried rice, Hairi compliments the taste. That day, he tries to find something useful to do, but Kyoko keeps declining his offers to help. With nothing else on hand, he decides to explore the island on a motorcycle. It's already been a few days since Hairi arrived on the island. Though his main purpose is to help sort through his grandmother's belongings, he hasn't actually accomplished much. What he has managed, however, is to get to know the other people around his age living there. So far, they seem all right, though many are quite eccentric, none more so than Shiroha, who left a strong impression after giving him a rude remark. Sitting alone on a park bench, Hairi catches the attention of a few island kids who whisper among themselves, describing him as a Canarian rocker. The wind begins to blow harder, ruffling the trees. He decides to head toward the lighthouse, though the walk turns out to be much farther than he initially thought. As he finally approaches, a soft humming reaches his ears, an unfamiliar melody carried by the wind. Looking around for the source, Hairi is startled to find someone seated in the gallery of the lighthouse. It's Tsumugi, confidently perched high above, humming her heart out. Intrigued, Hairi watches quietly at first, but concern quickly overrides his curiosity and he shouts up at her, urging her to come down immediately. They speak by yelling across the distance. Tsumugi tells him she's trying to find herself and her purpose, but Hairi protests, insisting her position is dangerous. She simply shrugs off his concern, claiming she's invincible and won't fall. Her calm boldness leaves Hairi speechless. All he can do is watch, secretly envious of her fearlessness and sense of freedom. Back at their home, Hairi is informed by Umi that the bath isn't working. The water suddenly stopped without warning. Peeking into the empty tub, Hairi casually suggests skipping the bath for one night, but Umi quickly shuts that down, insisting it's unthinkable in the summer heat. With no other option, Hairi ends up bathing at the local bathhouse, sharing the space with a group of elderly men who bathe completely naked. Though clearly uncomfortable, he endures it and finishes quickly. Afterward, he waits outside the women's bath for Umi. When the door creaks open, he perks up and prepares to speak, only to freeze mid-sentence when he sees it's not Umi who steps out, but instead Shiroha. Embarrassed, he quickly looks away awkwardly. When Umi finally comes out of the bathhouse, she finds Hairi standing near Shiroha and shoots him a suspicious look, so Shiroha proceeds to leave quickly. The two of them also hop on the motorcycle and head back home. On the way, Umi talks about her plan to get a license once she turns 16 so she can drive too. But Hairi's eyes are drawn to the unlit lighthouse in the distance. He points it out and Umi explains it's been out of service for years. No one maintains it anymore. The next morning, Hairi returns to the lighthouse, hoping to catch a glimpse of Tsumugi again. As he approaches, a loud clatter interrupts his thoughts. A kettle falls to the ground near him. Looking up, he spots a young woman struggling to carry several items, so he quickly rushes over and picks up the kettle for her, though he finds himself awkwardly distracted by her. The woman smiles and casually asks if he's also searching for something, leaving Hairi completely frozen in confusion and embarrassment. Before he can respond, she cheerfully introduces herself as Shizuku, but insists on being called something else instead. Hairi, flustered and uncomfortable, immediately declines the nickname, thinking it's completely inappropriate. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind. It's Tsumugi, also struggling to carry a pile of items in her arms. She accidentally bumps into Hairi and immediately recognizes him from their encounter at the lighthouse the day before. Seeing the two girls overwhelmed, Hairi steps in to help gather everything they're carrying. He's surprised and a little impressed by just how much they've collected between the two of them. As it turns out, all of it is ocean trash. Tsumugi had the idea of cleaning up the shore for fun and Shizuku decided to help her out. However, the task turned out to be far more difficult than they expected, almost making them regret the decision. Still, with Hairi's help, they managed to haul everything together. The three of them then begin sorting the garbage, separating items they can recycle. Eventually, the day ends on a good note for the three of them. As a token of gratitude for Hairi's help, Tsumugi and Shizuku volunteer to give him a tour around the island, showing him some of its most famous attractions. Their first stop is the oddly named Boulders, which turn out to be three large round boulders with weird shape. Next, they visit an old ancestral house perched on a cliff. It's rumored that someone powerful once lived there, but now the structure stands in ruins and has been abandoned for years. The next day, Shizuku shows up in her two-piece bikini and eagerly asks Hairi what he thinks. Caught off guard, he struggles to give a straight answer. Tsumugi, however, jumps in with a cheerful compliment to Shizuku, prompting Shizuku to pull her into a big hug. Hairi had only come by thinking there was something that needed to be done. He didn't expect it to be a swimming trip. Tsumugi didn't bring a swimsuit as well, so she ends up swimming in her casual clothes. Meanwhile, Hairi doesn't join them in the water, admitting he isn't too fond of swimming. Despite his hesitation, Tsumugi insists that swimming together will strengthen their friendship. She says they can do many things together, which will surely be fun. With that, Tsumugi grabs Hairi's foot and tries to pull him into the water, but Hairi resists. Because of the constant force, Tsumugi loses her balance and falls into the water, splashing herself and getting soaked. Both Shizuku and Hairi rush her aside, checking if she's okay. Though embarrassed, Tsumugi notices that because of Hairi's concern, he has finally stepped into the water. Hairi also notices this and decides to give in. Later, they all seek shade under a tree where they share their stories. Each seems to be searching for something this summer, though none know exactly what. Still, they hope to find it together in each other's company. With that, Shizuku suggests they try anything that even slightly interests Tsumugi, eager to support their newfound friendship. Hearing this, Tsumugi smiles and quickly shares her idea. She wants to spend the entire summer with Hairi and Shizuku, doing simple things like eating together and stargazing at night. Shizuku suggests having a sleepover and Tsumugi eagerly agrees. Hairi, however, feels hesitant. He's unsure about how close they really are after such a short time. But Shizuku and Sumovi don't seem to mind his doubts. To them, it's easy to like Hairi, and they're excited to deepen their friendship no matter how quickly it's growing. That night, Hairi arrives at the lighthouse for the sleepover and is immediately surprised to see Tsumugi dressed in a cat costume. Behind her stands Shizuku wearing a tight cow costume that emphasizes her curves. To his surprise, Hairi also discovers that Tsumugi actually lives inside the lighthouse. The space is small yet cozy, filled with cute decorations. As the evening progresses, the three of them decide it's time for dinner. However, Tsumugi sheepishly admits she forgot to cook for them, having grown so used to living alone that she only made a serving for one. Fortunately, Hairi brought snacks, so the two girls try to eat, but their costumes make it difficult to handle the food properly. As a result, they ask Hairi to feed them. Laughing at the absurdity of the situation, he agrees. That night, the three of them step outside the lighthouse to enjoy the stars, sitting together on the gallery as they let their conversation flow from one topic to another. As time goes on, Tsumugi starts humming the same tune she's often been caught singing, which prompts Hairi to finally ask about it. With this, Tsumugi explains that she doesn't know the song's title or lyrics. She simply sings it whenever she's feeling happy or having fun. Although the details are vague, she recalls loving the melody since childhood, saying it gives her a sense of self and purpose. Hearing this, Shizuku suddenly comes up with an idea to search for the origin of the song by asking around the island. Hairi agrees, equally excited by the plan, and their shared enthusiasm lights up Tsumugi's face. She's so thrilled that she says she doesn't even want to sleep, wishing instead to keep doing things like this together. Furthermore, she suggests inviting someone else to their next sleepover, hoping to make it even more memorable. When Hairi asks who she has in mind, Tsumugi describes them as someone who doesn't have many friends but is incredibly kind. However, before she can finish explaining, her voice begins to soften and her words start to blur. Slowly, she leans over, unable to stay awake any longer, and gently falls asleep, just when she said she didn't want to. The next morning, Hairi prepares to leave the lighthouse after their sleepover, but Tsumugi tries to stop him, clearly not wanting the night to end. Despite her plea, Shizuku explains that he needs to go home before his family starts worrying. Sensing her disappointment, she gently comforts Tsumugi, suggesting she rest up for another day full of fun tomorrow. Later, lying in his bed, Hairi begins to wonder if he should really be spending his entire summer with Tsumugi and Shizuku. As the morning sunlight hits his face, Ui calls out, reminding him to bring out his laundry. Rummaging through his things, he realizes he's forgotten something at Tsumugi's place. Hairi returns to Tsumugi's place to retrieve the item he left behind, but as he arrives, he's distracted by the sound of soft sobs. The once warm and cheerful lighthouse now feels dim and quiet, and Tsumugi, trying to mask her sadness, invites Hairi for another sleepover. However, without Shizuku around, Hairi hesitates. He's unsure about staying over with just the two of them. Still, he reassures her that there's plenty of time left in the summer for more memories. But unlike Hairi, Tsumugi knows her time is running short. She reveals that she'll soon have to leave the island and return home. Hairi tries to stay hopeful, suggesting they write letters or keep in touch through phone calls. Yet Tsumugi quietly explains that her home is farther than he imagines, so far that once she leaves, they may never meet again. Knowing this, she wants to make the most of every remaining moment playing and spending time with Hairi and Shizuku. Though he can't stay now, Hairi promises that as long as summer lasts, he'll be by her side. This summer, he tells her, belongs to her. Shizuku finds out about Hairi's promise to give Tsumugi his summer, and although they initially think she might not like the idea, she surprises them by being overjoyed. Shizuku finds it a wonderful gesture, touching and sincere. From that moment on, the three of them make a promise. They will give Tsumugi the rest of their summer. With that vow, their summer break truly begins. That same day, Tsumugi shares her first summer plan. She wants to build a balcony on the lighthouse using tin cans collected from the shore's trash. Hairi and Shizuku hesitate, unsure if it's structurally possible or even feasible to gather that much material. The idea sounds absurd, but Tsumugi remains confident and excited. She believes in it wholeheartedly, so despite their doubts, Hairi and Shizuku start to believe they might actually pull it off together. Tsumugi wants to plan everything carefully, so she starts coming up with strategic ideas to make the balcony happen. While she's busy, Hairi and Shizuku are left alone. They talk about Tsumugi's wild plans. Still, Shizuku shifts the conversation to something more serious. She reflects on Hairi's decision to give his entire summer to Tsumugi, calling it a bold move that could only come from someone in love. Though a bit surprised, Hairi doesn't fully deny it. Even if he's uncertain about what he truly feels, Shizuku is convinced Hairi is in love with Tsumugi, and his silence seems to agree. Just as Hairi tries to process her words, a sudden clatter of cans interrupts them. He looks up to find Tsumugi standing there, frozen. She has overheard everything, every single word, especially the part where Hairi is said to be in love with her. Caught off guard, Sumui begins to panic. This is the first time anyone has confessed love to her, and she doesn't know how to react. Embarrassed, she covers her face with both hands, trying to hide how red she's turned. Then, without another word, she turns and runs into the lighthouse, leaving the other two stunned in silence. Behind the door, Sumui stands with her hands pressed to her chest, letting out a loud sigh. She feels overwhelmed by everything she's just heard. Her eyes wander around the room, uncertainty flickering in them. Still, after a few deep breaths, she quietly reassures herself that everything will be all right. The next morning, Hairi sits down for breakfast with Umi, who proudly serves her special fried rice with sea urchin. Despite the delicious meal, Hairi seems distant. He barely reacts, lost in thought. His mind lingers on the awkward moment with Sumoghi, worrying she might reject him after overhearing his feelings. Contrary to what Hairi expects, Sumoghi acts exactly the same, as if nothing has happened between them. Relieved and unsure, he decides to play along, matching her usual energy. To continue with their plan of building a balcony, the group visits a local store to collect cans they can repurpose for the project. While there, Hairi notices something unexpected. Shizuku is surprisingly popular among the customers. It's the first time he learns that she's actually the well-known student council president at their school. The people in the store treat her with warm respect and admiration. Though Shizuku brushes it off, claiming she's only popular because of her curvy figure, the others dismiss her modesty, refusing to believe such a simple explanation. The other guys in the store step in protectively when someone behaves disrespectfully towards Shizuku, splashing him with water guns to drive him off before he can act maliciously. Their loyalty to her is clear and strong. Meanwhile, Ao, the vendor running the store, watches the scene with mild curiosity. She's less concerned about the commotion and more intrigued by Hairi, noting that she's never seen Sumoghi and Shizuku with anyone else before. Sumoghi herself is a rare sight on the island, so seeing her with a friend is both surprising and refreshing. Before they forget their purpose, the group refocuses and gathers the cans they came for. The same guys from earlier also pitch in, helping them collect even more materials. As a sweet bonus, Sumoghi ends the trip with a big cotton candy in hand, smiling as they head home, arms full of cans for their summer balcony project. Walking back to the lighthouse with their cans, Hairi feels a quiet joy. This time, he's spending his days with Sumoghi, not just drifting through summer, but finally doing something that matters, with purpose. Throughout the summer, they stay preoccupied with their planned activities, building the balcony from collected cans and searching for Sumoghi's song by asking people around the island. But no matter how hard they tried, no one seems to recognize it. As time passes, the balcony slowly begins to take shape. With the unexpected help of the boys who admire Shizuku, their progress comes faster than expected. But the summer isn't only about work. They spend days trying out food, playing games, and laughing under the sun. That summer becomes truly theirs, slipping by like a dream. Among those they approach for help is someone Sumoghi fondly calls Watermelon Bar, a woman often seen fishing by the ocean. Sumoghi offers her a watermelon popsicle bar and the name sticks. The woman is Shiroha, an old friend of Sumoghi. As they talk, they recall the moment they met, Sumoghi asking about fishing, then casually offering a watermelon bar after hearing it's Shiroha's favorite. That simple gesture sparked their friendship. Since then, every time Sumoghi visits, she brings a watermelon bar with her. While the two laugh and chat as if no time has passed, Hairi and Shizuku watch from a distance, amazed they're actually talking like old friends. The real reason they visit Shiroha is to ask if she has noticed any cans along the shore that they could collect for the balcony. Unfortunately, she doesn't have any. While Shiroha is warm and kind to Sumoghi, she acts cold and distant toward Hairi, often brushing off his attempts to talk. The next day, even Ao's regular store is running low on cans, but they're not there to collect any this time. Sumoghi just wants to enjoy a cotton candy. As she becomes distracted chatting with Ao and some of the friendly customers, Shizuku tells something to Hairi only the two of them should know about. Turns out, Shizuku has a great idea. She wants Hairi to get Sumoghi a gift. At first, Hairi thinks it's absurd, especially since Sumoghi can't even look him in the eye after what happened. But Shizuku gently reminds him that once summer ends, he might not get another chance to see Sumoghi again. That's why giving her something meaningful now could be a way for her to remember him. As they speak in soft, hushed tones, the old woman vendor nearby still manages to overhear them. With a kind smile, she volunteers that they have plenty of items perfect for gifts. Encouraged by this, Hairi stops hesitating and starts browsing around the shop. Then his eyes catch a glimpse of a set of yellow ribbons displayed in one of the cabinets. Instantly, he knows this is the perfect gift for Sumoghi. When it's time to go home, Sumoghi becomes curious about why Hairi and Shizuku suddenly disappeared earlier. Although it seems a bit suspicious, Shizuku quickly shifts the topic to Sumoghi's next plans. Sumoghi then suggests they go hang out at Hairi's place. Hairi finds the idea a little random, but in truth, Ao had secretly advised Sumoghi to take a look inside Hairi's room to get to know him better. Despite Hairi warning them that Kyoko can be a little strict about guests, they are surprised to find both Kyoko and Umi welcoming and cheerful. Kyoko even asked about their sleepover the other day. Hairi casually mentions that he slept with both Shizuku and Tsumogi, not meaning anything inappropriate. But Kyoko instantly panics, misunderstanding the situation completely. Sure enough, the first place they check out is Hairi's room. Well, it's not really his. It's just where he's staying for the summer. As they look around, Shizuku stumbles upon a pervy magazine, which Hairi hurriedly denies is his. Embarrassed, he's asked to step outside for a bit. After some time, he opens the door, only to be greeted by a surprising sight. Tsumogi standing there with a noticeably bigger chest. She's clearly stuffed it with something, likely as a joke. Caught off guard, she loses her balance, but Hairi quickly rushes in to catch her. Unfortunately, his hand lands somewhere it shouldn't, making the moment far more awkward. As if things couldn't get worse, Shizuku gets to witness the scene, and moments later, Kyoko enters and catches them, both in the act. The room freezes in tension, with Hairi left fumbling to explain the entire situation. Later that day, Kyoko rummages through some old boxes and finds a dusty book of nursery rhymes, hoping it might contain the mysterious song Tsumogi keeps humming. Excited, they flip through the pages, but to their dismay, the entire book is written in German. None of them can understand it. Shizuku takes a closer look and hums one of the melodies written in the book, and to their surprise, it matches Tsumogi's song. At long last, they found it. However, there's still one problem. The lyrics are in German, so they have no idea what the song is actually saying. Wanting to make the experience more personal, Shizuku suggests that Tsumogi simply create her own lyrics based on the things she loves. Tsumogi pauses, thinking about what she truly likes, and as her eyes land on Hairi, her cheeks turn bright red in embarrassment. Before they leave Hairi's place that day, Shizuku leans in and casually warns Hairi that they actually used his pillows to stuff Tsumogi's chest earlier. The thought alone makes Hairi visibly flustered. To shake it off, he shouts his own name out loud, trying to snap himself back into composure. Seeing this, Tsumogi joins in with a loud, cheerful yell of her name too, followed by Shizuku. Now the three of them are standing in front of Hairi's house, shouting their names into the sky and laughing like little kids. Their voices echo throughout the quiet island. Far away, Shiro hears them while fishing in the ocean. When the shouting finally dies down, the three collapse with laughter, breathless from the chaos. Just then, a group of kids rush over. Excitedly, they announce that they've been gathering cans from the shore to help with her balcony project. Tsumogi lights up with joy and happily accepts the cans with a wide, grateful smile. That day, Shizuku has to go home early, so it's just Hairi and Tsumogi who return to the lighthouse to place the collected cans. After they finish a few errands, Tsumogi invites Hairi to climb up to the top of the lighthouse with her. From up there, the view is breathtaking. The ocean stretches endlessly before them, bathed in golden sunlight. But Tsumogi doesn't bring him there just for the view. She has something she's been holding in for a long time. And now that she's emotionally ready, she opens up. With a quiet voice, she confesses her feelings. What started as admiration for a friend has grown into something much deeper. She realizes that she loves Hairi too. His gesture of giving her his entire summer touched her in a way she can't ignore. She admits she tries to act normal around him, but her feelings always get in the way. Even as she confesses, she insists it's not important. After all, she's leaving soon. No matter how much she loves him, she believes it won't matter in the end. Hairi notices the tears silently falling down Tsumogi's cheeks. She's frustrated by how complicated everything is. But instead of letting the moment break them, Hairi gently reassures her. He tells her that saying goodbye doesn't make everything meaningless. Even if they're apart someday, their feelings will still be real. Tsumogi is relieved to hear this. So at that moment, the two finally and properly confess their love to each other. When Hairi returns home that evening, Kyoko immediately notices how unusually happy he looks. Meanwhile, Tsumogi, alone in her room at the lighthouse, hums her favorite song with a soft, dreamy smile. Later, while Kyoko tries to lift a heavy box, Hairi steps in to help. In the process, he accidentally knocks over a stack of old photos. As he picks them up one by one, his hand pauses. Among them is a photo of Tsumogi. It's clearly old, her clothing is dated. Hairi wanted an answer, but he could no longer ask for one because from that moment forward, they never saw Tsumogi ever again. Tsumogi has been missing for a few days now, and both Hairi and Shizuku are growing increasingly concerned. Shizuku thinks she might just be feeling embarrassed now that she and Hairi are officially dating. But with a panicked tone, Hairi admits he had also confessed to Tsumogi. He was planning to tell Shizuku about it when they were all together. But Tsumogi's sudden disappearance left him no chance. Shizuku expresses happiness for them, but before the conversation drifts further, they refocus on their goal, finding Tsumogi. The only place they've known Tsumogi to live is the lighthouse. Beyond that, neither of them knows where she actually lives. Even Shizuku, who often met her there, has never been to her real home. This realization makes Hairi pause. His hand slips into his pocket, brushing against something small. But he quickly brushes the thought away, hides the object once again, and looks forward quietly. The two continue their search for Tsumogi and eventually come across the store where Hairi requested a set of blue ribbons as a gift for her. By chance, the ribbons have just arrived and Hairi receives the ones he had waited for. But more than the gift, Hairi's real purpose is to ask about Tsumugi. The old woman's response takes them by surprise. She says it's possible that Tsumugi was spirited away. Confused, the two press her for an explanation. The vendor recounts a tale from decades ago. A young blonde girl once vanished without a trace, sparking a huge search across the island. Despite everyone's efforts, she was never found. She even remembers a young boy about Hairi's age who searched desperately for her. He was said to be the lighthouse keeper. However, beyond the story, there is nothing more the woman can offer. The only person who might have known more is Kato, who has already passed away. Walking away from the old woman's store, Hairi and Shizuku talk about how strange her story sounded. As they walk, Hairi pulls out an old photo from his pocket and shows it to Shizuku. To her surprise, the girl in the photo is clearly Tsumugi, wearing traditional clothing from decades past. After hearing the vendor's tale, Hairi can't help but wonder if the girl in the story was really Tsumugi. Everything seems to line up. The photo is aged and Tsumugi vanished without a trace, just like the girl from the past. Looking closely at the photo, Shizuku points out something else. The structure in the background is familiar. It's the old ancestral house on the cliffside, the same one they visited during Hairi's tour around the island. Intrigued and desperate for answers, the two decide to return to the house, thinking it might be Tsumugi's old home. When they step inside the house, Hairi and Shizuku call out, but no one answers. The place feels undisturbed. As they explore, they find a girl's bedroom filled with old stuffed animals neatly arranged. The room feels oddly familiar. Shizuku searches the place and eventually spots an old diary on top of the desk. Opening it, she realizes it belongs to Tsumugi. Together, Hairi and Shizuku read through the pages. The entries reveal a lonely past. When Tsumugi first started school on the island, her classmates ignored her for the unusual color of her hair and eyes, which is why she spent most of her time with her stuffed animals, who became her only companions. Each day passed with her being ignored, and one day, tired of being invisible, she decided to do something to finally be noticed. Tsumugi once tried to gain attention by mimicking the Namahagi monster, chanting its lines in front of her class. Instead of admiration, it only made her more ignored. Yet someone eventually became her friend, Kato, a girl who also loved stuffed animals. From there, Tsumugi made more friends and gradually found a sense of happiness on the island. But as Shizuku read further, she discovered something startling. Tsumugi had planned to elope with the lighthouse keeper. They had fallen in love, but her parents disapproved of their relationship. Unable to bear the restrictions, Tsumugi made a difficult decision to leave the island and her parents for good. The two were set to meet in a lighthouse the next day, and her last diary entry was a letter to her parents, apologizing and asking for their forgiveness. Still, something doesn't add up. The old woman said the lighthouse keeper searched desperately for Tsumugi too, which means she never actually left the island with him. The thought unsettles both Hairi and Shizuku, thinking the story about her spiriting away can be true. Hairi can't shake the feeling that their Tsumugi may have been spirited away too. But before he can voice his thoughts fully, Shizuku spots another note in the back of the diary. It seems to be written by another person. In it, the writer urges the people of the island not to forget her. She pleads for Tsumugi to be remembered. They left the house more confused than when they arrived. Shizuku clings to fear, uncertain of what any of it means. But suddenly, a realization strikes Hairi. Without a word, he rushes off, leaving Shizuku frozen in place. Hairi runs straight to the lighthouse, where Tsumugi's stuffed animals remain untouched, as if patiently waiting for her return. He speaks to them, voicing his worries and longing. Then, without warning, a blinding gust of light surrounds him and pulls him in. When Hairi opens his eyes, he's still in the lighthouse, but everything feels different. As he steps toward the window, his breath catches. The world outside is surreal, a vast field of blooming flowers stretching endlessly, and butterflies flying through the air. Hairi tries to escape through the door, but it won't budge. Desperate, he climbs the lighthouse stairs to the gallery, hoping for another exit, but every time he reaches the top, he finds himself back at the starting point. The place traps him in a looping maze. He repeats the process, clearly frustrated, until someone suddenly appears before him, Tsumugi. But this isn't the Tsumugi he knows. It's the one from the old photo. Her face is the same, but her clothing and actions feel different. Still, when he speaks to her, she answers to the name. To test his suspicion, Hairi softly chants the Namahagi monster's words, the very same ones Tsumugi once mimicked in her classroom. The girl's eyes widen in recognition. That moment confirms it. He too has been spirited away, just like her. Hairi learns from Tsumugi that the only way to return home is to shout it out loud. It's a strange trick, but according to her, it has worked for others who were trapped in this same situation. However, Tsumugi herself never got the chance to leave like them. Everyone who ends up here is held back by something, though they never truly understand what it is until much later. As they talk, Tsumugi becomes curious about the other Tsumugi, the one Hairi knows. Their conversation slowly drifts to her own past. She recounts the day she was supposed to elope with the lighthouse keeper. Torn between love and family, she couldn't make a decision. To go with the man she loved meant abandoning her parents and the island forever. Fear overtook her indecision, and before she could choose, the mysterious light took her away. Since then, she's been stuck in this place. Given that Tsumugi is still trapped in this place, she must still be hesitating deep inside. Meanwhile, Hairi is here for one reason: to find the one he loves. Tsumugi understands this more than anyone. She gently tells him that if he simply thinks about his Tsumugi with full certainty, then he will be able to return to where he belongs. At that moment, Hairi finally understands. He loves Tsumugi, truly, deeply, and without question. He closes his eyes and thinks of her. Then, with conviction, he begins to hum her song. Suddenly, he feels the coldness of a breeze. He looks up and sees movement above. The wind is flowing from the gallery. It means only one thing: an exit has opened and he's found a way back. He wanted to bring Tsumugi with him, but unlike Hairi, she isn't certain. Hesitation still lingers in her heart. She fears that her uncertainty might ruin Hairi's only chance of returning, so she urges him to go alone. Hairi hesitates, but eventually agrees. With each step he takes, his thoughts are filled with Tsumugi. When he finally reaches the gallery, he sees the balcony made of cans, the one they built together. He steps onto it and slowly climbs down the ladder. And just like before, the world becomes brighter until he is swallowed once again by the light. Slowly, Hairi begins to wake up, his vision adjusting as he hears Shizuku's panicked voice calling out to him. When he fully regains consciousness, he finds himself lying on the lighthouse floor with both Shizuku and Tsumugi crying beside him, terrified that he wouldn't wake up. As it turns out, after Hairi rushed off, Shizuku had stayed at the lighthouse waiting. That was when Tsumugi suddenly appeared. But just as they were finally reunited, Hairi vanished. The fear of losing both of them overwhelmed Shizuku. Seeing her tears, Hairi can only offer a heartfelt apology, grateful to be back. However, when Hairi sees Tsumugi again, he can't contain his joy and immediately pulls her into a tight embrace. Tsumugi, who is stunned at first, eventually gives in and wraps her arms around him just as tightly. Shizuku, watching the heartfelt reunion between the two, can't help but cry tears of happiness. Hairi is surprised to learn that he had disappeared for an entire day. As he tries to recall where he had been, the memories begin to blur and fade, until eventually he remembers almost nothing. But one thing remains clear in his mind: he saw someone who looked just like Tsumugi, only dressed in traditional clothing. When Hairi gets home that night, he brings Tsumugi with him. Kyoko scolds him right away for making her worry so much, especially since Umi had worried herself to sleep too. He knows he'll have to apologize properly to her in the morning. Since it's already late, Kyoko suggests that Tsumugi stay the night at their home. Later, as Hairi prepares to sleep, a shadow appears by his door. It's Tsumugi, wanting to talk before they drift off. He lets her in and she quietly sits in front of him. Tsumugi then admits something she's been holding back. When she says she was leaving, it wasn't in the way he might have imagined. It wasn't just going abroad or moving away, it was something different entirely. But Hairi doesn't need her to explain further. He gently cuts her off and tells her that whatever it is, his feelings won't change. If anything, he wants more time with her. He promises that no matter what happens, he's sure of one thing: he wants to spend his summer days with Tsumugi. Touched by his words, Tsumugi can't hold back her tears. She quietly cries, admitting that she too wants to stay with Hairi forever. After a moment of silence, Hairi confesses something. He remembers meeting someone while he was gone. It was Tsumugi, the one from the old photo. Apart from that memory, everything else has faded. But that one encounter stayed with him. Tsumugi listens closely. She's happy to hear this, relieved even. This stirs a memory in Hairi. He recalls the first time he met Tsumugi at the lighthouse. Back then, she mentioned she was looking for something, herself. Now he wonders if what she truly meant was that she was searching for the Tsumugi who had been spirited away. Tsumugi quietly confirms it. Yes, that was her reason all along. That's why she must leave after summer. She needs to return to Tsumugi. Now that Hairi has found her, she can finally come home. But to Hairi, this feels painfully unfair. If Tsumugi leaves, then he will be the one left behind, forced to live with the loneliness she leaves in her place. Still, Tsumugi insists. Even though she will miss Hairi just as much, what he's asking of her is selfish. It would only confuse her, and if that happens, she'll no longer know who to choose. At that moment, Hairi remembers the gift he had prepared for her. Quietly, he takes out the blue ribbon and offers it to Tsumugi as a symbol of his feelings. Tsumugi's eyes widen with joy. She loves it. Without hesitation, she ties it into her hair. Seeing how beautiful she looks with the ribbon, Hairi can't help but stare. Then, slowly, he leans forward and kisses her gently. That night becomes a treasured memory for both of them. But as they hold each other and they know it's already 1 week before August 31st, their love story is just beginning, but their summer is almost over. Hairi wakes up the next morning with Tsumugi asleep beside him, the memories of the night before still vivid in his mind. As he turns toward the door, he catches a glimpse of someone peeking in. It's only Shizuku, who had been quietly worrying they might vanish again without warning. Relieved, Hairi invites her inside. Shizuku walks over to Tsumugi and softly shares something she recently discovered. Through Sumovi's diary, she's learned the true meaning behind her words about going back, her real purpose for being here. But Hairi doesn't want to hear it. Whatever the truth is, he no longer cares. What matters to him now is making the most of what little time he has left with Sumovi. He begins to suggest a bold idea, but before he can say more, Sumovi stirs and opens her eyes. She smiles gently, seeing her two closest friends together. But time is slowly passing by, and before they know it, it's already the 24th of August. Once they're finally outside, Hairi puts his bold idea into motion. With a wide grin, he greets Sumogi with a cheerful, happy new year. Pretending it's the first day of January, his plan is simple: to live out an entire year's worth of memories within the few days they have left of summer. Holidays, birthdays, festivals, everything packed into the time they still have. Shizuku instantly loves the idea, imagining how they could celebrate Halloween, Christmas, and more like it was all real. Sumogi, at first hesitant, is quickly comforted by their warmth and excitement. Encouraged by Hairi and Shizuku's enthusiasm, she chooses to embrace it. From that moment, the three decide to live their summer as if it were a full lifetime. They head to the shaved ice store and enlist the help of O and Shiroha. Shiroha isn't sure at first why she should join, but a taste of a watermelon popsicle convinces her without much effort. To everyone's surprise, the idea quickly catches on. Their plan is met with support from the townspeople, who respond with unexpected excitement and positivity, eager to help make each day unforgettable. Later that day, Shizuku and Hairi walk side by side, quietly discussing how to bring their plan to life. As they go over the details, Hairi brings up another idea. On the final day of August, they could throw a birthday party for Tsumugi, a surprise celebration meant to make their last day together more meaningful. Shizuku agrees, and with that, their final week is set into motion. They spend their days creating a year's worth of memories. They go fishing in the ocean under the bright summer sun, pretending it's the peak of the season. They celebrate Valentine's Day, exchanging gifts as lovers. They even create fake snow, letting artificial flakes fall gently despite the summer heat. Each day becomes a celebration of a different season or holiday, all squeezed into their final week together. As the week nears its end, they head out for one last camping trip. They gather around the bonfire and put on their Halloween costumes. That night, they gather together and look up at the stars. Beneath the night sky, Sumugi's quiet smile says it all. She is deeply, truly happy. Until the 30th of August arrives and they decide to celebrate Christmas together. Sumogi prepares small presents for both Shizuku and Hairi. To their surprise, she gives each of them a spare key to the lighthouse. With those keys, they can always return to the place where their memories began, even if she's no longer there. Hairi chuckles and teases her for being so bold, saying it's quite straightforward of her to give her boyfriend a spare key. Then Shizuku pulls out a pink box tied with a ribbon and hands it to Sumugi. As Sumugi unwraps the gift, her eyes widen in disbelief. It's a bikini. The three of them burst into laughter, joking around about it and letting the joy of the moment carry them. But in the middle of their laughter, Sumugi suddenly breaks down in tears. She cries like a child, unable to hold back the emotion. It isn't the gift, it's the reality that this summer is nearing its end. She doesn't want to say goodbye, doesn't want to leave. She wants to stay right here with the people who made her final summer feel like an entire lifetime. Seeing her friend in distress, Shizuku gently embraces Sumogi to offer comfort. Sumogi worries about what will happen tomorrow, but Shizuku reassures her with soft certainty that no matter what, they will enjoy each day. Although it's only a small lie meant to ease her heart, Hairi supports Shizuku's words, hoping to lift Sumogi's spirits. Sumogi wipes her tears, slowly regaining composure, though she still struggles to believe how much they truly care for her. But the answer is simple: they love her. They want her to smile, even if only for a little longer, and Sumugi, in return, cherishes both of them deeply. But no matter how hard they try to stretch time, the inevitable arrives. When the clock passes midnight, summer break enters its final day. It is now August 31st. The next morning, Shizuku excuses herself, saying she needs to prepare something and must head home early. She leaves Sumogi in Hairi's care. Although Sumogi wants to spend more time with Shizuku, there's nothing she can do. So as Shizuku walks away, Sumogi quietly watches her go, eyes brimming with tears. Hairi and Sumugi remain standing in silence until a sudden gust of wind blows through. Hairi instinctively shields his face and closes his eyes. But when he opens them again, a wave of dread washes over him. Sumugi is gone. Panic rises quickly in his chest as he spins around, searching the area in fear that he lost Sumugi already. Just as the fear begins to settle in, he looks outside again, and there she is. Sumugi stands there as if nothing happened. Hairi is relieved to see Sumugi standing there safe. He longs to hear her say how much she loves him one last time, to remember everything, even her voice. Sumogi feels the same and silently urges him to do the same. So they exchange their I love yous. Hairi then embraces her tightly in front of the lighthouse. That night, when the clock strikes 7, Hairi begins to speak about something that is about to happen. Though Sumugi tries to understand, his answers remain vague and elusive. At first, she thinks he's simply being mean, But when he gently takes her hand, leads her outside, and opens the door for her, she finally realizes what he means. Outside, the lighthouse is glowing with the soft light of countless candles, forming a path that stretches out before them. It is a surprise birthday celebration for Tsumugi. Since it's her final day on the island, they want her to have a lifetime's worth of candles to blow out. She is stunned by the sheer number, wondering how they managed to gather so many. It turns out they didn't do it alone. The youth group from the island also helped, crafting each candle from cans they had collected over time, eager to make Tsumugi's last summer unforgettable. Hairi reaches out his hand and Tsumugi gladly takes it. Together, they walk down the candlelit path. In that moment, she feels overwhelmed with gratitude for the friends she has found and the memories they created. The candles stretch far and wide, reaching even to the seashore where Tsumugi and Hairi sit together. There, they quietly talk about her past. As it turns out, the Tsumugi from long ago was once her friend. The song she always hums is the same song that Tsumugi used to sing back then. However, she never had many friends, so she rarely had the chance to share it with anyone. Stuffed animals had been Tsumugi's best friends until she met Kato, who became her closest companion. Later, she fell in love with the lighthouse keeper. Together, they planned to flee the island. But before they could, she vanished. It turned out that Tsumugi had read her diary, which was how she learned all of this. The final entries, written in a different handwriting, were her own. She had sworn to keep the original Tsumugi's memories alive. She held on to the hope that one day the real Tsumugi would return. Until then, she would take her place. She did all of this so that no one would ever forget her again. But despite her efforts, each time she asked people about Tsumugi, they seemed to have already forgotten. As time passed, fewer and fewer remembered her at all. Until one day, Kato found her and gently advised her to start doing what she truly wanted. But the truth was, she didn't know what she wanted yet. It was then she decided to make friends of her own before the real Tsumugi returned, because if that day came, she knew she would have to leave. In that process, she met Shizuku, who also loved stuffed animals, and slowly she fell in love with Hairi. These moments, these feelings, they were no longer about becoming Tsumugi. They were hers alone. For time, she makes several friends and comes to know true happiness. Now that she meets all of them, there is so much she wants to do next, like spending the winter with Hairi and Shizuku or swimming at the beach when summer arrives. She imagines them wearing yukatas during festivals, and even the petty arguments they might have along the way feel precious in her mind. Hairi silently agrees with everything Tsumugi says. Even though she knows her time is short, she still looks forward to making memories with Shizuku and Hairi tomorrow and for as long as she can. She even names her friends one by one, looking forward to the amazing memories they can make along the way. However, when Tsumugi turns to Hairi, he is already crying. The realization that she won't be with them in the coming days weighs heavily on him. Still, Tsumugi comforts him. Even though her time is almost up, the memories they created together fill her heart with joy. In that moment, they decide to enjoy what little time remains. As Tsumugi gazes out at the view, she reflects on how beautiful her summer has become. Then for the first time, she sings her song, this time with lyrics. She sings of searching for herself, of standing by the lighthouse and humming melodies so that someone might find her. She sings of the summer they shared, how they searched for cans at the sea to build the lighthouse balcony, how they played in the ocean and laughed beneath the sun. She remembers the moment she and Hairi held hands for the first time and how they quietly became lovers in the gallery of the lighthouse watching the sunset paint the sky. She sings about how deeply she loves both Hairi and Shizuku, how she treasures their friendship above all, and how she will never forget everything that happened this summer on the island. Her voice is soft as her head rests gently on Hairi's shoulder, surrounded by candlelight, facing the ocean under the moonlit sky. But even the most beautiful moments must come to an end. As the clock approaches midnight, Tsumugi is no longer there. The one leaning on Hairi's shoulder is now just a stuffed animal. Hairi remains quiet, so Shizuku joins him, sitting silently by his side. He lets out a soft sob, unable to hold it back, and Shizuku offers a gentle smile as she remembers Tsumugi's final moments with them and quietly wishes her a happy birthday one last time. The next day, Hairi and Shizuku meet at the ship station, where they quietly reminisce about their summer and Tsumugi. Looking back, everything feels surreal. Meeting someone in an unfamiliar place and having the best time of your life is a rare kind of miracle. But like all good things, summer must come to an end. In their case, Tsumugi became summer break itself, the beautiful moment they will always carry. As they continue talking, a soft humming interrupts them. They turn to look and are surprised to see a young girl with her mother humming Tsumugi's song. The child casually explains that she learned it from a friend and is excited to see her again next year. Of course, Hairi knows there will be no next year, but summer break will come again soon, and a part of him still hopes to see her once more. Tsumugi's humming voice continues to echo throughout the island as if she never left. In truth, she is now in a place far away, a land full of flowers. A year later, Hairi and Shizuku return to the lighthouse, just as they promised. In that moment, it feels like Tsumugi is there, welcoming them home with the same gentle smile. It is a sunny day when Hairi pauses his motorcycle ride after spotting someone asleep beneath a tree. It's O, peacefully dozing off. As she shifts in her sleep, her body leans sideways and her head begins to fall just in time for Hairi to catch it. However, his hand lands in an awkward position, and when Ao wakes up, she screams in embarrassment at the compromising scene. Elsewhere, Umi walks through a vast field of flowers surrounded by fluttering butterflies. She's there to play, joyfully weaving between the blossoms. In her mind, she sees a silhouette, vague and unfamiliar. Eventually, she reaches out and the silhouette takes her hand. Together, they walk toward a large tree in the center of the field. The moment she arrives, everything begins to glow with an overwhelming brightness. When Umi opens her eyes, the scenery looks the same, but the place is different now. Meanwhile, Hairi finds himself dreaming. He's running, the sound of his feet echoing in the ship station on the island. Ahead, he sees a figure. It's Shiroha. That's the last thing he sees before everything fades, and a voice calls out to wake him from his dream. When Hairi finally opens his eyes, he's greeted by Umi's scolding voice. She's been trying to wake him up for a while now, frustrated that the breakfast she prepared is already getting cold. He's confused by her tone, wondering why she sounds annoyed. But since they only met yesterday, he decides not to take it seriously. Checking the calendar, Hairi realizes he's already been on the island for 3 days, but nothing particularly interesting has happened so far. He eats breakfast with Umi, though her fried rice isn't very good. To pass the time, Hairi decides to visit the island park, but ends up getting teased by the local kids who call him Shocking Taka. Apparently, the nickname came from the old lady he met on the ferry, and the kids picked it up from her. Just then, a public service announcement plays through the island's speakers, requesting Hairi to report to the office immediately. The kids burst into laughter, teasing him even more. Embarrassed and uncomfortable, Hairi quietly leaves the park. It turns out Miki and Ryuichi are the ones calling Hairi. They're planning to throw him a welcome party, a tradition they follow for every visitor who arrives on the island. After explaining this, Miki playfully splashes Ryuichi with his water gun, soaking him as he lies shirtless on the ground. Hearing about the party, Hairi decides to bring someone along. Miki doesn't mind at all. On this island, everyone is eventually treated like family. Hairi invites Umi to the welcome party, and though she's hesitant at first, he convinces her to come so she can get to know the islanders better. Later that night, they arrive at the restaurant reserved by Miki and Ryuichi, where confetti showers them the moment they walk in, covering their faces completely. O attempts to introduce herself, but when Hairi takes off the confetti from his face, she immediately recognizes him from their earlier encounter. She brings up the awkward situation under the tree, accusing Hairi of trying to take advantage of her. Hairi panics, trying to defend himself and explain what actually happened, but Ao continues teasing, escalating the laughter and teasing from their friends. Embarrassed by the situation, Umi steps away from Hairi and tries to avoid him. After the chaos settles, Hairi formally introduces Umi to everyone. Wanting to contribute, Umi takes out the fried rice she prepared and offers it to the group. The others compliment her cooking and polite demeanor, but Umi seems uncomfortable with the attention, quietly avoiding further conversation. Despite her unease, the lively atmosphere of the island party continues around her. Throughout the night, the friends enjoy themselves, drinking, eating, dancing, and fooling around with one another. Laughter fills the room until eventually everyone is full and satisfied. While the rest remain preoccupied, Ao quietly approaches Hairi. Ao shares that she has known the others since they were children, and that they've all been part of the same youth group. Hairi feels a bit envious as there's nothing like that back in his hometown. Seeing this, Ao suggests he join their group while he's on the island. After all, he is their Grandma Kato's grandson, so he is more than qualified. Still, what captures Hairi's curiosity most is Shiroa's absence. Ao admits she invited her, but Shiroa refused. She's incredibly shy, Ao says, and advises Hairi not to mess with her. Once the party ends, Hairi walks home carrying Umi, who has already fallen asleep. Ao follows them, concerned the two might get lost. Though she pretends she's only doing it for Umi, Hairi offers to walk O home next after putting Umi to bed. Ao insists she doesn't need help. She knows the island well and won't get lost, and even if she is a girl, the island is considered safe. Unbeknownst to them, Shiroha watches quietly from a distance, observing the three as they walk. The next morning, Umi prepares her usual fried rice, but this time it turns out too sweet. Even she doesn't seem to like it, so she asks Hairi to pass the soy sauce. While doing so, she accidentally calls him Dad, though Hairi doesn't think much of it and brushes off casually. Later that day, Hairi rides his motorcycle around the island again, still not being able to help clean up the shed. Along the way, he passes a small shaved ice stand and is intrigued to stop. The vendor suggests he enjoy the treat inside the shop's living room for a better experience. He follows the suggestion and steps inside. While exploring, he mistakenly opens one of the side rooms, only to find Ao inside, mid-change, her skin barely covered. Shocked, Hairi panics and by pure instinct, flings the shaved ice at her exposed skin, startled and embarrassed. Though Hairi tries to explain his side, Ao doesn't seem entirely upset about the situation. In fact, she secretly fantasizes about being involved with him, hiding her flustered face. However, Hyrie insists on getting his shaved ice. His bluntness unintentionally offends Ao, leaving her frustrated. At that moment, Shiro happens to pass by and is instantly caught by the noise. She hears loud voices nearby, and when she peeks in, she sees Ao angrily throwing shaved ice at Hyrie. Rather than getting involved, she quietly backs away and chooses to avoid the commotion. Meanwhile, back at home, Umi is playing with the fan while Hyrie relaxes in the bathtub. Despite the chaos from earlier, he is still thinking about the shaved ice. Oddly enough, the scent and feeling linger. According to him, it smells like first love. The next day, Hyrie returns to the shaved ice store, where Ao stands by his side. Since Kyoko never lets him help out, he has little to do. Suddenly, a group of island kids rush over and call out Professor, a nickname she earned after teaching them various things. Hyrie tries to tease her with a sulky face, but the mood shifts when the kids also call him Shocking Taka. The name continues to spread among the children, making him increasingly uncomfortable. Ao, amused, throws the teasing right back at him. Trying to save face, Hyrie accepts the kids' appraisal-off challenge. Ao volunteers to be the adjudicator. As the day ends, the kids head home with big smiles. Throughout the game, Hyrie presents strange items that Ao initially assumes are part of a strategy to lose on purpose. However, it turns out he's genuinely trying to win, which only adds to his frustration when he doesn't succeed. That night, deep in the forest, Ao walks alone under the trees, a torch in hand and her pet Inari trailing in front of her as well. The next day, Hyrie returns for shaved ice and immediately notices Miki and Ryuichi nearby. It turns out they're busy planning for the upcoming festivals. The island hosts two major events, the Sea Festival and the Mountain Festival. The Sea Festival draws in tourists, so they encourage Hyrie to experience it firsthand. In contrast, the Mountain Festival is more traditional and rooted in local customs. As they continue talking, Ryuichi suddenly shifts the topic to Starbucks. Hyrie tries to explain what he ordered there, but Ao misinterprets it as something suggestive. Caught off guard, Hyrie turns to the others and jokingly asks if Ao was a pervert. Much to her dismay, Miki and Ryuichi agree without hesitation, while Ao loudly protests in defense. On the other hand, Tenzin is playing tennis with Inari but struggles to win against her, growing increasingly frustrated with each failed attempt. Ryuichi and Miki, watching from the sidelines, sigh at his persistence before deciding to leave for other errands. Miki comments on how often Hyrie visits them lately. He's clearly becoming more comfortable around their group. Before parting, Miki casually tells Hyrie to take care of Ao, a comment Hyrie doesn't quite know how to act on. A while later, Ao emerges from the shaved ice store, yawning from exhaustion. She tells Inari it's time to head home. Hyrie takes notice of how worn out she seems, and Miki's earlier words finally make sense to him. As they walk back together, Hyrie observes how Ao begins to doze off while walking. Her speech becomes mumbled and incoherent until she stumbles, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Hyrie quickly supports her, preventing her from falling. As he steadies her, he notices a round ornament in her hair. He compliments its beauty and asks if he can touch it, but the simple comment causes Ao to misinterpret his intentions again, flustered by whatever thought runs through her mind. As Hyrie reaches out to touch it, he admires the bead in Ao's hair, thinking it's made of glass. She corrects him. It's called a tambudama. Only then does Ao realize Hyrie was genuinely talking about the bead and not anything inappropriate, which offends her further. She pushes him away in frustration. Despite her sharp tone, Hyrie insists on walking her home. With no energy to argue, Ao continues the walk beside him. Curious about her exhaustion, Hyrie asks why she's been so sleepy. She explains that her duties have started. Her family is responsible for the upcoming mountain custom. Hyrie assumes she must be some kind of important figure, like a priestess guarding the island. But in reality, Ao clarifies her role isn't that grand. She simply wanders the island with a lantern every night, with no superpowers or anything like that. Hyrie expected something more profound, so Ao's simple answer disappoints him. She explains that she's the only one in her family allowed to perform the custom, which raises concern for Hyrie. If anything happens to her, there would be no one with her. But Ao insists the island is as safe as it can be. Hyrie's concern makes Ao wonder if he's falling in love with her, but he quickly denies it. They continue teasing each other along the way. The next day, Hyrie returns to the shaved ice shop hoping to see Ao, but is greeted by the old lady instead. She informs him that Ao is out for a checkup and won't be around for today. Disappointed, Hyrie takes his seat and waits until time passes, but Ao is still not in sight. That night, while Hyrie is lying in bed and trying to fall asleep, the sound of mosquitoes keeps bothering him, prompting him to swat at the air. He misses, but as he turns to his window, something catches his eye, a faint glow in the middle of the mountains. Remembering Ao's words, he wonders if it might be her. Driven by curiosity, he grabs a flashlight and makes his way toward the glowing light. Upon finding her, he doesn't reveal himself immediately, choosing instead to observe from a distance. He follows her quiet steps through the forest. Suddenly, a glowing butterfly appears. Just as Ao is about to get hold of it, Hyrie, astonished by the beauty of the moment, unintentionally makes a faint sound. Startled, Ao turns and the butterfly flutters away. When Ao faces Hairi to confront him, he dodges her questions and instead asks about the glowing butterfly. Her eyes widen in surprise, shocked upon learning that Hairi can also see the Shichie Chu, which is the glowing butterfly. Ao is having a flashback back when she was still younger. She seemed to be arguing with someone identical to her. They are in the woods, she screamed and shouted, and eventually ran away. While doing so, she dropped the Tambadama bead, which the other person picked up and held close to her heart. Back in the present, Hairi is having breakfast with Umi, but he seems to be distracted by what he saw last night. So when Umi asks him about the fried rice she cooked, he immediately gives an honest answer, saying it was not good, without thinking through what he just said. Although he did not mean to say that out loud, the fact only infuriates Umi more. That day, Hairi goes to the shaved ice store looking for Ao, but only the old woman is there, informing him that Ao will be around by noon, so he tries to find something to eat while waiting for her. Coincidentally, Shiroha happens to arrive in time to see Hairi pick out the last remaining watermelon popsicle, so she's about to turn around and leave when Hairi stops her. Hairi ends up giving the watermelon popsicle to Shiroha. Shiroha senses Hairi's curiosity about Ao, so Hairi asks her about their family duties. However, since the islanders are not allowed to climb the mountain during the ritual, Shiroha has no idea about this matter. Shiroha also shares that there used to be 3 families doing the ritual: the Sarukata, which is Ao's family, the Naruse, which is Shiroha's family, and a third one that has already been forgotten. However, it is only Ao's family that continues to perform the ritual after all this time. At that moment, Ao suddenly arrives, yawning in exhaustion. She appears to be reciting something but stops once she sees Hairi sitting with Shiroha. She walks over and sits beside Hairi with an upset expression. Hairi tries to bring up last night, but Ao quickly denies it ever happened, calling it one of his hallucinations. However, when Hairi compliments how divine she looks, Ao brushes it off as flattery, only to realize too late that she's confirmed the event really did happen. Caught in her own lies, she grows flustered. The two begin to bicker and nag at each other, their voices growing louder in petty disagreement. Finally, Ao admits defeat and warns Hairi not to go to the mountains at night, at least show some respect for the island's customs. Then she lets out a big yawn, which Hairi notices. Without much thought, he offers his lap for her to rest on. To his surprise, Ao immediately lies down and falls asleep without hesitation. The sight shocks Shiroha as well as Tenzin and Ryuichi, who decide to walk away quietly to give them space. After finishing her popsicle, Shiroha also stands to leave, but before walking off, she echoes Ao's warning Hairi really shouldn't be going to the mountains at night. The next day, Hairi finds Ao once again fast asleep, this time under a tree near the beach, which startles him. With a sigh, he decides to sit beside her. Suddenly, the weather changes. Feeling the cold, Ao instinctively reaches out and hugs Inari. With this, Hairi gently pulls Inari away from Ao's grip. But seeing her hug herself from the cold, he removes his jacket and carefully drapes it over her. While doing so, Ao suddenly reaches out and pulls him into a tight hug. Hairi panics, completely frozen in place. Just when he thinks things can't get any worse, Shiroha walks by and catches them at that exact moment. When Ao finally opens her eyes, she slowly realizes how close she is to Hairi. Her scream pierces the air as she panics, accusing Hairi of doing something indecent, in public, no less. Hairi tries to explain himself and calm her down, but Ao's grip is still tight, making it hard for him to break free. After a few moments, they begin talking more calmly. Hairi guesses that she must have been awake all night because of her duties. He also asks if she'll be there again tonight, but Ao repeats her warning, he really must not go back to the mountain. However, no matter what Ao says, Hairi doesn't comply. That night, he returns to the mountain with his flashlight, determined to find her. As he climbs, he spots one of the glowing butterflies and remembers how Ao touched them. Out of curiosity, he reaches out and does the same. The moment his fingers make contact, a vision floods his mind. He sees a man losing his wife and daughter, overwhelmed by grief and regret. Pain grips Hairi's chest, and before he realizes it, his body starts moving on its own. Step by step, he walks uncontrollably toward the mountain's edge. Just in time, Ao arrives and pushes him away, slapping him hard. This causes Hairi to blink back to reality. Ao explains that the glowing butterfly he touched carries someone else's memories. People with unresolved feelings or unfinished business often leave these behind. Touching them causes one to relieve their pain. She tells him these butterflies are usually visible only to animals or people who are emotionally sensitive, so she must guide them to return these lost memories to where they belong. Ao escorts Hairi to the end of the mountain trail, hoping he can find his way back home safely from there. She still has work to do and cannot leave just yet. Concerned by how dangerous it is, she tells Hairi not to return, but he remembers that Ao touches the butterflies too. Ao explains that she's built a tolerance after doing it for so long, it no longer affects her. Although touching the butterflies is no longer part of her formal duties, there's still one memory she wants to find, which is why she keeps doing it. Hairi asks if it's worth risking her safety, but Ao doesn't give a direct answer. Instead, she looks at him quietly and asks if he has time tomorrow. The next morning, they visit someone at the hospital. Her name is Ai, Ao's older twin sister who has been confined there for some time. She lies unconscious, but even so, Ao speaks to her gently as if she can hear everything. It turns out Ai was in an accident and has been asleep ever since. Recalling their conversation from the night before, Ao tells Hairi that the memory she wants to find belongs to Ai. Grandma Kato once told her about a butterfly that could awaken someone from sleep. Though there's a chance the story was just meant to comfort her, Ao can't bring herself to dismiss the possibility, not when it comes to her sister. As she continues speaking, Ao suddenly feels drowsy. She leans against Ai's bedside and falls asleep beside her. Hairi, watching quietly, notices something. Ai has a Tambudama bracelet tied to her hand just like Ao. He stays silent, observing the two of them, and then turns his gaze toward the mountain. That night, Hairi returns to the mountain and greets both Ao and Inari, ignoring Ao's constant reminders and scolding. Despite the danger of searching for memories, Hairi insists on staying with her. Ao jokes that he must be falling in love with her, to which Hairi surprisingly admits he might be. The response catches Ao off guard, and even Hairi seems shocked by what he said. But Ao gently tells him she can't think about things like that right now. Her focus remains on her family duties and caring for her sister, nothing else. Hairi doesn't see it as a problem at all. In fact, he finds a loophole in the situation. Since islanders aren't allowed to climb a mountain due to their customs and he isn't an islander, he can freely go. His answer flatters Ao, so she agrees to let him tag along on the condition that he stays close to her at all times. From then on, Ao, Inari, and Hairi begin their nightly strolls through the mountain in search of Ai's memories. They explore every night, returning each day to work at the shaved ice store, completely exhausted. Ao touches one glowing butterfly after another, hoping to glimpse something connected to her sister. Despite their efforts and repetition of the same routine for several days, they find nothing. One night, Ao shows Hairi the sacred Tachibana tree. It usually blooms before summer, but for some reason, this one is always a bit late, offset from the real world. Legend says the tree stands at the border between this world and the next. As Ao approaches, she kneels down and places her lantern near it. The glowing butterflies gather and rise toward the tree, eventually disappearing into the sky. Ao explains she can only guide the butterflies with her lantern when the tree is in bloom, making this the limited window of time for her sacred duty. The next day, Ao visits her sister in the hospital again, talking to her and telling her stories. Hairi questions this, but Ao explains that it's because her sister might remember everything once she wakes up, so it's like they're just hanging out with each other. Then she urges Hairi to speak to Ai as well. With this, Hairi steps forward and introduces himself as Ao's boyfriend, which Ao quickly protests. Though while Ai is still asleep, Ao chooses to put her first, so they'll have to wait until Ai wakes up. This strengthens Hairi's resolve to help Ao. Finding Ai's memory is no longer just a favor, it's a condition. Once Ai wakes up, they can officially be together. With that, helping Ao becomes his personal goal, and now he's more motivated than ever. Later that night, while Kyuko is watching television, Hairi approaches her with a question. He asked about the island story and the glowing butterflies that can wake sleeping people. When he meets up with Ao for their usual mountain stroll, he shares what his aunt told him. There's a book all about it. With this discovery, he asks Ao to be there tomorrow so they can look at it together. Excited, they continued their work that night with renewed energy. However, after some time, Ao becomes incredibly sleepy. She keeps closing her eyes while walking, merely falling to her knees several times. Hairi offers to hold her hand to keep her steady, but Ao is too drowsy to respond clearly. Shiga misinterprets his words as something inappropriate, though Hairi never meant anything like that. Seeing how out of it she is, Hairi insists they head back so she can rest. That night, Hairi dreams of walking around the island when he suddenly hears a voice blurting out strange words. He wakes up abruptly to find Umi standing by his bed. She has been trying to wake him up because breakfast is already gone. Hairi apologizes, and Umi, understanding he's been staying up late for several nights, doesn't press him further. But as she leaves his room, Hairi notices a glowing butterfly following her. Later that day, O arrives to see the book, and Hairi welcomes her into his room. She looks visibly nervous, as it's her first time entering a man's bedroom. Hairi quickly retrieves the book he mentioned the day before and hands it to her. He admits he couldn't read it because the text is too old, but O flips through the pages with ease, understanding the contents as if she's seen them before. Ao recognizes the writing as from the Tempo era, explaining that she's learned many things after witnessing people's memories for so long. She continues flipping through the pages until she finds a passage on how to return a memory to a sleeping body. Overwhelmed with joy, Ao impulsively hugs Hairi in celebration. Though she doesn't reveal all the details yet, she shares that the first step is to find Ai's memory among the glowing butterflies. Meanwhile, in her hospital bed, Ai's Tambadama bracelet loosens. The bead slips off and quietly falls to the floor. The following evening, Hairi is standing in a quiet forest clearing. Nearby, Ao extends a hand and lightly touches one of the butterflies. At that moment, she begins speaking words without meaning to, voices from deep within someone's memory. These words are embarrassing and personal. Then, without warning, Ao opens her eyes wide. Ao realizes that this kind of memory would be humiliating if the owner's parents knew about it. Hairi looks at Ao with concern, but is unsure what to say. Ao notices his gaze and becomes deeply embarrassed. She turns away a little and blurts out, "That's not Ai's memory." As Ao takes her walk, another glowing butterfly drifts close to her. She reaches out gently and touches it again, cautiously this time. Immediately, she feels something cold and frightening. She pulls back, startled, and she screams out loudly. Time passes and Hairi is sitting quietly beneath a large old tree. In his lap, Ao lies in a deep sleep. Hairi glances around and spots a butterfly flying overhead. He wonders aloud whether they can work faster if they join forces more carefully. Resolute, he reaches out and gently touches the butterfly. The memory belongs to a soldier, a harrowing flash of sorrow. He checks his watch again and again, waiting patiently. He waits for a woman he loves, the woman he planned to run away with. Time passes, but she never arrives. He keeps looking at his watch, hoping, but she never comes. The soldier believes she wanted to come, but something made it impossible. He does not blame her. Eventually, the soldier is called to war. He goes and dies far away, before she could reach him. Yet, in his final thoughts, he still loves her deeply. Hairi returns abruptly to the present. Tears roll down his cheeks. A tear lands on Ao's soft cheek, waking her gently. She opens her eyes, sees Hairi crying, and recalls that she told him not to touch the butterflies. Ao looks surprised, concerned, and a little upset. They walk together through moonlit woods, carrying the glowing butterflies that they have guided. Eventually, they arrive at a place with huge, ancient trees. As each glowing butterfly returns to its tree, its light brightens one limb before settling in. Hairi stands quietly, still weeping softly. Ao watches him, concerned, and she asks, "What's wrong?" Hairi explains that he hopes the soldier in that memory finally finds peace. He hopes he reunites in spirit with the woman he loved. Ao nods, holding his hand. She says she hopes the same. Suddenly, delicate petals begin drifting down from the tall trees. Ao looks up in surprise. It is the first time she sees these petals fall. Hairi sees them too, and his face darkens a bit. He understands that the butterfly season is ending. This means they do not have much more time to gather the glowing butterflies. She realizes she must wait another whole year before these glowing butterflies return. Hairi squeezes her hand. He smiles softly through his tears and says she will find them, because this year, she has him by her side. On the way back, Ao and Hairi both yawn. They walk slowly. Ao explains that feeling sleepy now is a side effect of touching the glowing butterflies and seeing memories. She says it pushes the brain to sort memories while you sleep. Hairi finally sees why Ao has been so exhausted lately. She has been pushing herself too much. She murmurs that she has grown used to it now. She has learned how to manage her own memories while resting, but Hairi still frowns with worry. He says it seems reckless, even if she does it for her sister. Ao becomes quiet, sad. She confesses that she pushed so hard because Ai is in this condition because of her. Then Ao tells a memory of the past. She says Ai was always better than her. Ai was smart. Ai was athletic. Ai even had better hands when they tried crafting beads. One day, their mother taught them how to make special beads to ward off evil spirits. These beads are meant for the Sorakato family girls when they grow up. Ao and Ai made beads together, but O's designs were always clumsy. She felt jealous one day and started crying. Seeing this, Ai quietly gave Ao her own bead and said to her, she likes it because she made it. That kindness stayed in Ao's heart. Ao continues telling, one day she saw a glowing butterfly in the sky. It was the first time she saw them. She chased it in excitement, but it flew away. She ran home and told her parents and Ai, but no one believed her. So one night she snuck into the mountains alone to search for the glowing butterfly again. In the dark forest, she was scared. Cold and alone, she sat down and cried quietly. Suddenly, a beam of light fell near her. She looked up to see Ai holding a small torch. Ai stood quietly, waiting for her. She told Ao to come home, but Ao refused. She hadn't found the butterfly yet. Ai tried to understand, but Ao became upset and yelled. She ran away. As she ran, she noticed Ai's expression. It was sad and worried. Ao realized she had never seen Ai look like that before. While fleeing, Ao dropped her bead. Then she tripped on a hidden branch and fell. She began crying again, shaken. But Ai found her, held her hand, and helped her stand. Ai guided her safely out of the forest. The next morning, O awoke with her parents at her side. Their faces were full of worry. She asked about Ai. Her parents told her Ai was found at the bottom of a cliff. She held Ao's bead tightly. She was gravely injured. They rushed her to a clinic nearby, but Ai never woke up again after that. Ao cries again. She says she never got to apologize to Ai for yelling that night. After a long silence, Ao turns to Hairi and says she must wake Ai. Hairi looks in her eyes and says he will help her. At that moment, she teases him lightly. Perhaps he has fallen in love with her. To her surprise, Hairi admits that he cares deeply, even says he knows she already senses it in his face. Ao blushes and feels shy. She squeezes his hand and soon hugs him, and then they kiss, softly and sweetly. In the morning, they walk home together. They speak about everything that happened last night. On the way, they meet Shiroha. She sees them holding hands and teases them gently. That makes both Hairi and Ao blush. Suddenly, an announcement comes. They call O to the clinic at once. At the clinic, Ao, Hairi, and Ao's parents wait anxiously in the hallway. The doctor comes out and says he needs to speak with the family. A while later, Hairi steps outside. He meets Shiroha and others in the corridor. They ask, "Is Ai okay?" Hairi smiles and says the doctors say she is stable now. A wave of relief passes over everyone. Miki then approaches Hairi. She bows deeply and asks him to please take care of Ao. She says that right now, Ao really needs someone she can rely on. Hairi gently replies that she doesn't need to ask. He's by Ao's side because he wants to be. After leaving the clinic, Hairi returns home with Umi and Kyoko. They chat for a while, but then he gradually drifts off to sleep. The moment his eyes close, all the memories of those he has seen begin to swirl together. The soldier, Ao's regrets, Ai's story. His mind races, and suddenly he wakes. Darkness fills the room. He sits up in shock. He must have slept for hours. In a flash, he remembers Ao. Panic grips him, and he rushes into the night. He hears Inari's voice calling softly from the forest and follows it until he finds Ao lying on the ground. Dozens of glowing butterflies hover around her. Hairi's heart leaps. He wonders how many memories she has seen. Ao slowly opens her eyes. They are unfocused. She murmurs strange words. Hairi's heart pounds with worry. Gently, he slaps her lightly across the cheek. Ao blinks and slowly regains her senses. She lifts herself to stand, though she wobbles. She says she must go on to find Ai. Hairi steps closer and tells her firmly she can't walk right now. She needs rest. Ao's voice cracks with emotion as she says she has no time to waste. She says the doctors warned them to prepare for the worst. She cries and says she cannot wait another year. He whispers gently that it's all right. She can sleep now. He promises to wake her later. Hairi catches her softly before she falls. While Ao sleeps, Hairi gathers himself and looks at the glowing butterflies hovering near. He closes his eyes and quietly speaks to Ai, asking her to return and look at how hard Ao is working to bring her back. At that moment, Inari notices some butterflies drifting in toward Ao again. Hairi becomes fearful. He and Inari gently fly upward and guide those butterflies away. But then, a single glowing butterfly floats in from the other side and sends the others away. Hairi watches with wide eyes. This butterfly seems different. It is protecting O. He reaches out and touches it. A memory flows into him. Morning light filters in. Ao wakes up confused. She panics and scolds Hairi gently for not waking her. He smiles softly and says, "They found Ai. She is with them now." Ao scans the room but cannot see her sister. Her emotions flood again and she begins crying. Hairi gently touches Ai's butterfly. He bends and kisses Ao softly. Ao gasps and suddenly she sees images appearing in her mind. Ai's memories. She sees Ai running after Ao. Ai looks sad and determined. She regrets not believing O about the glowing butterfly. So Ai goes searching, trying to show Ao that she believed her. As she nears the cliff, she stumbles and falls. Back in the present, Ao begins to cry heavily. She now understands Ai was always thinking of her, even when she was slipping away. Hairi softly tells her how amazing her sister is. Ao sees Ai's butterfly glowing in her hand. She carefully presses it to her chest and decides they must go home. She rises and walks toward the door. At the clinic, O approaches Ai's bedside. She sits next to her sister. In a whisper, she says, "Please wake up, Ai." Then she kisses her. As she does, the glowing light slowly fades into the air. Ao feels calm, peaceful. She knows Ai's memories are safely returned. She closes her eyes and lies down beside her big sister's bed. Hairi leans over and says, "Take a nap now." He promises he will wake her this time. Then she closes her eyes fully, sleeping beside Ai at last, peace settling over them both. After some time, Ao slowly opens her eyes. As she wakes up, she sees someone sitting in front of her. It is Ai. Ao is shocked. For a second, she does not believe what she is seeing. But then she jumps forward and hugs Ai tightly, so tight that Ai almost cannot breathe. Ao keeps crying. There's so much she wants to say, but the tears do not stop. First, she says sorry to Ai. Then she thanks her for always believing in her even when things were hard. But Ai shakes her head gently. She says Ao was the one who has done everything for her. She says she kept hearing Ao's voice the whole time she was unconscious. It was Ao's voice that gave her strength. It was Ao who kept her heart connected to the world. Ai smiles and says that Ao was the reason she is back alive now. She hugs Ao back and thanks her deeply from her heart. Then Ai turns to Hairi. She calls his name, and that surprises him. He looks confused and asks how she knows him. Ai smiles and says that Ao used to talk about him all the time. She knows everything because Ao shared her thoughts with her, even when she was asleep. She then thanks Hairi for staying by Ao's side and supporting her all along. Hairi tries to act modest and says he just did what felt right. But before he finishes, Ai interrupts him. Ai seriously says that even though she is thankful, she does not approve of Hairi dating Ao. She thinks Ao deserves someone better, someone truly worthy of her. Hairi is completely shocked. He does not know how to respond. Ao laughs a little. She says she agrees with her sister. She cannot really go against her. But then Ao quickly adds that Hairi is a really good guy. She even fell in love with him herself. Hearing that, Ai nods and says okay. She will not stop them anymore. Soon after, Ao starts to feel sleepy. She looks at Ai and says she wants to take a short nap. Ai smiles and says she is feeling sleepy too. Both sisters lie down together. They tell each other that when they wake up, they'll talk a lot and catch up on everything. Ai waking up becomes a huge topic on the island. Everyone is talking about it. The doctors are shocked too. They call it a miracle. But Hairi knows it is more than just a miracle. It is the result of Ao's deep love and hard work. Later, we see Mickey and the others visiting Ai. Mickey happily asks Ai if she remembers her. Ai nods and Mickey smiles brightly. That makes her really happy. But when Tenzin and Ryuichi talk to her, Ai becomes confused. She knows there are two guys in the room, but she cannot tell who is who. Shiroha also comes to see Ai, but she feels too shy to go into the room. She thinks there are too many people already, so she just waits quietly outside. But Mickey stops her and insists that Shiroha joins them. Later, everyone gathers in the room. Ao is still asleep. They sit around, talk, and laugh. They keep waiting for Ao to wake up, but she does not wake up that day. That night, while Hairi walks home, he notices a glowing butterfly in the sky. He is confused. Why is there a glowing butterfly in such a place? Meanwhile, the same butterfly hovers over the two sisters as they sleep. Then, it floats away into the night. The next day, Hairi visits Ao and Ai. He knocks and then opens the door. As he steps in, Ai jokingly scolds him. She tells him he should wait a little after knocking. Hairi smiles and then asks about Ao, who has now been sleeping for 2 full days. Ai looks worried. She says the doctors do not know the reason for Ao's sleep, just like they did not understand her condition. Ai thinks it may be related to the butterflies Ao told her about. Hairi explains that people need sleep to organize their memories. Maybe Ao has not finished organizing hers. Ai begins to blame herself again. She says it must be her fault, but Hairi gently stops her. He says if she keeps blaming herself, she'll make all of Ao's efforts meaningless. He believes Ao will wake up. When she does, Ai just needs to thank her. That alone will be enough. Then Hairi turns to Ao. He softly speaks to her, reminding her that she made a promise. She said they would go on a real date once they found Ai's memories. Ai interrupts with a cheeky grin and asks if Hairi would fall in love with her too, since she is Ao's twin. Hairi gets nervous and panics. He asks her why she would even say something like that. Ai laughs and teases that he could have 2 beautiful girls beside him. But Hairi shakes his head and says he will only love Ao. Ai says she is just joking and decides to drop it. Later, Inari sits quietly in front of Ai. She looks confused. Hairi explains to Ai that Inari is a fox who helped them search for the butterflies. He thinks Inari missed Ao and came to visit her. Inari goes to Ao and tries to lick her face to wake her up. But even Inari cannot wake her up. Hairi is surprised. He did not expect that. Ai says that while Ao sleeps, she talks a lot in her dreams. She even says Hairi's name again and again. Hairi becomes emotional. He feels touched that Ao dreams about him too. But Ai becomes curious and starts asking questions. She asks what Ao means when she says they cannot go outside. She also asks what Ao is excited about and what she wants to do again. Hairi nervously says it is all just dreams, nothing important. Ai then tells Hairi to talk to Ao. She says he should remind Ao that the real world is more fun than her dreams. Hairi says he is not good at fun things, but he begins talking anyway. He shares stories with Ao. Ai thanks him for his effort. Hairi smiles and says Ao's determination is one of the reasons he loves her. Ai also feels proud of her sister. Suddenly, Ao speaks in her sleep. She is dreaming about having coffee with Hairi while watching the sunrise. Hairi hears her and says he wants to try that too someday. At night, Hyrie walks with Inari to guide the butterflies back to their home tree. When they reach the tree, he notices almost all the petals have fallen off. Hyrie whispers that this is not just the end of the Mayoe Tachibana tree, it is also the end of summer break. Once summer ends, he must return home. He wonders if Ao will wake up before that happens. The next day, Hyrie visits the clinic again. He knocks on the door and suddenly hears Ao's voice. He rushes in and sees Ao sitting up in bed. He happily calls out her name. Ao smiles and jokes that maybe she slept too long. Ao apologizes for making them worry, but Ai says it was never a problem. She loved hearing Ao's voice while she was asleep. Now she is healthy again. Hyrie says he'll go get the doctor, but Ao stops him. She says she wants to get some fresh air first. She asks Hyrie to carry her outside. While Ao gets ready, Ai thanks her for everything she has done. She promises that even though she cannot move around well, she will do everything she can for Ao in return. Ao smiles and says she is looking forward to that. Hyrie says it is okay to go out, but not for too long. She just woke up. But Ai asks him to do this for Ao, at least while she is still awake. Hyrie does not understand what she means. Then he sees a glowing butterfly in the room. He gets shocked. Many butterflies are flying around. He asks what they are doing here. Ao calmly explains that she has touched so many memories that her own memories are now a bit of a mess. She keeps hearing people's voices. She says she is having trouble staying herself. She looks at the butterflies and says she must return them home while she is still awake. She says Hyrie is the only person she can ask for help. Hyrie hesitates. He wants to do something for Ao instead, but Ai scolds him and tells him to listen to Ao's wish. A little later, we see Hyrie carrying Ao on his back. He says they should go directly to Mayoe Tachibana tree, but Ao wants to take some detours. Along the way, they meet their friends, sit by the river, and talk a lot. They laugh and enjoy themselves like it is their last day of summer. As the sun begins to set, Ao starts feeling sleepy again. She asks Hyrie to hurry. He starts walking faster. On the way, they meet Inari. Ao thanks Inari for all the help. With Inari's guidance, they finally reach the place where Hyrie first saw Ao performing the ritual. Ao smiles and remembers telling him not to come there, but he came anyway. She says this summer was the best summer of her life. Hyrie smiles too. He says when summer ends and he goes back home, he will find a job and return every weekend. He promises to spend every season with Ao on this island. He also promises to return next summer, even if Ao is asleep. If she is, he'll wake her up. That night, they reach Mayoe Tachibana tree. Hyrie is tired and breathing hard. Then he notices Ao is not responding, and Inari starts acting wild. Suddenly, hundreds of butterflies surround them. Hyrie is confused. Ao starts floating in the air. Many butterflies come out of her body and fly toward the tree. Hyrie realizes that these are all the memories Ao cannot process in her sleep. He thinks that maybe once these memories leave her, she will wake up for real. Then Inari chases after a butterfly. Ao falls to the ground. Hyrie runs to her and tries to wake her, but she does not respond. He worries that maybe she has lost her memories too. Hyrie sees one glowing butterfly nearby. He chases it, touches it, and enters Ao's memories. He sees all the moments they shared, laughs, tears, and their love. At the end of the memory, Ao says she is sorry. She wants to stay with him forever. She says she will always love him. Hyrie begins to cry. He kneels beside her and says, "This is not goodbye." He lifts her gently and carries her back to the hospital. The next day, Hyrie visits the sisters again. He tells Ai that he will come back and find Ao during the mountain ritual. Ai says she wants to come too, but Hyrie tells her to focus on her therapy first. Ao agrees. She wants Hyrie to visit and tell her everything she misses while she sleeps. Hyrie nods. He says he promised Ao that after summer, he will return every weekend. He plans to stay connected to her. And next summer, no matter what, he will come back and wake her up. Meanwhile, Umi is talking to Ao's butterfly, assuring that Hyrie will find her soon, but then suddenly reminds herself that she's still okay, for now. True enough, Hyrie spends every weekend on the island, even while Ao is in a deep sleep, enjoying his time with their island friends. When the next summer finally arrives, Hyrie and Inari excitedly go to the Mayoe Tachibana tree to search for Ao's memories. The next morning, Ao wakes up happily and greets Hyrie with a cheerful good morning. The day begins with Shirova standing quietly near a calm river. She watches the sky and sees white doves flying peacefully. The scene feels peaceful and beautiful. After watching the birds for a while, Shiroha walks to the local shrine. She stands in front of the altar, closes her eyes, and starts to pray silently. While she focuses on her prayer, she hears the voices of a few small girls playing nearby. One of the girls tells the others that her grandmother once said a champion came to the island to fix his broken fist. Later that night, Shiroha is swimming in a large pool alone. The place is quiet and only the sound of water can be heard. After a while, she feels tired and decides to rest. She climbs out of the pool, water dripping from her hair and body. While she changes her clothes, she thinks about her grandfather. He always says that she needs to work harder. She remembers how strict he is and how much he expects from her. Suddenly, she hears some strange sounds. There are footsteps coming from outside, but no one is in sight. She becomes alert. The door creaks open and someone slowly walks into the pool area. Shiroha quickly jumps back into the water and holds her breath, hiding under the surface. The unknown person looks around. Shiroha stays still as long as she can, but after a while, she cannot hold her breath anymore. That's when she sees a boy standing there. It's Hairi. He looks surprised to see her. Shiroha also looks shocked and asks him who he is. Hairi calmly introduces himself and asks for her name. But Shiroha refuses to answer. Instead, she scolds him, saying she is the one asking the questions. Hairi looks confused and a little scared. Shiroha then asks him if he is lost. Hairi tells her that he is trying to find his way back to the Kato house. As she slowly swims deeper into the water, Hairi thinks she feels uncomfortable and decides to leave. He apologizes politely and starts to walk away. But just before he exits, Shiroha tells him the directions. She says to go up the hill, walk until the end, and then take a left at the third crossroads. Hairi thanks her for the help. Before leaving, he also tells her it's dangerous to swim alone at night. What if she gets a leg cramp and no one is around to help? Shiroha frowns and looks annoyed. Hairi gets nervous and quickly says sorry again before running off. Shiroha watches him go, looking thoughtful. The next day, Shiroha goes to a nearby store. She walks over to the ice cream fridge and looks inside. Suddenly, she hears someone say welcome from behind her. She turns around quickly, startled. It's Ao. Ao smiles and says Shiroha should not be so surprised. She also tells her they are out of watermelon bars today. Shiroha looks disappointed and begins to walk away. Ao notices something is wrong and follows her. She calls out to her and asks if she wants to join the welcome dinner party the next night. Shiroha asks, welcome party for who? Ao tells her it's for Grandma Kato's grandson. Shiroha suddenly remembers Hairi and becomes curious. She asks Ao what he looks like. Ao explains that according to Mickey, Hairi seems like a decent guy. She also says that Hairi is already getting along well with Tenzin and Ryuichi. Shiroha quietly listens. Then she says she will come if she can. After that, she leaves. That night, Shiroha goes back to practice swimming again. She swims hard, focusing on her technique. After some time, she comes out of the pool. Suddenly, she sees someone standing nearby. It's Hairi again. She looks surprised and asks him if he is lost again. Hairi shakes his head and says no. Shiroha then becomes suspicious. She asks if he is trying to take advantage of her. Hairi quickly denies it and says no way. He then gives her some advice about how she can swim better. After saying that, he runs away before she can get mad. Shiroha stays behind, thinking about what he said. She decides to try the swimming tip Hairi gave her. Back at home, Shiroha talks to her grandfather. She tells him she wants to go out because she made a promise to her friends. Her grandfather looks strict at first, but then gives her permission to go. Shiroha walks to the Kato house, but once she reaches the door, she feels too shy to go inside. She turns around and decides to leave. But just then, Hairi shows up behind her. She jumps in surprise, he smiles and says, so you made it. Shiroha thanks him and tells him that she tried the swimming trick he shared and it really helped her improve. Then Shiroha suddenly becomes serious. She thanks him again and says she hopes he has a safe trip back home from the island. Hairi looks confused. He reminds her they just arrived and this is his welcome party. But before he can say anything more, Shiroha turns around and runs away, shouting that she never welcomed him here in the first place. Now Shiroha on the beach, breathing hard. She looks embarrassed. Hairi finds her again and comes up to her. He asks what she meant by her earlier words. Shiroha avoids the question and says it's none of his business. Then she asks him why he came to the island. Hairi says he came to take care of his grandmother's things and that he does not even remember how to enjoy summer anymore. Shiroha looks at him carefully. She sees a lost boy in front of her. It reminds her of her own past. She remembers when she used to spend summer days with her parents and friends. Every day used to be fun, filled with activities. She tells Hairi that she believes he's enjoying the island because it suits him well. Hairi agrees quietly. Then Shiroha brings up something strange. She asked about the broken fist she heard from the little girls. She wants to know what it means. Hairi laughs a little and says it's just a figure of speech. He explains that he went through a lot and came here for peace. Shiroha realizes it must have been painful for him. That night, they become friends. The next morning, Hairi wakes up and eats breakfast with Umi. Kippa tells him he should go out and explore the island. Hairi goes out and starts thinking about all the people he has met. Ao, Tenzin, Ryuichi, and of course Shiroha. While walking, he spots Shiroha sitting near the water, fishing quietly. He walks over and says hello. She looks up and asks why he is there. Hairi says he just saw a friend and came to say hi. Then he asks what she's trying to catch. Shiroha says anything. After trying for a long time, Shiroha still has not caught any fish. Hairi stands up and asks to borrow her fishing rod. He throws it into the water and waits. Shiroha tells him there are not many fish in this area. But to her surprise, Hairi catches a fish right away. He tells her he used to be good at catching crayfish as a kid. Later, Shiroha cooks the fish for them. Hairi is amazed by how good she is at cooking. After they eat, Shiroha suddenly becomes serious. She tells Hairi to leave her alone from now on. She says nothing good will come out of being with her. But Hairi wants something sweet to eat, so he asks Shiroha to come with him to get ice cream. She agrees and chooses a watermelon bar. Soon after, Shiroha is holding her ice cream and about to take a bite. But suddenly, Tenzin and Ryuichi show up and surprise her. She gets startled and the watermelon bar slips from her hand and lands on Hairi's shirt. He quickly takes off his shirt and starts talking to the guys. Meanwhile, Shiroha kneels down looking sad because her precious ice cream is now ruined. The guys ask her what's wrong. At that moment, Ao and Mickey arrive. They see Shiroha looking sad and hugging Ao. Shiroha says she lost something very important. Ao and Mickey misunderstand and think the guys did something bad to her. Mickey pulls out a water gun, and the three girls start a playful water fight against the three boys. The girls win and everyone laughs saying it was fun, but Shiroha does not smile. She quietly leaves, saying it was not fun at all. The next day, Hairi finds Shiroha again in her usual fishing spot. He tells her it's really hot today and asks if she's okay. But soon he realizes Shiroha is unconscious. Later, Hairi is carrying Shiroha on his back. He takes her home and makes sure she is safe. As he leaves Shiroha's house, he meets Tenzin and Ryuichi. They ask to speak with him. They tell them a story about the past. A few years ago, Shiroha used to play with them. But then a classmate said that Shiroha was cursed and would bring bad luck. One day, that boy fell off a cliff. He survived, but people said Shiroha was with him when it happened. Hairi says that it sounds like a coincidence, but the boys explain more. Shiroha's family lives in the Naruse Shrine. In the past, her family led all the island's rituals and festivals. Some superstitious people still treat her differently, like she's cursed. She's just a regular girl now, but people remember the old days and judge her unfairly. Then Tenzin and Ryuichi tell Hairi that Shiroha seems happier and more like her old self when she's with him. So they ask him to keep an eye on her and help her. Hairi listens carefully and then smiles. He agrees to help Shiroha. The next morning, Umi and Hairi sit together and eat noodles. They are enjoying their meal. Shiroha also sits with them. The noodles taste very good and Umi and Hairi finish them quickly. After a while, Umi gets tired and falls asleep on the spot. Hairi and Shiroha watch her sleep peacefully. As they look at Umi, they both slowly realize how close they are sitting to each other. Soon, they begin talking. Shiroha asked Hairi if he and Umi are siblings. Hairi tells her that they are not brother and sister, but they are still family. Then Hairi says he was really surprised to see Shiroha visit him. He never expected that she would come over. Shiroha tells him that she just wanted to thank him for walking her home the previous day. She says she did not plan on cooking noodles or staying so long, it just happened by accident. Hairi smiles and says that he wanted Umi to try Shiroha's cooking too. He then apologizes if it caused her any trouble. But Shiroha says it's all right. She says it was actually fun because she has not visited such a lively place in a very long time. Then she suddenly remembers something and stands up. She says she should leave now. Hairi becomes concerned. He quickly asks her if she thinks something bad will happen to him if she stays longer. Shiroha goes quiet. She does not say anything in reply. She just starts walking away. Hairi calls out to her and asks her to wait. Then Hairi asks her if she would like to hang out with him sometime. The next day, the group gathers together. Everyone seems to be in a good mood except Tenzin. He looks very sad. He says his special move during the game was so powerful that it broke the table in 2 pieces. Just then, Tenzin says he already talked to Takuda, the son of the island's sports store owner. Takuda says he can arrange a new table for them, but there is a small problem. They need to pay for it, and Tenzin does not have enough money. Everyone starts thinking about how to earn money fast. Ao says they can try selling her grandmother's old pickles. Someone else suggests they sell Mickey's water guns. But Mickey says her water guns are way too dangerous, so they cannot be sold to people. Suddenly, Shiroha gets an idea. She says they can open a small food cart at the port. Everyone likes her idea immediately. They think it will be like a school event or festival. Hairi and Ryuichi say they will depend on Shiroha to be their main chef. She agrees happily and promises that she will do her best to make it a success. After making the plan, the group gets to work right away. First, they borrow a food cart from the island. Then they gather fresh ingredients like vegetables, spices, and sauces. After everything is ready, they set up the food cart at the port and start selling food. On the first day, business is really good. Many people come to their cart to eat. The group feels excited and proud. They count the money they earn and go straight to Tokuda to buy the new ping pong table. They offer him the money they earned, but Tokuda refuses to take it. He says that since Shiroha was part of the group who earned the money, he will not accept payment. The group becomes curious and asks if he is in love with Shiroha. Tokuda says no. He explains that it's because of Shiroha's family that they can do business on the island at all. Her family helps the community, so Tokuda feels it is only fair that he does not charge them for the table. After that, the group brings the brand new ping pong table back to their base. Hairi says that since they still have some money left, they should give it to Shiroha. The whole group agrees. They say she helped them most, and they were able to earn money only because of her idea and her cooking. But Shiroha politely refuses to take the money. She says she knows she will not use it, so there's no point in keeping it. But Ao suggests that Shiroha should go to the main island sometime and maybe buy something nice there. But Shiroha says she does not go to the main island alone. Ryuichi hears this and quickly says that she can go with Hairi instead. He even calls it a date. But Shiroha gently turns down the suggestion. She smiles and says she is not interested in going on a date. The next day, Hairi waits at the port. He looks at his watch again and again, clearly waiting for someone. In the flashback, Hairi receives a phone call. On the other end of the line is Shiroha. She tells Hairi that she wants to meet him the next day. She says she wants to treat him to dinner and wants him to come to the port. Back to the present, Hairi is still standing there waiting patiently. After a few minutes, Shiroha finally arrives. She walks up to him and smiles. She tells him that she wanted to meet him just to say thank you for inviting her over yesterday. Hairi smiles and appreciates her kind gesture. After that, they start their little journey. Hairi and Shiroha are now on a ship. Hairi asks Shiroha if she has a special place in mind where she wants to go. Shiroha nods and takes out a magazine. She shows him a picture of a Western-style restaurant. She says she wants to eat there. While they talk, Shiroha notices the watch on Hairi's wrist. Hairi notices her looking and explains that it is a special edition watch. He won it at a meetup event. Shiroha tells him that she has never seen him wear it on the island. Hairi replies that there is no need to track time while living on the island. He only wears the watch in serious situations. Soon, they arrive at their destination. But when they get to the restaurant, they are disappointed to see that it is closed. Since the restaurant is not open, they decide to sit on a bench nearby and enjoy some other snacks. While eating, Hairi says that the snack tastes good. Hairi then looks at a nearby train station. He tells Shiroha that they can take this train to the 5th station. From there, they can catch another train to go to his city. Shiroha becomes curious and says she would like to visit his city someday. But Hairi quickly tells her that his city is boring and very slow-paced. He adds that he doesn't think a time will ever come when he will take her to visit his hometown. Later, the two go shopping together. They also play games and enjoy their time like two close friends. Evening arrives and Hairi says it's time to head back. Once they reach the island, Shiroha wants to thank Hairi again. But then her eyes catch something on a nearby wall. It's a poster about the Natsureti ritual. She stares at it and suddenly she looks sad and disturbed. A strange vision or memory seems to hit her. Hairi reads the poster aloud. Hairi then asks Shiroha if she is also involved in this ritual. Suddenly, Shiroha's tone changes completely. She becomes serious and tells Hairi that he must leave the island. She reminds him that she has already told him this many times before, but Hairi calmly says that he still doesn't know how to spend his summer. Shiroha replies with a cold tone, saying that he never will know. Then she walks away without saying anything else. Hairi returns home looking sad. Kyoko, who is at home, tells him that a letter came for him. Hairi takes the letter and reads it. As he reads, something clicks in his mind. He suddenly remembers something and thinks of Shiroha. He immediately rushes to see her. Hairi finds Shiroha and starts to tell her about his past. He says he used to be on the swim team at a public high school. There were many good people on the team. Even the senior students supported him. They made him the star swimmer and told him to aim for victory. But when the time came, he couldn't even finish the race. No one blamed him for failing, and he felt so grateful that he almost cried. Because of their kindness, he promised himself that he would work hard and win next time. But sadly, he failed again. After that, he started to feel like he didn't belong, neither at home nor in town. So he ran away to this island, but even the people he left behind were kind. Despite all his mistakes, they still made space for him to return. Shiroha asks him, "So you're leaving the island?" Hairi quickly says no. He tells her that he is staying here. He wants to stay with her because he believes that if he is with her, he will finally learn how to spend his summer. But Shiroha stops him. She says she cannot let him stay with her. Then she begins to tell her own story. A long time ago, someone confessed his feelings to her. She didn't know him well and didn't enjoy the situation, so she rejected him. But the boy kept coming back trying to talk to her. Then one day she had a strange dream. In the dream, the boy fell off a cliff and looked really sad. She got very scared and followed him in real life, and shockingly, the dream came true. That's when she started to believe she had the power to see the future in her dreams. But every dream showed only bad things. So she began to think that either she can see the future or she is the one making it happen. Now she tells Hairi that she is having a new dream. In the dream, she sees herself dying during this summer's Natsurodi festival. Hairi is shocked to hear this. She also tells him that she is going to be a priestess this year. Hairi asks if the role of priestess is dangerous. Shiroha says no. Then she adds something even more scary. She tells him that in the dream she's being pulled into a river, but she is not alone. Someone is with her in the dream. Hairi realizes that the other person is probably him. That's why she wants him to stay away from her. She wants him to leave the island. She says that earlier she wasn't sure, but that afternoon she got a clearer dream. This time she saw the other person wearing a special watch, the same one that Hairi wears. That's why she is sure now. She tells him again to go away. She says that she doesn't mind dying alone, but she cannot let someone else die because of her. Hairi stays calm and tries to comfort her. He says he believes her because he trusts her. But he also says he doesn't want to leave her alone. Then he asks her, is she really okay with dying? Shiroha says that maybe they can avoid what is going to happen. She thinks it is possible to change the future, but she is also scared. She says she couldn't save that boy in the past. Hairi gently tells her that maybe she already helped that boy. Maybe her warning saved him from something even worse. He believes they can still change the future together. He promises that they will work together and fight this fate. Shiroha starts to cry, but this time her tears are not of sadness. They are of hope and joy. The next day, Hairi sits in front of Shiro's grandfather. Her grandfather is calm but serious. He says that nothing bad is going to happen and confirms that Shiroho will be the priestess this year. Hairi gathers courage and speaks. He asks Shiro's grandfather to let him stay by her side to protect her. The grandfather looks at him and asks, is he to stay with her? Hairi replies with confidence he is her friend. The grandfather then looks at him again and says he wants to stay by her side and prove that he is prepared. The next morning, everyone gathers at the shore. Suddenly, Hairi comes flying out of the water like someone pushed him out. Everyone becomes worried. Then, Shiro's grandfather standing in front of Hairi. He tells Hairi that underwater combat is a tradition that honors the sea god. If Hairi is truly ready, he must prove it too. Shiroha watches all this and becomes very worried. Her grandfather is beating Hairi in the water. It's hard for her to see him suffering. She remembers what Hairi once told her, that they will do everything together. Meanwhile, under the water, Hairi keeps getting attacked by Shiro's grandfather. Hairi cannot fight back. He is slowly losing hope. Just then, Shiroha yells from above and encourages him. Hearing her voice gives Hairi new energy and motivation. He gathers all his strength and pushes himself up. With one big move, he throws Shiro's grandfather into the water. Everyone cheers for Hairi. He turns to the group and gives a thumbs up. Shiroha smiles happily. Later that evening, the group gathers again. Shiroha's grandfather stands in front of them and speaks to Hairi. He says Shiroha lost her parents 10 years ago. Since then, she's been alone. She never made any friends and people started spreading silly rumors about her. Every summer, she spent her time by herself. The grandfather asks Hairi to take good care of her. Hairi nods and promises he will. He says he will stay by her side during the Natsudori festival and protect her. That way, the false rumors about her might finally end. But there is a condition. Her grandfather says only family members are allowed to stay with the priestess during the festival. Shiroha looks confused at first, but then she realizes what he means by family member. Her face turns bright red and she screams. She says she cannot marry Hairi. Her grandfather explains that it will only be symbolic. There will be no real marriage. Hairi says he owes Shiroha a lot and wants to stay close to her in case anything happens. Shiroha softly replies that if it's not a burden, she will be thankful. They look at each other and smile. Then Shiroha says shyly, please be my spouse. Later that night, Umi and Kyoko get excited when they hear that Shiroha and Hairi are getting married. The next morning, everyone is busy preparing for the Natsudori festival. People are making lanterns that will be lit up during the night of the festival. Hairi notices a little girl sitting away from the crowd. She looks sad and holds a lantern in her lap. Hairi learns that the girl's mother passed away last year. He walks over and sits with her. He starts talking about the Obon festival. He explains that it's the time of year when the spirits of the dead return to visit. On the night of the Natsudori festival, the spirits go back again. But walking in the dark is hard even for spirits. That's why people light lanterns to help guide the spirits and make them feel safe during their journey. Later, Hairi joins Tenzin and Ryuichi. It's time for his costume rehearsal. They mention how Shiroha once saw them drowning. They wonder if it will be because of kimonos they are going to wear. Hairi starts thinking deeply. He then goes to talk to Shiroha. Shiroha is wearing a beautiful kimono. Hairi stares at her and then asks a strange question. How will she remove the kimono? Shiroha gets embarrassed and misunderstands his question, but Hairi quickly explains. He wants to know how she will swim while wearing such heavy clothes. Shiroha agrees. She says she'll think about changing the outfit. She thanks Hairi for thinking about her and for always helping her. That night at home, Hairi looks at the calendar. He says to himself, tomorrow is the big day. After some time, he gets a call from Miki. She tells him Shiroha is missing. Tenzin and Ryuichi are looking for her. Ao is pretending to be Shiroha to cover for her. Hairi immediately runs out to search for her. He knows where she might be and goes straight to that place. And he is right. He finds Shiroha sitting alone. He tells her that everyone is worried and she should have told someone where she was going. Shiroha looks sad. She says that as the festival comes closer, her dreams are becoming stronger. She doesn't want to lose someone she loves again. Hairi gently tells her he feels happy to be with her. Being by her side saved him. He asked her not to talk like that. He says everyone feels the same. None of them want to lose her either. Shiroha feels relieved hearing his words. Hairi tells her it's time to go back, but she stops him. She says it's time to watch something special. Hairi turns around and suddenly, the sea starts glowing. Hundreds of sea fireflies rise up. It looks magical. Shiroha tells him her father showed her this place. For the past 10 years during this exact summertime, the sea fireflies appear. Together, they watch the glowing sea and enjoy the beautiful, peaceful moment. After returning home, everyone gathers together. At first, they all look upset with Shiroha, but as soon as they look closely at her face, their anger fades away. The next day, the big summer festival begins. The whole island is decorated beautifully. Bright lights, colorful banners, and cheerful music fill the streets. Hairi is on his way to Shiroha's house. While walking, he suddenly sees a glowing butterfly flying ahead of him. Curious, he follows it through the trees and paths. It leads him to a giant tree deep in the forest. There he meets Umi. She stands near the tree quietly. Hairi asks her what she's doing here, and Umi calmly tells him that she just came for a walk. She doesn't stay long and soon walks away without saying anything else. Hairi quickly rushes to the shrine, slightly panicked and out of breath. The butterfly covenant ceremony finally starts. Shiroha and Hairi are dressed in elegant traditional clothes. Everyone watches them with admiration. They look graceful and peaceful together. After the ceremony, Shiroha performs in front of the whole crowd. Her performance is gentle and beautiful. Hairi stands quietly and watches her. Later that night, Tenzin and Ryuichi begin pushing the ceremonial boat into the water. The lanterns on the boat glow softly. The atmosphere is warm and peaceful. Everything seems to be going perfectly. But suddenly, the sky darkens and it starts to rain. Tenzin realizes they won't be able to see the lanterns floating away like they usually do. Just when they are about to leave, Ao runs toward Hairi. She asks Hairi if he has seen Huda anywhere. She begs him to find Huda quickly and stop her if he sees her. At that moment, Shiroha suddenly looks scared. She tells Hairi that she remembers her strange dreams again. In her dreams, she and Hairi are involved in something terrible. But Shiroha says this time, her dream was even clearer, and she now realizes that the other person in her dream was a little girl. Hairi's expression changes. He puts the pieces together and realizes that Huda might be in danger. Maybe she's on the ceremonial boat. The rain is pouring harder, and the waves are getting rough. Without wasting a second, Hairi and Shiroha get on a small boat with Ryuichi and head out into the sea. Hairi shouts Huda's name, worried and desperate. After some time searching in the dark water, they spot the boat. Huda is sitting on it, crying. She tells them she thought the boat would take her to her mom. She believes she could meet her mother again if she rode it. She says she is sorry for everything. Shiroha becomes very concerned. She reaches out her hand to help Huda and calls for Hairi. Suddenly, the boat rocks violently because of the strong waves. Shiroha loses her balance and falls into the sea. Hairi panics. He quickly tells Ryuichi to hold Huda safely. Then, without hesitation, he jumps into the water to save Shiroha. Under the sea, he swims toward her. He reaches out and grabs her hand. But then something strange happens. As he looks at her more closely, he feels something is not right. The girl he is holding is not Shiroha. He hears a mysterious voice inside his head. The voice says that they are the Weavers of Time. It tells Hairi that no matter how hard he tries to seek the truth, it will not change anything. Even if he meets her again this summer, it will only be temporary. The voice says that their fate is to keep weaving time again and again. A huge wave crashes over him. Hairi loses his sense of direction. He doesn't know where to go. He starts to panic. But then suddenly he sees glowing butterflies swimming in the sea. They begin to guide him. He follows the butterflies and soon he reaches the surface of the water. Ryuichi pulls Hairi out of the sea. Hairi looks at him and smiles weakly, relieved to be safe. The next morning, Hairi is preparing to leave the island. Everyone gathers to say goodbye. But Shiroha is not there. Before leaving, Hairi goes to meet her personally. Shiroha thanks him for everything he has done. But Hairi replies that it wasn't just him, it was all teamwork. They both go silent for a few seconds. It feels a little awkward. To break the silence, Hairi says something embarrassing. He confesses that the first time he saw Shiroha swimming, he accidentally saw her undergarments. Shiroha is shocked and embarrassed. She asks why he's telling her now. Hairi nervously says he just couldn't think of anything else to say. He feels overwhelmed. Then Hairi says something touching. He tells Shiroha that he used to think the future was as dark as the sea, impossible to see clearly. But she showed him light and hope. He says that this is her real power, to light up the dark path ahead. At that moment, Hairi turns to the right and sees everyone standing together, waiting for him. He tells Shiroha that now he understands how to spend summer properly. It was actually simple. He doesn't know how he ever forgot it. He says he loves summer now. Shiroha wants to say something important, but just then the announcement is made for all passengers to board the ship. It's time to leave, so she stops talking. Before going, Hairi looks at her and says that even though their time was short, he have a lot of fun. Then he finally confesses his love for her. Shiroha looks shocked and blushes deeply. Hairi boards the ship. As he waves goodbye to everyone, he keeps looking at Shiroha. Suddenly, she shouts out that she loves him too. Everyone hears it. Hairi becomes shy and happy at the same time. He tells her he will definitely come back to see her again. But just a few moments later, an announcement is made. Due to some technical issue, the ship is returning to the island. Both Hairi and Shiroha are completely shocked. Later, both of them sitting together again, their faces red with embarrassment. They sit quietly, blushing. Then Miki takes a photo of them all to celebrate Hairi's immediate return. While on the other hand, Umi is standing near the giant tree saying next time for sure, but she doesn't understand what she meant by it. Kyuko had a sudden flashback when she fell asleep while working. A voice abruptly woke her, which she recognized as Hitomi. She didn't even remember dozing off until Hitomi scolded her, though lately she found it difficult to distinguish dreams from reality, or even if she was a butterfly or a person. Hitomi teased her about being a bookworm, but Kyuko only questioned her intentions. Hitomi asked for a favor, saying the little girl and a boy would soon come to her. Though the descriptions were vague, Hitomi sounded certain Kyuko would recognize them when they arrived. After speaking, a butterfly fluttered away through her open window. True enough, before long, a girl named Umi knocked on her door and Kyuko welcomed her inside. Soon after, a boy named Hairi arrived. Just as Hitomi had wished, Kyuko devoted herself to caring for them both with all her strength. Kyuko taught both Umi and Hairi how to write their names in Japanese letters. At first, Umi seemed indifferent toward Hairi, barely responding to his cheerful attempts to be friends. But since they were spending the entire summer together, Umi eventually gave in. After some time, they got along surprisingly well. That summer, Kyuko allowed Hairi to explore the storage room filled with items left behind by his grandmother. She was a pack rat, keeping anything that looked remotely rare, which was exactly why Hairi was called to help sort things in there. As they spoke, Hairi's stomach suddenly growled, prompting Kyuko to suggest having dinner first. However, she quickly apologized, admitting her cooking was too unique for most people. Instead, she instructed him to go down the hill where a dining hall was located and suggested she bring Umi with him too. They finished dinner and were ready to head back home, but on their way back, a motorcycle suddenly broke down in the middle of the road. With no other choice, Hairi was forced to push the bike all the way home. As they made their way back, Hairi suddenly looked up and noticed the night sky blanketed with stars. They might have been in the middle of nowhere, but above them stretched a breathtaking view of countless twinkling lights. However, their moment was quickly interrupted by the sound of splashing water nearby. Curious, they followed the noise and discovered a girl swimming alone in a small pool of water. They introduced their names to her, and she responded by saying her name as well, Shiroha. Concerned, Hairi questioned why she was there at such a late hour, warning her of the danger of being alone in the dark. He continued to lecture her endlessly, but Shiroha silenced him with a single word, dosukoi, a term Hairi didn't understand at all. As they resumed their travel, Hairi muttered to Umi about how strange Shiroha seemed, though Umi admitted she found her rather pretty. Days passed, and Hairi and Umi tried to cook their meals. Umi requested fried rice, so Hairi enthusiastically gave it a shot. Unfortunately, the result was disastrous. Umi rated it a 7 out of 100. Even Hairi couldn't bring himself to eat his own cooking. Despite the time he had already spent on the island, the room crammed with his grandmother's belongings was still nowhere near sorted. Instead, Kyuko asked him to look after Umi. With nothing else to do, Hairi began exploring the island with Umi. In just a few days, he had already met many people, like Ao, whom he first found napping under the shade of a tree. The locals were a little eccentric, but undeniably friendly. Each new place introduced him to someone new, and slowly Hairi began to feel like he could start over here. Together with Umi, he rode his motorcycle through scenic roads, joined parties with new friends, and discovered corners of the island he never knew existed. Now Hairi hands Umi another plate of his fried rice, hoping to finally redeem himself. But after one bite, Umi sighs and rates it 8 points, barely an improvement from last time. Determined to do better, Hairi decides to seek help. They head to the shaved ice shop to ask O for advice on cooking proper fried rice. With this, Miki suggests that Hairi asks Shiroha instead, claiming her fried rice is unbeatable. As it turns out, Shiroha's parents once ran a diner, so she inherited their flavors. Following this tip, Hairi and Umi head to Shiroha's favorite fishing spot. When they arrive, Hairi notices her bucket is empty, guessing the tides are in her favor. Curious, Hairi asks why she's fishing in the first place. Calmly, Shiroha replies that she plans to eat them. Soon, Shiroha's fishing line starts to bubble and twitch, and she panics as she reels it in, expecting a fish. To her surprise, it's a shell-like creature, which makes Hairi and Umi question if she really plans to eat it. Hairi, curious, volunteers to fish as well. Despite Shiroha's warning that the island's waters aren't easy, he eventually catches a modest-sized fish. Excited, he offers the rod to Umi, asking if she wants to try. Umi takes on the challenge, and after some time, Umi catches an even bigger fish than Hairi. Time passes, and soon Shiroha serves them 2 freshly cooked dishes. The looks alone make their mouths water, and when they take a bite, both are stunned by how delicious it tastes. Even Umi gives it a proud 95 points. Pleased by their reaction, Shiroha smiles, but Hairi gets straight to the point. He asks her to teach them how to cook fried rice. Amused, Shiroha begins explaining the basics, starting with the need for a proper wok. But when Hairi admits they only have a normal frying pan, she ends the discussion. Shiroha insists that just won't do. Umi suddenly speaks, saying she wants to try eating it with her family, but Shiroha quietly admits she wouldn't know how that feels. She has no parents anymore. The words hang heavy in the air. Without another word, Umi abruptly stands and starts walking away. Shiroha stays silent as Hairi bids goodbye and follows. As Hairi and Umi walk back, he gently urges her to stop holding back, reminding her she's just a kid after all. Shiroha silently watches them until they vanish from sight. That night, Hairi heads to a vending machine for a soda, but on his way home, he finds Kyuko standing in the middle of the road looking troubled. When he asks, she tells him Umi is missing. Looking back, Umi's father was always away, leaving their house quiet and empty. That same night, Hairi finds Umi standing by the ocean, casually reading a letter. They've been searching for her for quite some time. When Hairi calls out, she instinctively blurts out "Dad," revealing how much she misses him. But her real father is always busy with work. Hairi tries to explain that her father works hard because it's necessary, but the words don't comfort Umi. She recalls her father once saying he was working hard on something important, yet he failed. That's why he regretted running away. Hairi is stunned to hear this, but Umi admits she ran away too, away from people who truly cared for her. That's why she ended up here. She wants to apologize but can't bring herself to yet. Hairi takes a deep breath, but before he knows it, Umi is clutching his hand tightly, unwilling to run away anymore. To comfort her, Hairi kneels down to look her in the eye, urging her to come home with him already as Kyuko is worried sick. While walking home, Hairi asks why she went to the ocean. Umi casually says her dad wasn't home, referring to Hairi. He freezes for a moment, surprised not only by the word but by the fact that she was looking for him all along. She admits she did this because she wants to stay with him and stop running away from everything. They continue walking until they finally arrive home, greeted by Kyuko and several townspeople who join the search. The moment Umi climbs down from the motorcycle, Kyuko pulls her into a warm embrace. Umi whispers an apology for her reckless behavior, and Hairi thanks everyone for their help before they disperse. Later that night, Hairi gently asks Umi if there's anything she wants to do. Since they're on the island, they decide to make the most of it with something memorable. Umi falls silent for a moment before bringing up her mom. Hairi initially assumes she means playing house, but it's more than that. She wants to do something meaningful together with her mother. With this, Hairi first thinks Kyuko can call her mom, but Umi's response reveals the truth: she doesn't have one anymore. Wanting to grant her wish, Hairi suggests they find someone who can act like one, and he knows exactly who to ask for help. Hairi arrives at the same fishing spot to find Shiroha. At first, she appears grumpy, but when Hairi explains the situation, she finally understands. Still, Shiroha can't help but wonder why he's going through so much trouble. Hairi recalls last night's conversation with Umi. It genuinely moved him. Just like her, he came to the island hoping to escape certain things, yet this young girl wanted to run away. With that, Shiroha agrees to be Umi's mother, but on one condition. Hairi has to bring her a watermelon bar whenever she asks. Hairi, instantly overjoyed, grabs Shiroha's hand in excitement. That day, Hairi rushes to deliver the good news to Umi. Shiroha will be her new mom. Shiroha tries her best to greet Umi, but the little girl seems shy, barely making eye contact. Similarly, Shiroha struggles to interact with kids and isn't sure what to say, creating an awkward scene. Wanting to make things more lively, Hairi buys art materials from Ao and happily brings them home for Umi to use. Ao, watching Hairi's effort, can't help but feel proud seeing him stepping up like a true dad. Back home, Hairi hands Umi the items he bought and explains they are for a magic picture diary. Excited, Umi tries the diary immediately, drawing a picture of her dad, Hairi, singing a song while pretending to be a Quetzalcoatl. Without hesitation, Hairi performs the silly act, earning laughter from both Umi and Shiroha. With this, Hairi encourages Umi to do the same with her mom, so she draws another picture. Shiroha doing the same thing. Left with no choice, Shiroha complies, mimicking Hairi's actions with flushed cheeks, much to Umi's delight. Hairi suggests saving the rest for the next morning. True to plan, Umi draws herself and Shiroha doing origami the next day. To Umi's surprise, Shiroha is skilled, impressing her with intricate folds and clever tricks. Umi beams with joy, thrilled to learn something new, and in her excitement, she accidentally calls Shiroha mom. What surprises her even more is that Shiroha doesn't correct her and simply agrees with her. Later that afternoon, Hairi and Umi also fold paper airplanes and head outside to see how far they can fly. While Hairi teaches Umi some tricks for a smooth flight, they are suddenly surprised by another airplane soaring gracefully past theirs. Turning around, they see Shiroha standing proudly, announcing that her creation is the Hyper Mustang Special Dimension, claiming it flies faster than Hairi's. Competitive by nature, Hairi immediately takes on the challenge. Soon, his airplane outperforms Shiroha's, which frustrates her enough to spark a playful rivalry. As the two compete intensely, Umi watches with a sigh. This isn't what she wanted, and she only wished for a simple, fun game together. Hearing her, both Hairi and Shiroha realize their mistake. They decide to stop competing and work together instead. Soon, the three of them happily launch their paper airplanes into the bright summer sky, laughter and smiles lighting their faces as the golden rays of the sun bathe the scene in warmth. Umi used to argue often with her dad. Sometimes, in the heat of those moments, she found herself wishing her mom was still there. The words had once taken her father aback, and the realization of what she'd said would always leave her feeling sad afterward. In the present, Umi sits at the table, eating a plate of fried rice Hairi made. After a few bites, she gives it a rating of 41 points. It's still a low score, but Hairi is already overjoyed to have improved. Shiroha, eating alongside them, remains puzzled. Even after Hairi followed her recipe, the fried rice still tasted off. Later that day, they return to their magical diary writing. Umi writes about a sunny day when she and her mom go swimming. So they swim in a pool, Umi sliding down with pure excitement. She beams as her mom watches her. A few of their island friends also join them in the pool. It turns out they had all stayed up the entire night to build the pool and slide exactly as Umi had drawn. Seeing her smile now, Hairi feels it was worth it. Everyone is more than happy to keep making Umi's magical wishes come true. Her next drawing shows Umi and her mom playing hide and seeks. The whole group joins in as well. For the first round, Shiroha volunteers to count while everyone hides. Once she finishes, she rushes off to find them. Hairi, peeking out from his spot to check on Umi, is spotted immediately. When Shiroha declares a match, Tenzin boldly reveals himself, his tournament habits kicking in. Then she calls out for a party, which flushes out both Ryuichi and Miki. Spotting a chance, Shiroha teases about a dirty magazine, making Ao dash over, only to accidentally expose herself. Now only Umi hasn't been found yet. Scanning the area, Shiroha spots her hat sticking out from a pile of boxes. Thinking she's finally cornered her, Shiroha approaches, only to realize it's a trap. The hat is perched on a twig, placed there to mislead her. With that, Shiroha shifts her gaze to another pile of boxes and spots Umi crouching. She had guessed Umi might try to imitate Hairi's earlier hiding spot, and she proves to be correct. In the next round, Hairi takes his turn as it. He quickly finds Tenzin, then Ryuichi, then Miki, and finally Ao. Before long, only Shiroha and Umi remain. When Hairi searches near a bush, he's about to catch the two, but Shiroha gestures for silence. He then notices Umi has fallen fast asleep on Shiroha's lap already, exhausted from the game. Umi's next diary entry shows her and her mom singing together, so everyone decides to join in and sing their hearts out. despite not being particularly good at it. By the end, Sumui feels a little defeated, realizing her skills aren't working as well. Even with Shizuku's relentless encouragement, Shiroha insists on sticking to her own style. Umi struggles to keep up, but Shizuku continues urging them, determined to teach the right way. Wanting to make things better, Sumui suggests they all sing together. Udi agrees enthusiastically and calls for Hairi to join them. With that, they start again, blending their mismatched voices. Even Kyuko, listening from the storage room, can't help but find their singing quite unusual. In her next diary entry, Umi writes that the day starts sunny, then it rains, and her mom reads her a book. Curious, Shiroha asks what kind of book she would like. Instead of a regular one, Kamome suggests they create a picture book just for her. As it turns out, Shiroha can make the picture book herself, while Kamome can help. When asked what the story should be about, Umi immediately says butterflies. She describes in detail the kind of butterfly she wants to see, and Kamome listens closely before sketching the scene on paper. Hairi joins in, trying to help with the drawings, though his slower pace ends up delaying Kamome a little. Yet she doesn't mind, knowing it will mean more to Umi if Hairi contributes too. After some time, the picture book is finally complete. The cover is beautiful, impressing everyone. With this, Shiroha takes the book and begins to read, telling the tale of a butterfly with colorful wings. They keep reading together until the sun outside grows golden. When it's time to leave, both Shiroha and Kamome say their goodbyes, but Umi has already fallen asleep. She didn't even get to finish the story, though they can always continue next time. Just as the two are about to head out, Umi stirs awake and calls out to Hairi, urging him to walk them home. The girls insist they can manage on their own, but Umi is persistent, even telling them to carry an umbrella as it will rain soon. This leaves him with little choice but to see them off. Along the way, they stop by to buy watermelon popsicles before continuing on their way. As they walk, Shiroha notices something. Hairi no longer corrects Umi when she calls him Dad. It seems he's simply gotten used to it. They talk about it briefly, but their conversation is cut short. When Kamome calls for their attention, she's already reached her home. She waves cheerfully before dashing towards her house. Now only Hairi and Shiroha remain. As they stroll, Shiroha quietly shares her worries about becoming a parent. She confesses that since she no longer has one herself, she's unsure if she could ever handle the role. Hearing this, Hairi reassures her. He recalls how Umi used to be stiff and shy around others until she met Shiroha. Now Umi beams with joy every day, and it's all thanks to Shiroha standing up as her mother. With this, Hairi tells her to simply care for Umi the way she wishes her own mother could have cared for her. Soon, the rain begins to pour, growing heavier with each passing minute. Sharing the umbrella, Hairi can't help but praise Umi for predicting the weather so accurately. Unbeknownst to him, Umi had already written all of this in her magical diary beforehand. The next day, Shiroha teaches Umi how to fold origami, which she enjoys immensely. While resting in a corner, Hairi happens to read Umi's diary entry from the previous day. To his surprise, she had written about the rain 2 days earlier. It makes him wonder whether Umi somehow saw it happening already. However, Hairi simply brushes it off as a coincidence and drifts into sleep. In his dream, he sees moments with Umi, how she cooks him fried rice, rides with him on the motorcycle, and wakes him up every morning. Yet what strikes him most is how she calls him Dad. When he wakes, it turns out Umi is indeed shaking him awake, calling him the same. Later, Umi proudly presents the origami she made with Shiroha. She urges Hairi to hold one end of the paper, then performs a clever trick that catches him off guard. He pretends to be surprised, and Umi beams at his reaction. Without hesitation, she explains the steps of her trick, while Hairi listens intently. It was Shiroha who taught Umi all the origami tricks she knows. In the end, the origami looks like a small boat. While Umi plays with it, she casually mentions that Shiroha will soon be riding a boat. The remark instantly surprises both Hairi and Shiroha. Shiroha instantly thinks of the Natsudori ritual, a long-standing tradition passed down for generations. It is essentially a festival, and Shiroha is directly involved in it. However, no one is supposed to know about this yet except her grandfather. She begins to wonder how Umi could possibly know she would be on a boat, especially though she also happened to predict yesterday's rain. When asked if she knows what will happen tomorrow, Umi answers without hesitation, leaving both Hairi and Shiroha stunned. Without another word, Shiroha rises, deciding to end it all. No more playing mother and daughter. Umi protests, trying to hold on, but Shiroha gently pushes her away. Seeing Umi's sadness, she can only offer a quick apology before rushing out. Hairi moves to follow, but Umi stops him, sobbing as she insists Shiroha will return, while Hairi stays, quietly comforting her, saying she will be back tomorrow. However, when Hairi tries to chase after Shiroha, she only manages to say that she is cursed before continuing on her way. Hairi can do nothing but watch her disappear into the distance. Back at their house, Hairi apologizes to Umi, but she seems distracted, almost as if she is speaking to herself. Her words are faint, saying how they keep missing each other and how this summer will be the last. As Hairi moves closer, he notices a photograph in her hand. In the picture are all of them together, yet he cannot recall ever taking it. What unsettles him more is the date, August 31st, which is still several days away. Outside, the skies begin to turn gray and soon the rain starts falling. Hairi recalls one of Umi's earlier diary entries, the one predicting thunderstorms today. All of her previous predictions suddenly replay in his mind. This time, he chooses to confront her directly. When pressed, Umi calmly explains that she came here to see her mother because she is already gone. She never knew her, so she came to this island. Hairi guesses she is from the future, and she confirms it. Ever since Umi was a little girl, she's been able to send her soul back into the past. Whenever something upsets her, she would return to an earlier point in time, almost as if she were running away from the present. Yet no matter how far back she goes, she always ends up in the same future. Her father once told her they used to live on the island where she was born, but he took her away and never wanted to return. He avoided talking about the place and never spoke about her mother. Because of this, Umi thinks her father might hate her. Her mother died while giving birth to her. Umi's father once told her about a summer break he spent with her mother. They met by chance on this island. They went fishing together, flew paper airplanes, sang songs, and played by the pool. Hearing this story makes Umi jealous, wishing she could have experienced such a summer with her mother. However, her father eventually returned to the island alone, leaving her behind. That's why she decided to come back on her own. She insists she can manage just fine with her smartphone apps, something Hairi cannot fully understand. The first time she came here, everything felt strangely nostalgic. Since her dad had thrown away all of her mom's photos, she sought out her grandfather in hopes of finding one. She eventually managed to find the photo, but her dad almost discovered it. Afraid that he would take it away from her, she ran, running as fast as she could, until her foot caught on a tree root, sending her tumbling over the edge of a cliff. During her fall, she saw a butterfly drifting in the air. When she reached out and touched it, her body vanished into thin air, transporting her to this exact time and place, not just her soul, but her entire body. Ever since that moment, she has been reliving the same summer over and over again. All of it so she could spend time with her mother. Yet now, something feels different, an uneasy sense that this might be the last time. It is then that Hairi realizes the mother she speaks of is Shiroha. Umi confirms she knew it was Shiroha all this time because she has been with Hairi, her father. The truth shocks him. He never knew she was his daughter. Though everything feels impossible and difficult to believe, Hairi chooses to trust Umi completely. Even so, he cannot help but curse his future self for being so terrible to her. Umi, however, disagrees. After spending so many summers with him and seeing who he truly is, she realizes how kind he can be, and she feels grateful that he is her father. Elsewhere, Shiroha is also quietly sobbing at the thought of Umi. Hairi watches as Umi slowly drifts off to sleep, and in that moment, he understands how lonely her life must have been. Turning to her diary, he begins to read, scanning through page after page until the first light of morning breaks. By then, Hairi is more determined to make this the happiest summer Umi has ever experienced. Hairi wakes up the next morning, and as he slides his blanket aside, he is startled to find Umi clinging to his arm. She is still asleep, murmuring softly about her mother, her eyes wet with tears. Watching her, Hairi makes a quiet promise. He will make this summer fun for her again. But before that, he must first understand what is happening with Shiroha. Later that day, Hairi visits the shaved ice shop to seek advice from Ao. When asked about his intentions, Hairi admits that it is also for himself. Seeing Umi and Shiroha together somehow brings him happiness too. He came to this island running from something, yet with them, it feels like he is regaining what he lost. He wants this summer to be the best for them. But Ao insists he must hear it directly from Shiroha. With that, Hairi heads straight to Shiroha's fishing spot. There she sits quietly as if lost in thought. She doesn't even notice the line tugging until Hairi points it out. Snapping back, she pulls with sudden excitement, only to find a starfish dangling at the end. Seizing the moment, Hairi brings up Umi, but Shiroha refuses to play the role of a mother anymore. Her words from yesterday still echo in Hairi's mind. He wonders if her hesitation is tied to the so-called curse she bears. Yet when he asks, Shiroha avoids the question, telling him instead to stay away from her. Hairi refuses. He tells her he will keep chasing her until she gives him the truth. Irritated, Shiroha finally turns to him and blurts out, "Dasukoi." The word hits Hairi hard. Still, he can only smile at it. No matter how many times she pushes him away, he knows he won't stop until he understands her completely. Left with no other choice, Shiroha finally opens up. She reveals that she can see the future. In her visions, she brings misfortune to others, and that is why she tries not to grow close to anyone. Hairi suggests it could all just be coincidences, but Shiroha once believed the same and even tried to change her fate. Yet, no matter what she did, everything led to the same future. Hairi grows curious about what Shiroha truly saw in her vision, so she begins to explain. She describes a dark sea under heavy rain. From underwater, she watches the surface above, filled with countless red lights. It feels painful, like she can't breathe. Shiroha connects this vision to the upcoming Natsudori festival, where she is meant to play the main role by boarding a ship to guide the souls of their ancestors back to the afterlife. She assumes something must go wrong and that she will end up falling into the sea. Hearing this, Hairi finally understands why Shiroha spends so much time practicing at the pool. She is terrified of drowning. Still, nothing changes. She will still end up in the same future. Hairi tries to comfort her, but Shiroha pushes him away. She would rather carry her fate alone than put others in danger. All she can do is apologize and quietly thank him for the summer they've shared before hurrying to leave. Hairi tries to stop Shiroha from leaving, but he cannot. Powerless, he can only curse himself. When he finally returns home, he finds Umi teary-eyed as she folds pieces of origami. She had been hoping for good news, but Hairi had none to give. Realizing that her mother might truly never come back, Umi breaks down in tears and pulls out a letter. Hairi notices this right away. It isn't the first time he's seen her with it, so he gently asked about it. Umi explains that it's a letter from her mom, but she has never read it, as reading is difficult for her. Moved, Hairi offers to read it for her. The first line says, "Read this when you're sad." The letter encourages Umi not to bottle up her feelings, but to put them into words to share her pain with someone close so the weight becomes lighter. Hairi himself cannot hold back his own tears while gently comforting Umi. Hairi can't help but wonder what Shiroha was going through when she wrote it, and what Umi must have felt whenever she held onto it. Hearing how deeply Umi longs to see her mother, Hairi agrees with her, deciding to take on the responsibility of being her father. With that, the two head to Shiroha's house. Umi quickly recognizes it as her grandfather's home, and she excitedly tells Hairi how kind her grandpa is. Hairi relaxes a little, reassured their visit might go smoothly. However, when the door opens, they are met by a towering, muscled man, Shiroha's grandfather, Kobato. He lets them in, yet his sharp stare is so intense that even Umi hides behind Hairi nervously. A moment later, Shiroha finally appears before them. Hairi and Umi try to explain their intentions, but Shiroha insists on keeping her distance. Even so, Hairi refuses to back down, determined to help her and keep her safe. But when he brings up the ritual, Kobato immediately snaps. He warns Hairi not to meddle, dismissing his words as baseless. On such a small island, he says, rumors spread quickly, and people are easily swayed by them. That, he believes, is why Shiroha became a loner. To him, playing her role in the festival is the only way for her to stop being isolated and change her fate. Hairi tries to explain that Shiroha avoids others because she fears bringing them harm. But before he can finish, Shiroha scolds them both. Left with no choice, Hairi and Kobato lower their heads and apologize. Still, Hairi insists that Shiroha is no longer alone. Umi and he are with her now, ready to move forward together and protect her from whatever danger may come. But Kobato cuts him off. Since Shiroha lost both her parents at a young age, he made it his duty to protect her, especially from city boys like Hairi. To him, Hairi talks too much without proving anything. If he truly wants to stand by Shiroha, then he must first prove himself. Hairi accepts the challenge, but Kobato declares it will be done traditionally through the island's sport of underwater combat. They head to the sea to begin the match. A circle of buoys floats in the middle, ropes dangling down to form a ring. The rules are simple. The first to throw their opponent out of the ring wins. Hearing this, Hairi suddenly sees himself drowning underwater. The image startles him, but he quickly shakes it off. Shiroha can't hide her concern, but Umi insists Hairi will be fine. Kobato enters the water first, waiting calmly for his challenger. Just then, their friends arrive, shouting encouragement. Though half of their cheers sound playful, they try their best to be serious, offering help, even if there's nothing they can do, since the combat will be fought underwater. Finally, Hairi steps into the sea. From the shore, Umi, Shiroha, and the others can only watch. Upon diving underwater, Hairi pushes forward, but Kobato suddenly lunges at him, taking him by surprise. Kobato's punches come fast, leaving Hairi unable to react. He manages to throw one back, but it barely phases Kobato. With a swift move, Kobato grabs Hairi's arm and spins him around in the water. The force makes him run out of breath. Seeing his struggle, Kobato tells him to tap out, but Hairi refuses. He knows Kobato only wants him to surrender, and that thought drives him to resist. Even as he runs out of breath, he refuses to give up. Just as Kobato spins faster to finish him, a glowing butterfly appears before Hairi. It feels like Umi's voice calling out to him, and the sound pushes him forward. Motivated by this sound, when Kobato throws him, Hairi pushes back and kicks Kobato out of the ring before losing consciousness. Hairi is awakened by Umi's constant calling, and when he opens his eyes, his friends greet him for winning. He truly defeated Kobato, though he nearly drowned underwater, and Shiroha nearly drowned trying to save him too. Relieved after his victory, Hairi only then realizes how grave the situation was. Seeing Shiroha and Kobato from afar, Hairi asks Shiroha why she risked herself, but she tells him her body just moved on its own. Kobato, on the other hand, is all wound up from trying to save the two of them, making Hairi still look like a loser in the end. Still, Kobato asks what Hairi would like from him. The only thing Hairi wants is to protect Shiroha, to be by her side during the ritual. But Kobato refuses, reminding him only the one involved can participate, with family as the only exception. Since the festival is important, the rule must be followed. Though Kobato is not happy about it either, they have no choice but to comply. Umi suddenly rushes to Shiroha, comforting her and calling her mom. Hearing this, Kobato panics, but Shiroha quickly explains they were just playing house. Then Umi runs to Hairi, calling him her dad. Kobato grows even more furious, but once again, it is brushed off as part of their game. Umi then says that if Shiroha is her mom and Hairi is her dad, then they should be married. This makes Kobato finally snap, demanding to know how they got married. Still, Hairi insists it is all just part of the game. Then Umi finally walks up to Kobato, calling him her grandpa. His mood instantly softens at this. Since Shiroha is his granddaughter, that would make Umi his great-grandchild. Overwhelmed, Kobato kneels down to her, giving his blessing to Hairi and Shiro's marriage. Hairi bows in gratitude after what Kobato said. Shiroha thinks it's just trouble, but the truth is Hairi doesn't mind being in a relationship with her at all. Since they are still young, Hairi suggests they just be sweethearts for now. He is serious about his feelings, so they agree on being married, but also simply sweethearts. To commemorate the day they became a couple, Hairi and Shiroha take a picture together with their friends. The next day, Umi draws in her diary again, this time a picture of her mom and dad getting married. And true enough, things begin to move quickly after that. With the ritual drawing near, they are preparing to approach the fateful day Shiroha once saw in her vision. Before leaving the house, he reminds Umi to stay with Kyuko until he comes back. Umi, however, feels sad, wanting to see her mom for herself, but for her safety, Hairi does not permit her to come along. Meanwhile, Kyuko still can't believe her nephew, who only came to the island for the summer, is actually about to get married there. As Hairi makes his way to the venue, a glowing butterfly appears before him. It feels oddly familiar, and he brushes it off, knowing Shiroha is already waiting for him. That day, Hairi and Shiroha dress in their traditional attire. They successfully complete the butterfly covenant and are pronounced married. With Kobato and the other islanders in attendance, Shiroha performs a graceful dance that leaves Hairi in awe. At last, they walk toward the sea, where Shiroha is to begin the ritual. Upon arriving, Shiroha rides the boat with Hairi, the water glowing with floating lanterns. As they voyage through the sea, the newlywed couple stands hand in hand, while Hairi keeps glancing around, alert for any danger that may arise. At last, their voyage ends and the two return safely to shore. Hairi believes they have changed the future, yet a heavy unease still lingers within Shiroha. Suddenly, rain begins to fall from the sky. Though they have already completed their duties, Shiroha's expression shifts when she suddenly asks about Umi. When Hairi replies that he left her at home with Kyuko, Shiroha's chest tightens as she seems to have seen something. Pulling Hairi close, she urgently whispers that they must return, because Umi is still on the boat. That night, Shiroha and Hairi board a boat once more, determined to rescue Umi, who remains stranded on another vessel adrift at sea. Umi calls out to them in fear as rain pours relentlessly. At last, they reach her boat, where she hurriedly apologizes, though Shiroha and Hairi focus only on her safety. Shiroha stretches out her hand, urging Umi to come aboard. But just as Umi is about to grasp it, a violent wave crashes against the boat, causing Umi to fall into the ocean waters below. Without hesitation, Hairi dives into the waters to save Umi. Determined, he scans the vast ocean while Shiroha follows close behind. Then, through the blur of waves, Shiroha spots Umi sinking deeper into the water. Without a second thought, she swims downward, stretching out her hand. Finally, she catches hold of Umi, but just as she does, her lungs give out. Seeing this, Hairi rushes to them and shares his breath with Shiroha, giving her enough air to recover. With all his strength, Hairi wraps his arms around both girls and pushes upward until he gains sight of their ship. Later, Umi is tucked into bed, already fast asleep as Kyuko watches over her. Shiroha remains in their house as well, exhausted yet deeply grateful. She survived and Umi is safe too. Hyrie can't hide his relief. After all, their entire purpose in changing the future was to prevent Shiroha from drowning as in her vision. Still, Shiroha can't help but feel guilty that both Omi and Hyrie ended up hurt because of her. But Hyrie firmly tells her it was their choice to help and she doesn't need to apologize. Even so, the visions trouble her deeply. She knows they are real, and Hyrie admits he also saw the red lights above the water. For Shiroha, that only proves they haven't changed anything about the future. But Hyrie shakes his head. He insists the point isn't to erase the future she saw, but to understand it differently. What she sees isn't the end of the story. Maybe it's only the trigger. Beyond that, the future still has countless paths, and no matter how hard it may be to reach, he believes the ending will be something beautiful. Shiroha never thought of it that way. She's always been too focused on protecting others, which according to Hyrie, makes her a loner. Though she denies being one, Hyrie confirms that she isn't one anymore. After all, both Hyrie and Omi are there for her. Accepting Hyrie's words, Shiroha feels lighter. The future isn't the end. It's only one step towards something more. With this, she quietly thanks him. Just as Shiroha talks about looking forward to the future, she suddenly blushes, remembering something. The moment under the water when Hyrie kissed her. Flustered, Hyrie quickly explains it wasn't a kiss, only a way to give her air so she could breathe. Shiroha pauses, realizing he's right. If it were just an emergency, then it shouldn't count as her first kiss. After all, neither of them has had one yet. At this, they glance at each other, the silence heavy. Then Hyrie nervously asks if they should share one now. Shiroha panics at the idea, but after thinking it over, she admits she doesn't mind. Slowly, they draw closer, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Shiroha closes her eyes, taking a deep breath. Gently, Hyrie places his hands on her shoulders and presses a soft, tender kiss to her lips. The next day, Shiroha decides to visit Umi, and the moment she arrives, Umi quickly embraces her. Concerned, Shiroha asks how she's feeling, and Hyrie reassures her that Umi is doing fine. With that, Shiroha prepares a meal for everyone to share, and Kyuko instantly praises her cooking. As they eat together, Hyrie suddenly notices that Umi is holding her chopsticks the wrong way. This makes Kyuko puzzled, since Umi had never had trouble using them before. To test it, Umi tries again to pick up a piece of food, but she fails as she can't seem to hold her chopsticks properly. Kyuko gently stands and fetches a spoon for her instead. Hyrie and Shiroha exchange worried glances, thinking it could be a complication from the accident. Yet the doctor had confirmed Umi was completely fine, and she herself insists she feels no pain. With that, they decide to brush it off for now. Later that day, the three of them decide to make paper airplanes. Umi eagerly folds her paper, but she makes mistakes while doing so. Hyrie patiently reminds her of the proper folds, and even after his guidance, she repeats the same errors. Seeing her frustration, Shiroha steps in, suggesting they make one together instead. When they finally toss it into the air, Umi laughs brightly, chasing after it with delight. Meanwhile, Hyrie and Shiroha stay behind, quietly watching her play. The next day, Umi writes another entry in her diary about playing a prank on her mom, which not only gets her in trouble, but also gets her dad in more trouble. Wanting to make the diary entry come true, the group seeks O's advice. She mischievously suggests flipping her mom's skirt. When they accuse her of being a perv, Al frantically denies it, though Mickey admits it's not a bad idea after all. The skirt flip prank is simple, but the group knew they had to prepare carefully. With everything set, Al called Shiroha over, while Hyrie peeked through to make sure the timing was perfect. The moment Shiroha arrived, Umi rushed forward and hugged her tightly, only to slip behind her and lift her skirt, while Hyrie executed the final move to complete the prank. After their execution, Shiroha's face went blank and Hyrie could only panic silently. Then, with a low voice, she threatened to erase Hyrie's memories with her fist. He tried to defend himself, but when she asked Umi directly if he was the mind behind it, the little girl confirmed it without hesitation. Kneeling down, Shiroha scolded Umi gently. But to everyone's surprise, Umi actually seemed happy her mom got angry, smiling as she apologized. Turning back to Hyrie, however, Shiroha's eyes narrowed and she coldly called him a creep. That afternoon, the group gathered at their usual shed. Hyrie and Ryuichi couldn't stop teasing about catching a glimpse of Shiroha's underwear, but the others only agreed he deserved every bit of her scolding. Though Lau had suggested the prank, Mickey couldn't help but wonder why Hyrie thought about pranking Shiroha in the first place. With this, Hyrie explains that he only wanted Umi's diary entries to come true. But the moment he mentions her name, the friends look confused and ask who Umi is. Hyrie freezes, shocked at their reaction. Then, almost suddenly, recognition returns to them. They remember pulling off the prank for Umi's sake, yet the brief lapse unsettles him. The next day, Hyrie lines up with the island kids for their radio calisthenics cards to be checked. Where the coach glances, he notices Hyrie is holding 2 cards, A chill runs through him as he realizes he had completely forgotten about Umi. Panic floods his chest as the children behind him stare in confusion, and without another word, he rushes out of line. Cursing himself, Hairi sprints home as fast as he can. Reaching the house, he finds Umi still asleep and quickly shakes her awake. She has already missed radio calisthenics, but the moment she opens her eyes, she breaks into tears, calling desperately for her mother. Hairi is unable to understand her behavior. Then Shiroha appears and Umi calms down, clinging tightly to her. They begin to wonder if Umi is having memory regression, but she doesn't want to be taken to the hospital either. Then Hairi sees a fleeting memory of Umi. The image catches him off guard, and though he brushes it off, the unease lingers. He knows he is forgetting something important, even if he can't point out what it is. That evening, Umi writes in her diary that it will rain, and she will take a bath with her mom. Just as written, the rain pours heavily, and Umi and Shiroha share the bath together, laughing in the water. Hairi waits outside, carefully preparing their clothes. When Umi suddenly calls for him to join them, he flusters and refuses, not ready for that yet. When Umi finally drifts off to sleep, Hairi can't help but notice how she predicted the rain so perfectly. Shiroha agrees, though she quietly admits it feels like she cheated this summer by having Umi. When Hairi first asked her to become Umi's mother, she thought it would be simple, especially with the promise of popsicles as a reward. There are still plenty stored in the freezer, yet Shiroha has stopped eating them. Doing so feels like it would cheapen the meaning of her time with Umi. What she truly wants is to be a best mother for her. After all, not everyone gets the chance to become one for the summer. She's certain she will be a mother someday, but it feels like she skipped ahead unfairly this time. Hairi assumes she wants children soon, and Shiroha admits it. She also hopes they'll be like Umi. Hearing this, Hairi reaches for her hand. He confesses he can't bear long distance after summer ends, and to his relief, Shiroha feels exactly the same. With that, Hairi vows to work hard and save enough to visit her every weekend. Shiroha finds the idea absurd, yet Hairi is determined to make it work. Though hesitant, Shiroha can't help but feel happy about it. That same day, Hairi and Shiroha walked hand in hand along the seaside. Hairi asks if it's a date, and to his delight, Shiroha agrees. She learned it was his first since he attended an all-boys school. To his surprise, it was hers too, while Hairi jokingly tells her it's because she's a loner. Watching a nearby ship, Hairi wondered why they had never done this before. Shiroha admitted they were probably just too shy. As they continued walking, Hairi began to think about the future. Half-joking, he asked what they would prefer if they ever had children, boy or girl. Shiroha panicked, pulling her hand away, misunderstanding his meaning. But in that moment, both of them suddenly froze. A memory resurfaces. They realized they'd have completely forgotten about Umi. Alarmed, Shiroha told Hairi they needed to return immediately. However, Umi is just nearby, quietly watching from the side. Surprised, Hairi and Shiroha approach her, only to realize she has followed them all the way there. With this, they decide to take photos together. Hairi first takes a picture of Shiroha and Umi, yet, as he holds the camera, he can't shake the thought that he and Shiroha had actually forgotten about Umi. Looking back, all he wanted was to make this summer perfect for her, to give her time with her mother, yet he ends up forgetting her in the process. Soon, Umi walks up to him, too shy to say what she wants. She leans towards Shiroha and whispers instead. Shiroha smiles softly, encouraging her to speak up, so Umi explains that she wants a photo of all three of them together. Hairi agrees immediately. With Umi standing between them, they pose, and in one snap, he captures a moment of pure happiness. Later that day, they brought the film to Ao to have it developed. Since it takes time, Ao promises to contact them when it is ready. Shiroha swears they will pick it up together, though Hairi still can't shake the fear of forgetting Umi again. Suddenly, their attention shifts toward a fireworks poster displayed in the store. It announces a festival tomorrow, marking the end of summer. Hairi feels a twinge of sadness at the thought, but he quickly turns to Umi and asks if she wants to watch the fireworks with him. Umi instantly nods with excitement, and Hairi silently vows not to forget his promise. That night, Umi drifts into sleep while Hairi and Shiroha remain by her side. On the floor beside them lies the picture book they have all drawn together. Shiroha realizes she has not yet finished reading the story aloud to Umi, so she carefully picks it up and reads. As she flips through the pages and reaches the final scene, Hairi leans in with curiosity. Suddenly, a faint memory flickers across his mind. He suddenly realizes he cannot remember how they even created this story. That morning, Hairi wakes up to find Shiroha sleeping beside him. He is startled to see her there, and Shiroha feels the same. Neither of them remembers why they ended up at a sleepover. As they think back to the previous night, their cheeks flush in embarrassment, even though nothing had actually happened between them. Early that morning, O arrives at Hairi's home. The moment she steps inside, she catches sight of the two together, still flustered. With this, Ao assumes they spent the night together, and though Hairi and Shiroha are unsure, they awkwardly admit it. This leaves Ao surprised by the situation, even though the two are in a relationship. But she quickly tells them her reason for visiting, which is to deliver the photos they had asked to be developed yesterday. As they scan through the photos one by one, almost all of them show only Shiroha, except for 2 photos where Hairi happens to appear. Ao admits there is something special about Shiroha's smile, suggesting it might be because of Hairi. He shyly agrees, but as he continues looking, he feels that something is missing. Ao wonders if some photos weren't developed, but that isn't the case. Even Shiroha can only stare in confusion. Later, the two sit down to a breakfast of fried rice. Out of nowhere, Hairi asks Shiroha what score she would give. Startled by the question, she hesitates before rating in the 20 out of 100. In the kitchen, Shiroha notices that every utensil comes in pairs, even though Hairi lives alone. Meanwhile, lying in his room, Hairi wonders why he is the one cooking when Shiroha is clearly the better cook. As his gaze drifts, he spots the picture book they once made together. However, he is forgetting why there is a picture book in there in the first place. Shiroha also finds a paper airplane, so she and Hairi decide to fly it outside. They recall the last time they did this, and Shiroha even remembers the name she gave her airplane. Together, they throw their planes into the sky. Just as they drift upward, another airplane made of colorful paper suddenly passes by. Both of them stare in confusion, and without realizing it, tears begin to spill from Hairi's eyes. Shiroha soon starts crying as well, for they both remember the promise they made to watch the fireworks together that day. The festival grounds are crowded with stalls and people, but Shiroha gently takes Hairi's hand and leads him to a quieter part of the shore. It is a secret spot where the two of them can watch the fireworks alone. When the display begins, the two are filled with awe. The fireworks mark the end of summer, and upon realizing it, something stirs in Hairi's memory. Once again, tears well in their eyes. They realize that they weren't able to keep their promise. Hairi whispers an apology when suddenly a hand holds both of them. To their surprise, is Umi, smiling brightly as ever. With this, both of them break down. Shiroha immediately pulls Umi into her arms, apologizing over and over again. She begs her not to leave ever again, promising she will be a better mother, promising to do all the things they want together, to play games, enjoy the summer as usual, and stay by her side until the night fades and the morning rises. But even if Umi longs to stay with them, there is nothing she can do. It is not because Shiroha has failed as a mother. In fact, she assures them that she has truly enjoyed everything about this summer. She was able to spend her days with both Shiroha and Hairi, and for that, she is deeply thankful. Umi also thanks Hairi for giving her such a fun summer, but Hairi quickly insists this cannot be the end. With determination, he vows to make sure every season will be filled with joy, not just summer. Umi turns her gaze to the fireworks lighting up the sky. In that moment, she realizes that they did manage to keep their promise after all. Encouraged, Hairi suggests they make another promise. He wants Umi to start writing in her diary again, and together, they will ensure that everything she writes comes true. He pleads for her to write the rest of her diary, but his voice falters and tears begin to well up in his eyes. Umi gently disagrees with him. She cannot write another diary. She tells them she is already satisfied that she had so much fun spending this summer with her mom and dad, but when she notices their tears, guilt fills her heart. She apologizes, crying, afraid she is the only one who ended up happy. For her, every day has been pure joy, and she only wishes that summer could last forever. Shiroha suddenly pulls Umi into a tight embrace, admitting that she was happy too. She is grateful she got to meet Umi before the summer ends. Hairi joins them, wrapping his arms around both, and confesses he also had the time of his life. He wishes this summer could last forever. As the fireworks bloom, the three of them reflect on every memory they created together. But all things must end. Umi steps back, she thanks them both, expressing how truly grateful she is before whispering her final goodbye. Slowly, she raises her hand to wave, and she slowly fades into the night. Hairi and Shiroha try to reach out to her, but they can no longer do it. Umi has vanished completely. When the silence settles, the night sky is quiet. However, they don't understand why they have tears in their eyes. It's like they have only gone back to their senses, and they didn't even notice that the fireworks had already ended. All they can do is stare blankly at the sky above. Meanwhile, Umi has been on a long journey. Along the way, she creates memories she never thought possible, treasuring that summer deep in her heart. The summer she had always repeated begins as a simple adventure, yet becomes something far greater. She discovers a summer filled with friendship, then another where her limited time shines as a glimmering memory. There is a summer where she nurtures and protects her memories with those dearest to her, and one where she learns the vast possibilities of never giving up. Finally, she finds a summer where she spends her days with her mother, which she cherishes the most. Yet, if given the chance, Umi would gladly wait forever just to stay with her mother. The summer after that, Hairi returns to the island. Shiroha is there waiting for him, and together they walk hand in hand. In time, they marry for real. Their friends gather to witness the ceremony. Their relationship has always been strong, but it takes time before they earn Kobato's approval. During the wedding, he cannot hold back his tears, struggling to accept that Shiroha is finally leaving his side. Kyuko also makes sure Shiro's mother is remembered, holding up her photo so her presence can be felt on this special day. From then on, they live happily together, settling to Hairi's house where every day feels complete. At times, Shiroha swears she hears the faint voice of a child, but she looks forward only to the life she and Hairi will build. Seasons pass quickly, and soon Shiroha shares surprising news. She is pregnant. Hairi can hardly believe it, but when Shiroha confirms she is telling the truth, he screams in complete joy. Soon, Hairi and Shiroha begin preparing for their baby's arrival. The islanders gather together, offering help with everything they need. Everyone, including Kobato and Hairi, waits with excitement for Shiroha's child, who will later grow to be Umi to be born. As the months pass, Shiro's belly grows. She often feels her baby's movements and sings gentle songs for her to hear. But one afternoon, something unusual happens. Shiroha sees something again that she cannot ignore. Her body trembles upon this discovery. Somehow, she knows her baby will be a girl and that they have already met her. It has been so long since she last had such visions, so she wonders why they are coming back. Slowly, she sees the truth. She understands now why Umi appeared to her that summer. Shiroha calls out to Umi, who seems to stand across the room, though invisible to her eyes. Tears stream down her face as she picks up the photo they once took together. With a trembling voice, she apologizes over and over, even though Umi knows that her mother is not at fault. When it's time to choose a name for their baby, Shiroha and Hairi both think of the same name, Umi. Shiroha doesn't seem shocked, but Hairi insists they should also prepare a boy's name just in case. Shiroha gently tells him not to worry as she knows that their child will be a girl and it will be Umi. From then on, Umi begins to notice her mother changing little by little. Whenever Hairi is away at work, Shiroha often spends her time in the shed, reading old records and documents. She searches endlessly for a way to prevent Umi's ability to return to the past. Yet, in her determination, Shiroha frequently overworks herself. Her only wish is for Umi to live a normal life. Umi remembers Hairi's words that the future can be changed if they don't give up. With that thought, so in that summer, she decided to do something. If only Shiroha had not been given the power to see the future. One afternoon, when Hairi returns home from work, he assumes Shiroha is buried in her research again. But as he steps inside, he finds her collapsed on the floor, surrounded by scattered books. That moment changes everything. Hairi frantically calls for a doctor. On the table is a notebook, and Shiroha only manages to write a letter for Umi before she loses consciousness. On that very same day, their daughter Umi was born. Hairi gently tells Shiroha the joyful news of their baby's arrival. But his words reach no answer. Shiroha lies motionless beside Umi, her face hidden under a piece of fabric. She is gone. Overcome with grief, Hairi cries out her name. His tears fall when he gazes upon her one last time. Soon, their friends from the island also gather at the house, mourning the loss of Shiroha. From a distance, Umi watches silently. She realizes everything her mother endured was for her sake. Unable to bear the sorrow, she wishes to run away. In that instant, she disappears, returning once more to the summer when Hairi first arrived on the island. She finds herself in that same summer again, yet this time she decides not to interfere. If she keeps her distance, maybe her parents won't grow close and their future will change. But even without her presence, Shiroha and Hairi still meet by the pool. They spend time together, fall in love, and share the same summer as before. Their bond grows naturally, unchanged by Umi's absence. Umi thought something different would happen, yet Shiroha still remembers her. Even though Umi never appeared that summer, her existence remains in her mother's memory. That is when Umi realizes that her mom has been returning to the past just like her. No matter what changes, the cycle always repeats. Shiroha dies and Umi is born. Unable to accept this fate, Shiroha keeps running, reliving the same summer over and over. And each time, Umi's soul is pulled back as well, trapped in the same endless loop. Once again, Umi finds herself on Hairi's first day on the island, reliving that same summer that always ends in tragedy. To her, it no longer feels like a future, but an endless replay of the past. Confused, she wonders what she must do to save her mother. Then her mother's words echo in her heart. If it weren't for that ability, Umi would have lived a normal life. Suddenly, Umi understands. The only way to change fate is to let go of her ability that keeps dragging her back, which is triggered each time she runs away, choosing the past over the future. Perhaps the same thing happened to her mother, trapping her in this repeating summer. Quietly, Umi apologizes to her father. She decides not to follow him this time. Instead, she will return to where she truly belongs, even if it means she may never return. That time she makes her choice, she chooses a place where she no longer exists. Umi, now transformed into a butterfly, continues to fly, yet the more she flutters forward, the more she begins to lose. Through every summer she has lived, she carries countless precious memories, but soon everything becomes hazy. Just as she starts to lose hope, a hand reaches out. The fragments of her summers patch together, forming the body she thought she had lost. Umi reaches out to the butterfly and everything changes. She feels a tickling sensation across her skin until, gradually, she opens her eyes. To her surprise, she finds herself surrounded by chickens inside a coop. Looking closely, she notices a name tag on one of them, Catherine. She thanks the chicken softly. Then suddenly, the coop door opens, revealing Kobato, who stares at her with tense, confused eyes. Startled, Umi asks where she is and who she is. With this, Kobato decides to take her into his home. It's clear that Umi has no memory of her identity. As they speak, younger Shiroha peeks from the doorway. Umi greets her cheerfully, but Shiroha runs away in fright. Finally, Kobato turns back and formally introduces himself to Umi. Now that they know each other, Kobato suggests Umi get proper checkup regarding her memory loss in the city. He even offers to accompany her after she eats, which fills her with gratitude. With that, Shiroha lays out a variety of dishes in front of Umi. Umi tries to thank her. When asked about where she learned her name, Umi explains that her dad mentioned it, but Shiroha quickly denies it. With tears in her eyes, she says she no longer has a dad because he's dead, then she rushes outside once more. At that moment, Kobato enters the house, curious about why Shiroha was crying. Umi apologizes but suddenly screams in fear, insisting that Kobato is supposed to be dead. So Kobato explains that he is not her father but Shiro's grandfather. Then he encourages Umi to eat before her food grows cold. With that, Umi takes a bite of the food and her face instantly lights up at the taste. She compliments it and Kobato explains that the chicken was prepared just that morning, which is why it's so fresh. However, as Umi scans the table, her eyes fall on the name tag she saw earlier, Catherine. This horrifies her, and she drops her chopsticks in shock. Before they leave for the city, Kobato checks on Umi, but instead, she rushes towards Shiroha, who is peeking shyly through the door. Umi apologizes for earlier, and they talk until Kobato calls out again, prompting Umi to return. By afternoon, Kobato ends up returning with Umi. This makes Shiroha wonder why she's still there. They explain that just as Umi was about to board the ship, she froze in fear and couldn't go through with it. Embarrassed, Umi admits it herself, but soon she and Shiroha laugh together at the situation. Kobato then tells Shiroha that Umi will be staying with them for the time being. Through tea, Umi asks if it's really right for her to stay, but Kobato assures her that it is. After all, only he and Shiroha live in the house, and since he is often away for work, having someone else around isn't bad. Still, Kobato warns her not to mention Shiro's parents, especially her mother. He explains that Shiro's father died in an accident and soon after, her mother mysteriously disappeared. Losing both parents within a month was difficult for Shiroha, though she rarely cried in front of him. Shifting the subject, Kobato asks Umi for her name. Since she can't remember at all, they decide to make one up. While thinking, she suddenly mentions the sea, the seven seas in particular. Kobato finds it ironic since she can't even bring herself to ride the water. However, he still suggests a name connected to it. Nanami for now. That name will do. That night under the starry sky, Nanami reflects on what had truly been her name. Reaching into her pocket, she finds a butterfly wing. Curious, she lifts her gaze and sees a glowing butterfly fluttering above her. Just then, Shiroha calls her in for dinner, and with a smile, Nanami walks back toward the house. In search of her lost memories, Nanami spends her days wandering the island. She walks endlessly, yet nothing seems to resurface. While Kobato is away working, Shiroha also disappears for most of the day, only returning briefly at lunch before heading out again until evening. One day, Kobato brings home a large haul of seafood for dinner. Nanami eats it eagerly, but she notices Shiroha's face remains expressionless. Though sashimi every day feels like a luxury, Nanami assumes it must not be good for a child to eat constantly. With that, she rummages through the kitchen and cooks fried rice for Shiroha, hoping it will make her enjoy the meals better somehow. After seeing her final dish, Nanami immediately wonders how she learned to cook it. She calls it chow fan, then Shiroha walks in, seeing what she cooked. They argue whether to call it chow fan or fried rice, so in the end, they agree to combine the two words together and call it fried fan. When Shiroha tastes it, she immediately smiles. This makes Nanami think she really is sick of eating only sashimi every day. Unbeknownst to her, Kobato is actually behind her. This startles Nanami, but Kobato immediately looks at the plate of fried rice she prepares for him. He tastes it and says it is good, though something seems to bother him. Kobato thanks Nanami for the meal. He sees that she can cook, so he wants her to cook for Shiroha, but he suddenly brushes the idea off, saying she is supposed to be a guest. Though Nanami doesn't really mind cooking for them, he simply finishes his plate and leaves them in a rush. Now the two are left alone, and that's when Shiroha mentions it tastes just like her dad's cooking. She wants Nanami to teach her how to do it, but even if she'd like to, she only goes on by feeling. Besides that, Kobato doesn't seem pleased with her cooking. With that, Shiroha decides to bring Nanami to her secret place. Shiroha brings Nanami to a closed restaurant where her dad used to cook. Though her mom couldn't cook, she often helped her dad with things there. However, after her dad died, her mom disappeared all of a sudden. Shiroha isn't quite sure where she went, but she assumes she left to look for her dad as her parents were very close. Then Shiroha picks up a broom and begins sweeping the floor. Nanami now understands that she has been going there to clean, just like her mom used to do every day. With that, Nanami picks up a mop and decides to clean with her as well. There in the restaurant, Nanami cooks the same fried rice again. Even though it's quite flavorful, Shiroha admits her dad's was still better. This makes Nanami wonder what might be different. That's when Shiroha suddenly remembers a recipe her father wrote. She looks for it and hands it over to Nanami so she can follow it. However, there are some phrases in it that Nanami can't quite understand, almost like they are mystery ingredients. Shiroha explains that those are items found only on the island, and she once helped her mom gather them so she knows exactly where to get them. The first one, an old man named Siryu, hands them a rod that helps them catch the king of the ocean, a crayfish. Next, Suzaku gives them leftover vegetables from the produce shop. After that, Genbu helps them draw spring water to cook the rice with. Finally, Bako hands them a pack of boar meat. With all the ingredients gathered, they head home, but Shiroha ends up falling asleep on Nanami's back along the way. That night, after arriving home, Nanami lays Shiroha down to sleep in her bed. Kobato assumes she got tired from having fun all day. Nanami confirms this, mentioning they went around the island and even met some of his friends, Siryu, Suzaku, Genbu, and Bako. At this, Kobato bursts out in anger, since Genbu is supposed to be his designation, and yet someone else has taken it. Still, Kobato composes himself in front of Nanami and thanks her for spending time with Shiroha. He then mentions that he went around the island to look for clues about her identity, but he found nothing. Nanami tells him not to worry about it, but Kobato insists she should. He also warns her about the closed restaurant on the hill, telling her she may wander there, but not to bring Shiroha, as it would make her feel sad. This takes Nanami aback, so she asks if Shiro's mother ever had friends. Kobato explains she had plenty, but the one she was closest to was Kyuko. That night, Nanami goes to Kyuko. She introduces herself and Kyuko welcomes her warmly into her home. Over tea, they begin talking about what happened to Hitomi, Shirova's mother. Kyuko admits that even she doesn't fully understand it, Hitomi simply vanished one day. But she recalls their last conversation just before she disappeared. Hitomi had spoken about the tale of Shirahane. The tale of Shirahane is a story of a woman who turned into a butterfly to see someone she loves. To do so, she throws herself into the ocean, offering herself to the god of the sea. In return, she gains the power to transform into a butterfly and see her beloved, but she eventually loses everything else in exchange. Nanami is startled to hear that Hitomi had been talking about such things before vanishing. Kyuko admits her friend had grown attached to old folktales. When Nanami asks more about her, Kyuko speaks fondly, describing Hitomi as fun. She also recalls Hitomi's favorite saying about how she always insisted she had no time for nostalgia. Going home, Nanami still hasn't found anything useful aside from the tale of Shirahane. But when she looks at the sea, an image of a woman jumping into it suddenly flashes in her mind. She pauses because of this, yet all she sees is a butterfly. She pulls out the wing from her pocket and wonders if it will answer some of her questions. The next day, they return to the restaurant. Nanami cooks fried rice for Shiroha once again, but after giving it a taste, she feels like something is still missing. Nanami followed every step in the recipe, so she doesn't understand why it doesn't taste the same. Shiroha comments that her father's version is a bit sweeter, prompting Nanami to ask if she remembers him adding anything special. Shiroha recalls her dad sprinkling black things into the rice. Curious, Nanami rereads the recipe and finally notices a drawing at the bottom of the paper. It resembles the sun, though it makes little sense. Still, Nanami assumes it is a clue for the ingredient, so with determination, they went on to look for it. They walk around the island in search of the sun, but nothing they find seems close to being an ingredient. Suddenly, Shiro's friends rush in excited to see her, since they haven't been able to play with her at all since summer began. With all her friends gathered, Nanami seizes the chance to ask if they know anything about what they're looking for. The kids think hard until Miki recalls something Shiroha always said about the sun. This stirs Shiroha's own memories and she grows teary-eyed at the thought. She leads Nanami to a sunflower field. There, Nanami finally realizes what the black things are. They are sunflower seeds, which are also a little sweet, confirming the missing ingredient. But when Nanami turns to Shiroha, she sees her just standing there, motionless. It's her first time being back in that place since she lost her parents. Shirova breaks into tears, remembering moments with her mom and dad, aching to be with them again, but they aren't here this summer anymore. In that moment, Nanami wants nothing more than to bring back what Shiroha has lost, but she can't. Instead, a memory surfaces in her mind. Though her memory seemed vague, tears fill her eyes too, and she silently decides, this summer, all she wants is to make Shirova smile. That day, Nanami decides to cook the fried fan again. Shirova takes a bite but admits her father's version had more pepper. That makes Nanami disappointed, yet she only stands up and rushes back to try again. Nanami keeps cooking, pan after pan, filling the sink with dishes. Still, none of them taste quite right. While crushing sunflower seeds, Shiroha wears a distant expression, and Nanami can't help but notice. Her only wish this summer is to see Shiroha smile, so she continues. Finally, after many attempts, Shiroha takes another bite. This time, her eyes brighten. Nanami has finally recreated her father's cooking. Overjoyed, Nanami bursts into joy while Shiroha thanks her sincerely. That being said, Nanami decides to try the fried fan she cooked herself. The moment she tastes it, something stirs inside her. The flavor feels strangely nostalgic, as if she had eaten it somewhere before. An image suddenly flashes in her mind. Shiroha notices this and gently taps her head, offering comfort before pulling Nanami into an embrace. Later that day, Nanami and Shiroha prepare the fried fan again, this time to share with Kobato. As they present the dish, Nanami claims Shiroha was the one who made it, but Shiroha insists she only helped. Intrigued by this, Kobato takes a spoonful and places it in his mouth. Slowly, his expression shifts. Suddenly, Kobato asks the two of them to explain themselves. His gaze shifts towards Shiroha, reminding her of his warning about visiting the restaurant. Seeing her grandfather's reaction, Shiroha rushes out of the room. Now left alone, Nanami turns to Kobato with her frustration spilling out. She reminds him how hard Shiroha worked for this and that she deserved gentleness. She believes his grief has made him unfair toward her. Kobato softens, explaining that the fried fan only changed Shiroha to the past. But Nanami doesn't accept this, pressing him about Shiroha's mother. Remembering Shiroha's joy at the restaurant earlier, when they were cooking, she grows suspicious of why Kobato truly wants to keep her away from it. Nanami insists that the restaurant holds happy memories, urging Kobato to give her answers. At last, Kobato sighs deeply, saying not all memories are happy. He recalls how his late wife once spoke of their family's special lineage, a mysterious power passed down through generations. But that power always came with a price. Whenever he pressed her for details, she never explained. She only smiled and told him to simply enjoy the summer while it lasted. Years later, their daughter Hitomi repeated the same words to him. She urged him to make sure Shiroha enjoyed every summer she had. Then Hitomi disappeared, leaving Shiroha behind. Losing both her parents broke Shiroha's heart, and out of pity, Kobato tried to shield her from the restaurant. He feared it would trap her in grief, even if it meant she might resent him for it. Looking at Nanami, Kobato admits he appreciates how much she has done for Shiroha. But recalling just how much Shiroha's parents loved each other, Kobato laments, he's only an old man left to watch over Shiroha, feeling unworthy of the role. Soon the sun goes down, and while staring at the sky, Nanami can't help but notice just how sad this summer feels. She feels conflicted, not wanting either Shiroha or Kobato to be burdened with sadness, so she decides she must end it. As she wonders about this strange feeling, a butterfly suddenly flies in front of her. It feels almost like the butterfly is giving her a clue, because in that moment, she remembers what she's supposed to do. Suddenly, all her memories come rushing back. She is brought back to her life as Umi. She remembers throwing paper airplanes with her mom, the future Shiroha, and her dad, Hairi. She recalls the photos they took together as a family, and even the moment they kept their promise by watching the fireworks at the end of summer. But soon the sad memories return as well. She remembers coming back from the future just to see her mom on that very island. In that moment, Nanami finally understands why she is there. She came from the future, and the reason she returned is to help the people most dear to her. Tears begin to fall as the realization sinks in. Looking at the butterfly once more, she quietly thanks it for giving her the clarity she needed. Then, as the butterfly drifts into the night sky, Nanami knows exactly what she must do. That night, Shiroha had a strange dream. She calls out for her mom and dad, but no matter how far she looks, no one is there. Only 2 sets of footprints remain on the sand. Desperate, she stumbles forward to follow them, hoping they will lead her to her parents. But before she can reach the end, the waves crash in and wash the footprints away. At that moment, Shirova can't do anything but collapse to her knees, tears falling as she cries out from loneliness, wondering why her parents left her behind. Just then, a glowing butterfly drifts down before her. She gazes at it, captivated, watching closely as it flutters into the night. Then Shirova wakes up with her heart still heavy. The dream lingers, making her lonelier than before. Quietly, she sits in one corner of her room, clutching the family picture tightly to her chest. Staring at it, she wonders why she keeps seeing that dream, and if the butterfly was trying to tell her something. Meanwhile, back at the house, Nanami and Kobato share a meal. Before they start eating, Kobato casually mentions a volunteering project happening at Shiroha's school, where parents are invited to participate. Nanami finds this surprising, wondering why there would be school activities during summer break. Kobato explains that it's a preparation for the upcoming Natsudora ritual. Thinking about the activity, Nanami believes it would be the perfect chance for Shiroha and Kobato to make up. To her surprise, however, Kobato asks her to go in his place. Nanami immediately refuses, insisting that it should be Kobato who goes with Shiroha. But Shiroha hasn't spoken to him since their argument, shutting herself in her room and even refusing meals. Nanami also realizes Kobato has been trying to make peace for Shiroha by cooking for her. Instead of answering, Kobato gives her a weary stare before admitting that the other children might feel uneasy if he were the one to attend. Left with no choice, Nanami only smiles. Now alone, Nanami regrets that she missed her chance to say no. Her thoughts drift back to the Natsudori festival, recalling when she once made lanterns with her father. It was a day filled with laughter, and her mother danced so gracefully as well. Holding onto that memory, Nanami resolves to give Shiro the same joy. The next day, the day of the lantern-making project finally arrives. The classroom is lively and filled with students and parents, yet Shiroha is nowhere to be seen, which makes her friends uneasy. But just as their concerns grow heavier, they spot her at the school gate, walking toward the classroom. But to their surprise, it isn't her grandfather accompanying her. When Nanami steps inside, she pauses for a moment, overwhelmed by the number of children inside the classroom. She glances at Shiroha and quietly vows that together, they'll make the most beautiful lantern of them all. Soon, the teacher begins to gather everyone's attention and explain the meaning of the ritual. At this time of year, she says, the spirits of departed loved ones return for a short while. They visit the world of the living to check up on their loved ones, and then they will return to where they came from once again. The lanterns serve as guiding lights, helping them find their way back to the other side. Hearing this, Shiro's expression suddenly darkens. Her gaze lingers on the paper lantern in front of her. When Nanami asks her what's wrong, Shiro quietly mutters that she doesn't want it. To her, helping the lanterns guide the souls back only means saying goodbye to her parents forever. Overwhelmed, she suddenly hurls the lantern to the ground, shattering it before running out of the classroom in tears. Nanami immediately tries to follow, but before she can reach the door, a group of children blocks her way. Mistaking the situation, they accuse her of bullying Shiroha and refuse to let her through. Nanami pleads with them, but the misunderstanding leaves her trapped, unable to chase after her. Meanwhile, Shiroha continues to run until exhaustion slows her down. Tears swell up in her eyes as she looks up at the empty sky, calling out desperately for her mother and father, confessing to how much she misses them both. When Shiroha arrives home, she's surprised to find a pair of slippers and luggage by the doorstep. It seems they have a visitor. Sure enough, inside the house, Grandma Kato is kneeling before the portraits of Shiroha's late parents, offering them a solemn prayer. It is the first time she's been able to pay her respects, so she apologizes to Kobato for being so late. Kobato, however, simply shakes it off, saying the two loved her deeply and must be overjoyed to see her there now. Even so, Kato's expression tightens with grief. She admits she still cannot believe they lost Hitomi as well, whispering that perhaps it was connected to the Naruse family's mysterious power. For a moment, she touches her own face, almost as if grounding herself. As the two continue to talk, Shiroha only listens to them inside her room. Once they're done, Kato explains that someone is already waiting for her at the port, and that she only stopped by briefly on her way there. With this, she and Kobato exchange farewells before she hurries out. But just as Kato hasn't gotten far, Shiroha rushes to catch up with her. Kato freezes, stunned to see how much she has grown. For a moment, she whispers that it almost feels like Hitomi is the one bringing them together. Her words only make Shiroha tear up. With trembling eyes, she asks if Kato knows where her mother went. She demands answers, crying that it feels like Hitomi abandoned her. Kato firmly denies this. Though she doesn't give a direct answer, she scolds Shiroha for thinking such a thing. Instead, she gently takes her hand and recalls how the last time they saw each other, Shiroha was still small. She remembers Hitomi's deep care for Shiroha, how she would often say that she and her daughter shared the same powers. To overcome them, Hitomi wanted every summer to be filled with joy. Kato insists that Hitomi loves Shiroha dearly, so she must believe in her. As Kato walks away, Shiroha is left standing in silence, her mind replaying her words over and over. She wonders what kind of powers her mother was talking about, but no matter how hard she thinks, nothing seems to make sense. What she does remember, though, is the very first time she had that strange dream. She had woken up with tears in her eyes, but Hitomi was there to comfort her. Shiroha told her about the dream about how a butterfly appeared and whispered that she had the power to see her mother. At the time, Shiroha thought it was nothing but a strange story. Yet, Hitomi pulled her into a tight hug. Now that memory stirs a new thought. If she and her mother shared the same power, Hitomi may have used it to see her father again. This fills Shiroha with questions. But before she can dwell further, she is interrupted by Nanami's voice. Breathing heavily, Nanami calls out to her, worried, just as the others in class had been earlier. Nanami tries to talk to Shiroha, but she seems bothered as her mind dwells elsewhere. Ever since the parent-student project at school, Shiroha has grown silent. She rarely leaves her room and the once lively house has become quiet. Not every day of that summer is fun, yet Nanami knows summers like this well. She remembers the one she spent with her mother and father. That is the kind of summer she longs for Shiroha to have too. But before she can help her, there is something she needs to understand. Nanami visits Kyuko once more, returning to the same question she asked only days earlier, the story of the woman who became a butterfly. Kyuko explains that being a butterfly gives her wings and the freedom to go wherever she wishes, whether into the past or into the future. But she warns that when the line between past and present disappears, it ceases to be freedom and becomes a prison, a cycle that repeats endlessly. Just like summer, which only begins in July and ends in August, its limits are what make it precious. Likewise, if summer were to last forever, it would no longer feel like freedom, but instead a cage. With this thought, Nanami posed a question. If someone had the power to return to the past and see the person they loved most, would they be willing to give up everything for it? Kyuko answers that she would. It contradicts her earlier words, yet she admits that if such a chance appeared, she would likely seize it. Still, she reminds Nanami that she holds no such power, so the idea remains only a dream. Nanami, however, keeps pondering Kyuko's words. As she prepares to leave, she thanks her, but before she can go, Kyuko points out that Nanami, despite her amnesia, seems far more interested in Hitomi than in discovering her own identity. Nanami quickly claims it is simply another way of learning more about the island. Yet Kyuko only smiles, hinting that Nanami must already know everything, since this isn't the first time they have spoken. For a moment, Nanami wonders if Kyuko has seen through her true identity as Umi, but the woman is only referring to their earlier conversation days ago. Relieved, Nanami continues on her way. Left alone, Kyuko gazes up at the sky, murmuring softly that summer is almost at its end. As Nanami walks home alone, she turns Kyuko's words over in her mind. It's true that if someone had the power to go back, they would never resist the chance to see their loved one again. That much is certain, and Nanami doubts she could ever stop anyone from doing so. Even she has learned countless things by repeating the same summer again and again. She also knows there isn't just one fixed future, but if Shiroha uses her powers, that future will be sealed shut forever. Days later, the island stirs with excitement as stalls for the Natsadori festival begin to line the streets. Kobeto gave him a little spending money, so Shiroha beams with joy, immediately asking for grilled squid. She buys herself the grilled squid she had been craving, and the moment Shiroha takes a bite, her smile shines brightly. For a fleeting instant, Nanami thinks that if they can just keep making memories like this, the summer will be enough. Shiroha will no longer feel the pull to use her power. Though this summer was meant to be one Shiroha spends all alone, Nanami's presence gives her comfort, and that alone makes Nanami feel like her long journey is finally holding purpose. Lost in her thoughts, Nanami almost misses Shiroha watching her closely. She assures her that she's fine, and they continue strolling together. Then the highlight of the festival begins. A woman steps onto the stage, moving with grace as she performs the traditional dance. Watching her, Nanami recalls Shiroha dancing the same way. That night, as the festival reaches its most beautiful moment, the people gather to release floating lanterns across the water. They swarm closely on the streets, but Shiroha and Nanami remain behind. Shiroha recalls how she cried every day after her father's death until one evening she heard a voice. It told her she had the power to meet him again and she believed she could still see him. When she shared this with her mother, Hitomi's reaction was not comfort but shock. Soon after, her mother disappeared. Since then, Shiroha convinces herself that maybe Hitomi discovered the way first and went ahead to meet her father. That thought has lingered in her heart after all these days, leaving her lost and uncertain of what to do. Then a glowing butterfly drifts past them. Shiroha's eyes widen and she suddenly apologizes to Nanami, saying she must go as she needs to see her mother. Convinced the butterfly has come to guide her, she rushes off into the crowd, chasing its glow. With that, Nanami reacts instantly, pushing herself to follow. The streets are overflowing with people, and while Shiroha slips through gracefully with her light frame gliding between the people, Nanami struggles. The chase carries them beyond the festival into the edge of the forest. Nanami calls out, but Shiroha doesn't respond. Instead, a faint light gleams deeper within the trees. With determination, Nanami presses forward until the forest opens before her. There hundreds of glowing butterflies rise and swirl, filling the air. At the center of it all stands a great tree, and before it, Shirova stands, feeling it. Seeing the sight before her, Nanami hurries to Shirova's side, but Shirova only looks at her with surprise. She cannot understand why Nanami followed. Softly, she explains that Nanami cannot pass through as only those with the special power can reach the place she is heading. Shirova believes that it is where her mother went, disappearing to find her father in the past. Both she and her mother shared this gift, so if she wishes to return, then she can. Then Shirova turns to Nanami, asking if she too came from another time. Nanami answers with only a reluctant smile, but it is enough for Shirova to know the truth. With a calm resolve, Shirova thanks Nanami for everything, saying how much she cherished their days together, but now she must leave to be with her mother. Before Nanami can ask more, the butterflies surround her, their light swelling until it engulfs everything around them. Shirova begins to vanish in the glow. Desperate, Nanami stretches out her hand, calling out as the brilliance pulls Shirova farther away. When Shirova opens her eyes, she finds herself in an entirely different place. The great tree still stands, but now it is surrounded by a vast field of white flowers swaying gently in the wind. She gazes around in awe before wandering aimlessly, realizing she has finally used her power. With that thought, she quietly wishes to see her mother. But before she can go further, Nanami suddenly appears, stopping her. Somehow, she too has entered this place. She warns Shirova that if she continues, she risks losing more than she could ever imagine. Using her power means losing countless precious memories. Shirova shakes her head, resisting, unable to understand. Nanami pleads, even bringing up Kobato, how heartbroken he would be if she disappeared too. But still, Shirova stands firm. Nanami presses on, telling Shirova there are countless memories still waiting for her. But Shirova insists there is no future left for her. Her mother abandoned her, and that truth overshadows everything. Nanami gently tells her that Hitomi only disappeared for her sake, that her absence must hold a greater purpose. She put her life on the line for Shirova because she cared deeply. Still, Shirova's heart aches. What she truly wants is simply to be with her mother again, no matter the reason. Since Hitomi vanished, Shirova has felt unbearably alone. She wakes up in silence, prepares her own meals, and walks to school without anyone there to see her off. That empty routine terrifies her, as though it will never change. She fears she will always remain by herself. But Nanami refuses to let her believe that. She promises that every summer ahead can be filled with joy and laughter, each one more meaningful. To prove her words, Nanami raises her hand, summoning a glowing butterfly that drifts between them. Shirova reaches toward it, and in that brief light, she glimpses the future she could lose if she gives in. Shirova sees herself grown up, standing by the pool where she first met Hairi. From there, she watches their bond slowly bloom until it becomes something unshakable. She thinks she must be dreaming, but these visions are not illusions. They are memories, or perhaps glimpses of what awaits her if she chooses to stay. The memories keep flowing, each one brighter than the last, until she can hardly believe such happiness could belong to her. Yet all of it is real, or could be real, if she does not give it up. When the memories fade, Shirova turns to Nanami, asking who she truly is. For a brief moment, Nanami is tempted to reveal her identity, but instead she urges Shirova to return home. Faced with the choice to press on or turn back, Shirova is moved by everything she has just witnessed and decides to follow Nanami and head home. As they walk back toward reality, they pass beneath a crystal sky. A butterfly brushes past Nanami's ear, whispering a gentle thank you. She knows it is Hitomi, so she whispers back her thanks to her grandma. The two of them manage to return, but the night has deepened. Together, they stand by the shore, watching the floating lanterns drift across the dark blue sea. Shirova notices something strange. The glowing butterflies begin to appear again, dozens of them scattering in the air. Curious, she soon realizes they are coming from Nanami. When she looks closer, she sees Nanami's hand slowly fading away. Shirova panics, but Nanami remains calm, as though she has long accepted this moment. She knows deep down that she was born from countless overlapping memories, and by showing Shirova those visions of her future, she began to unravel. Now her time is ending. Shirova breaks down, unable to understand how Nanami can be happy while disappearing. Yet Nanami insists that she is at peace because she has already accomplished what she came for. She saw the one most dear to her, and that alone is enough. As Shirova continues to cry, she once again questions Nanami's true identity, but Nanami only smiles softly and replies that she is simply Nanami. With that, she begins to walk away into the night. Suddenly, however, a familiar voice calls out to her. Nanami freezes, turns around, and standing there is Shirova, but in her grown-up form. Likewise, the older Shirova recognizes her instantly. She knows it is her daughter, Umi. Umi is stunned, wondering how Shirova could possibly recognize her despite how much she has changed. Yet before she can question it further, Shiroha pulls her into a tight embrace. Tears in her voice, she asks why Umi did all of this. Shiroha explains that she is supposed to use her power to bring happiness to herself, but she chose to use it to come back there. For Umi, though she's already happy, spending that summer with Shiroha was enough. Those memories with Hairi there too made the perfect summer she could have ever wished for. Still, Shiroha is startled by how far back Umi has reached, even changing her appearance just to be here for her. It was all done to help her, yet the consequences are undeniable. Everything will change in the future because of this. The summer she was supposed to spend with Umi will now be different, and she will grow up to become a whole new person. Worse, if she cannot reclaim her power, Umi may vanish forever, never to exist. But Umi already understands that risk, and so she presses further. Though this power feels like a curse to Shiroha, it has given her one precious gift: the chance to see Umi again. At that moment, Umi says the final words she has always longed to tell her mother, the words she never had the chance to say before disappearing. Good morning. Umi speaks her final words to her mother, grateful that she is able to see her one last time. Overcome with happiness, she suddenly collapses, her body drifting into sleep. Shiroha catches her just in time and gently lays her in her lap. For Umi, this moment is enough, and there is nothing more she could ask for. Shiroha, however, only wishes for her daughter's happiness because she is, above all, her mother. That is the very reason Umi has come this far, to help her, to protect her, and in the end, she does a wonderful job. Yet despite it all, Shiroha feels she can never thank her enough. More than anything, she longs for another chance to be Umi's mother once again. Though it feels impossible, Shiroha wishes Umi could stay. She longs for an ordinary life together, like cooking, shopping, and any other little things mothers and daughters share. Through tears, she speaks of all the moments they will never have, sobbing at the thought of a summer without Umi. It feels unreal, but Umi manages a small smile and teases that her mother is acting more like the child between them. But soon Umi too is crying, whispering her own wishes of time together, confessing that she also wants nothing more than to be with her mom. They embrace tightly. When their tears subside, Umi looks up and asks Shiroha to sing for her. Even before birth, when she was still in her mother's womb, she remembers that warmth. She wants to relive it now as she rests on her mother's lap. Shiroha hesitates, terrified that Umi may never wake again if she drifts into sleep. Yet, despite her pleas, Umi's eyelids grow heavy. She tries desperately to keep them open, but she can't hold on any longer. With that, Shiroha begins to sing with a trembling voice. Deep down, Umi has always longed to fall asleep in her mother's arms like this. Her thoughts wander back to her childhood, when her mom was gone and her father was always away at work. She used to drift to sleep alone, yet even before she was born, she recalls a feeling, a memory of being carried in her mother's embrace. Through blurry eyes, Umi remembers seeing her mother's face. She remembers the sensation, the warmth, and now that very same feeling wraps around her once again. She wasn't even born back then, yet Umi remembers Shiroha carrying her beneath a wide, bright sky, smiling as she sang. But as time slips away, Umi begins to understand what loss truly means. She feels the past unraveling, her memories fading one by one. Her very existence is dissolving, and this time she will never be born, never meet her parents, never see them again. Yet, even with that realization, Umi feels a deep sense of peace. She has done what she came to do. She met her mother. She spent a summer by her side. She created memories that will last in her heart, even as everything else vanishes. With that, Umi whispers her final farewell to Shiroha before closing her eyes for the last time. Her body begins to glow softly, and hundreds of shimmering butterflies take flight, scattering into the air. Shiroha clings desperately, but her grip loosens and Umi gently fades from her arms. This time, Shiroha grieves the loss of her daughter once more, her heart breaking as she recalls how Umi had spoken of every summer she ever lived. Now those memories are gone. She knows she should let go, that clinging to the past will only trap her, but the weight of those moments is too vivid to forget. It was the best summer of her life. Umi gave her the chance to feel what it meant to be a mother. That gift is too precious to release. Shiroha clings to the memory as she screams Umi's name into the empty night. Back when Hairi and Shiroha were reading the picture book they made together, the story told of a butterfly with beautiful wings, yet a world without color. The butterfly set out on a journey, traveling across the globe, and everywhere she passed, colors bloomed. But over time, the butterfly's own wings faded, turning pale and white. At last, when her journey brought her back to her hometown, the butterfly landed gently on a flower. With that peace, she drifted into a silent slumber, while those around her wept, their sorrow falling like rain. Shiroha turned the page, expecting the story to be over, but to her surprise, there was more. Hairi had added a few lines, even though Umi had suggested ending it earlier. Shiroha liked this addition too. After the rain passed, a radiant rainbow arched across the sky, stretching like a bridge that connected the world. Back in the present, a new summer begins. Hyrie gazes at the view from the ship as it approaches the island. Just before summer break, he had received a letter inviting him to visit that island. It was from his Aunt Kyuko, his mother's sister, whom he had never met before. With that, Hyrie chose to follow that feeling. And so, at the start of this summer, his new journey unfolds. When Hyrie steps into the shed, he is immediately struck by the sight of countless boxes and objects stacked inside. It's overwhelming. With so many belongings, Kyuko explains that these are their Grandma Kato's, but she only keeps them for other people. Most of the owners never reply or come back, so the items remain. Hyrie wonders aloud why anyone would leave such things behind. Kyuko answers with a gentle smile, offering an example. Sometimes we tuck something into our pocket and forget about it. Much later, we might suddenly remember, only to find only its fragments left behind. This shed, she says, is like people's pockets, a place holding what once mattered deeply, but was eventually forgotten. That night, Kyuko mentions a small diner just 10 minutes from the port, so Hyrie decides to stop by. But when he arrives, the place is already closed, its doors locked. With nothing else to do, he takes his motorcycle for a slow ride around the island before heading back. Yet he hasn't even gone far when the engine suddenly sputters and dies as he runs out of gas. With no other choice, he pushes the heavy motorcycle along the road. By morning, under the blazing sun, his sweat is already dripping down his face. On the roadside ahead, he spots two girls walking together. It's O and Shiroha. There's a strange feeling in the air, though none of them seem to recognize one another. When Hyrie is a few meters away from them already, Shiroha suddenly whispers to Ao, asking about him. Ao shakes her head, assuming he must be a tourist. Still, Shiroha's gaze lingers on him. Her expression seems as if trying to recall something just out of reach. But they are in a hurry to see Ai, so the girls continue walking. Only then does Hyrie turn his head, but they are already gone out of his sight. The next day, Hyrie decides to help his aunt sort through the shed. It's what he came for, after all, and boredom has already started to creep in. Kyuko hesitates at first, but eventually agrees, handing him the task of labeling the countless items stacked inside. When Hyrie asks how he should go about it, she simply tells him to follow his gut. So he gives it a try. Strangely enough, even though he doesn't know who left each item behind or what their stories might be, he begins to sense something from them. Almost unconsciously, he imagines the intentions of their former owners, piecing together vague stories as he works. Every label feels like a fragment of a journey, and before long, he starts to call it a map through time, or rather, a time map connecting forgotten lives. The thought lingers with him long after he finishes for the day. That night, Hyrie visits the diner. Shiroha happens to be the one running it, but he is the only customer inside. When he calls out to her, he asks for a recommendation. She thinks for a moment, then suggests fried rice. Hyrie points out it isn't on the menu, and she tries to find an excuse, saying it's not the restaurant's recommendation, it's hers. After preparing the fried rice, Shiroha serves it to Hyrie. He takes a bite and immediately compliments the taste, asking if she added any special ingredient. But Shiroha refuses to reveal her secret. Hyrie thanks her warmly for the meal before heading out and riding his motorcycle back home. Yet his thoughts linger on Shiroha. He can't help but think she's a strange one. After some time, the shed is finally in better shape. Even Hyrie wonders how he managed to pull it off. But when he turns to Kyuko, she's no longer there. Instead, his eyes are drawn to the warm light spilling through the window. Before he realizes it, the light engulfs him, carrying him to a place under a wide, clear sky. Standing before him is Umi. Hyrie instantly recognizes her, his tears stream down as he calls her name. Umi turns to him with a gentle smile, a perfect embodiment of a memory tucked away in his pocket, something he will always hold on to, even if it fades. His senses return when Kyuko calls out, snapping him back. He brushes it off, pretending he's fine. Then on the floor, he notices a colorful paper airplane, and with it, a faint, lingering memory resurfaces. Days pass and Kyuko sees Hyrie off. She thanks him sincerely, but he insists he's simply glad to have finally helped. The way he says it, though, is almost as if he had always wanted to help Kyuko for a long time without realizing why. They laugh it off together, leaving the thought hanging. Before he leaves, Hyrie promises he'll return again someday, and Kyuko wishes him good luck. As he walks away, she gazes up at the sky, softly speaking to Hitomi, wondering if she too is happy seeing everything. On the road, Hyrie is suddenly stopped by a group of islanders his age. Among them is Ao, who remembers seeing him when he first arrived. They recognize him as Grandma Kato's grandson, so they explain they're heading to the mountain and ask if he'd like to join. But Hyrie politely declines as he has no time left. He is already heading home as summer break is already drawing to a close. He waves goodbye before continuing on his way, only hoping they might meet again someday. While on his way, Hyrie passes some of the friends he had made in past summers, though their faces now feel like fragments of a dream. Kamome stands by with her baggage, chatting animatedly. Nearby, Tsumoyi and Shizuku are deep in conversation, their friendship blossoming, yet Hairi only walks past, not stopping or acknowledging them. He boards the ship and watches the island slowly shrink in the distance. Just then, he notices Shiroha on the shore, holding the colorful paper airplane. She releases it and it soars into the sky. Somehow, Hairi feels like he knows exactly where it's heading. A strange sensation rises in his chest, like nostalgia for something he has yet to experience. He runs to the attendant, saying he needs to get off, but the man blocks him, warning it's too dangerous. Seeing Shiroha about to leave, Hairi can no longer hold himself back. Without hesitation, he jumps from the ship into the blue water below, determined to reach her no matter what. Shiroha is stunned as he emerges, dripping wet. For a moment, he struggles to find his words. Then, finally, he speaks. He tells her how good her fried rice was and asks if she can teach him how to make it. Shiroha blinks in surprise before softly laughing and agreeing. Thanks for watching. This marks the end of the season. Don't forget to subscribe if you enjoyed it.